past that smoke.
They've cleared the cam. They're continuing to push forward. Boostio on an exploratory mission to find some space, and he cannot. Demon 1 tucking in his smoke. He goes back up high, and every single blade misses. That's another round for Foot.
The players in front of him. And you just mentioned the pressure, completely different on this stage. It's a global event now.
Oh, wow.
I mean, that's just ridiculous.
Yeah. Timing on that was nuts.
And you could tell Foot was feeling the pressure in that round, but still, they did it cleanly. Again, that was just a light buy out of EG.
They invested a ton.
3 ults.
Yeah,
3 ults. Seeker, Showstoppers, and Knives.
Yep. They've kept the pit, though, from Com. We'll see where they choose to use that. Early knife from Foot, as we've seen a couple of times. Finding some presence A.
This Trailblazer's been so good.
And look at how early Kiwi has to give up the angle because of that. And Jogamo fills the space behind it.
Yeah, it's really important that he does, too, because Kiwi could just walk back up on top of it. The flash gets him in completely. But here's the reclear again from Foot. They definitely have upped the energy in terms of what they're doing on the map at any given time, and that's why they've really made this lead back down to 2.
Jogamo creeping forward. The rest of Evil Genius is towards A. The Knight's gonna tag him. Oh, he tried clearing it.
Seekers popped as well to keep the split back. So Jogamo, all that space that all that attention he just took, canceled out. EG has to call a pivot. Really late in this round, they're gonna go for a fake and then go for B-split, looks like.
And there's still the Cypher utilities here. They've got the cam. The trips may not be in factor here. Oh, actually, there is one up in heaven.
It's a B fake, maybe. But the smoke's going out towards B. The Boombot as well. They're going for a split on A late. Nobody rotated here, though. Out of Foot.
Seesawing back and forth, and it seems like A is what they've set their sights on. The op from Kiwi still in play. Cracks getting another one back. Numbers for EG low, and they just continue to dwindle. And now with 13 seconds left, the spike is out of reach. They've drawn the line in the sand. EG cannot pass.
And it shifted since those initial rounds. From EG ending up finding so many free kills off the sides of players because the strategy working very well. Now it's Foot who's in that position. So many pivots called there from EG. I mean, more than you could expect. There's like 3 different ideas that you could tell were happening on the map at the same time. The initial clearance from Jogamo trying to go for a split on this A, getting knifed, the Seekers coming out to push him back. I think I'm calling a B fake into that A split and it all fall down.
4 rounds in a row for the defense. They've righted the ship. For as brutal of a start as it was, the adjustments have been flawless. Op still in the hands of Kiwi. Here the Blades online too. Last round of the half. And an ever important one.
Only 2 rifles up for the EG side.
Yeah, we talked about it in the previous round too. Com still has that pit. You imagine he's going to want to use it here.
It's tough if you can't get on the sights.
Yeah.
And they were doing that a lot in the original 6 rounds that they won. But they've shifted this Viper Wall over towards B, like after that timeout, after they got punished on that B side. Great swing.
Yeah, Kiwi is awoken. And Jogamo, who was such a pivotal part of their early success, finding the openers in the round, not able to find any value.
There's a gap in the Viper Wall too.
What is that wall? It troublesome, but Ethan still from a distance with the Spectre getting the kill. Kiwi with the Blades not finding any value either. And now Pit invested, but Captain's behind them, and I don't know that they know. Oh, he did know! With the Shorty getting the kill.
They've recovered this situation so well. And Boostio is not able to get in, but he's still making it a threat. They have to push through the spit and fast. Boostio might not be a factor if they do just that.
Still so many numbers here for EG. And it's effectively a 2v4. It's now turned into a 1v3. Demon 1 falling. Still an opportunity here for Cracks. If they invest the Seekers, and they're going to clean them up. No way to handle that in the pit.
That's way too tough. Literally, you could just spam the Seekers as it follows up. So EG find the final round of that half, but it was a really strong one to start. But Foot clawed their way back, and now it's kind of more even. This double duelist comp, very good on the attack side.
We'll see how things play out. We're going to throw it down to the desk to break down the first half of the opening map of Masters Tokyo. Golden Boy, take it away.
Thank you so much, fellas. And, you know, again, strong start for EG. We're definitely seeing a little bit of the nerves come in there for Foot at the beginning of that one, but it was very evident that they course-corrected, and now we have ourselves a competitive matchup.
Foot brought it back, but the start, I think, was really about the EG preparation that has always been quite impressive. In particular, the way that they were setting up Jojimo in this double duelist composition to get them these opening kills was so impactful to start these rounds. They know that Foot, with this composition on the Cypher, in the early rounds, it's really hard anchoring sites. It's oftentimes setting someone up at an angle in main. They did really well to shut that down.
Yeah, exactly. For example, in this round, they know that they're in an eco situation that Foot had to face against many, many times, and know that there's that possible four-man stack. But then, as the map was progressing, we saw a different face.
And it was all out of that timeout from Gaius. After that,
Very
they
famous.
righted the ship and brought things back under control. And I think what they did a lot better was being able to actually play heavier on anchoring these sites further back. With this double initiator comp, they can afford to early play heavy on these sites, and then in these late rounds, they can just re-clear with flashes from range, which allows them to stay heavily stacked while EG's trying to mid-round.
I think that pause was so important, not only because of the effect that we know it has, it's also because he felt like the players were a little bit nervous, a little bit utility dumping in many situations. I think that Krax was a pivotal point of this first half of being more equal. The way that he was saving his utility, helping a lot of the times Kiwi on those angles. The support that he was showing to the entire team was beautiful to watch.
And the second half is going to be hard on defense for EG. They don't have the Cypher. They don't have that double initiator, those tools that allow you to not have to constantly rotate on your defensive side. Instead, their emphasis is going to have to be on re-clearing space with this single Sky and their double duelist, and Foot is good on this half.
Ooh, this is going to be very fascinating to see how this plays out, but let's go ahead and send it over to the casters to get us through that second half.
12 rounds have been played, and EG find themselves up to now Foot on the attacking side with that single duelist comp that we've talked about a little bit here, not really having the same punch, the same oomph, but historically hasn't necessarily mattered for Foot. They continue to roll with this comp ball.
Yeah, the really interesting part is how this Cypher works out on this attack side.
Yeah.
It kind of tries to serve the same purpose that Calm did early in that half, where he was throwing that Viper Wall, the orb as well, to try to cross and lurk up A ramp a lot.
Demon 1 feeling pressure mid, has to use the dash, and then orb provides a little bit more cover.
This is the tough spot when you're not running the sort of composition that EG was running on their attack side. How to get through this orb, because they have the double controller here. That could be reinforced at any point by an Astro Star from Boostio, and the mollies as well from Calm.
I mean, they're really intent on protecting this area of the map.
It's nice though, very controlled. You just have to wait out that fuel, especially on this pistol round when you don't have two mollies, when you don't have an extra Astro Star.
They don't know that Demon 1's here. He tucked behind the wall for the Trailblazer, and it was cleared out by somebody else. I don't think they're expecting his presence. There it goes, the first kill through.
The flank is coming fast. Ethan is actually blocking it right now, and the wall protects them.
Flash is good. He still gets the kill off the spam. Demon 1 with 3 on the round. Maj left alone. He gets cleaned up. Another pistol for EG.
Very nicely done. And Foot trying to take advantage of the fact that they did a good job getting through that orb. It took some time, but they fought their way through. Problem is to follow up on that. You don't really pressure through B-Heaven. You don't really add any sort of uncertainty to what the play is. That dog came in as soon as you got mid-control, as soon as you pushed Demon 1 back. And you called it out. Demon 1 sneaks in front of it. Now we got this eco coming from Foot. Both pistols went to EG. Yet, despite that, it's not like this game can balloon super fast.
Imagine they want to avoid having to use heroics off of a timeout to get back into the map, to get it back to be competitive. And it has to start here in the next round.
You think about it, EG converted the bonus. Remember, it was so many. It was 5-0 at one point.
No charges left.
Dash through, but the flash mistimed, actually. So Kiwi could have got punished so hard there. And you see, this time they actually do clear ropes before going up towards B-Heaven.
Some of the Astro Stars starting to go down, making their intentions clear. The spam through another couple of kills. How much more can they find? Calm swinging off of the Trailblazer. Very nicely done. Flawless, some might say.
So well done on the Antaika. Second Prime Gaming flawless we have in this map so far. One from Foot in that first half here, EG, on a round that should be clean like that. Put themselves in a great position to, if they convert this bonus, do some real damage instantly.
They've done it once already.
Wow, so unfair.
Gotcha. See if they can do it again. Just a couple of moments now, and you see there's intentions of aggression towards B. Off of Demon 1. As you were saying, the Guardian. No damage dealt. Just a little bit of spam.
Ada Captain put down a star inside of that choke where Demon 1 and Boostio were sitting. I was surprised to see him recall it rather than turn that into a grab well.
Yeah, I agree.
But because of the smoke went out on their side, they didn't really know what was on the other side for them. So they choose not to challenge, and it might be the right choice. Especially seeing Demon 1 knowing he's not in mid this time.
That's a space that they fill. And they've already scaled so far up. There are 3 from Evil Geniuses here. But they are outnumbered.
This defensive wall really good at trying to prevent this split sort of thing coming in from Foot from happening.
Ethan with the peek. Suspicions confirmed. The nade to provide some space. And the satchel to help. Just plays around it so well. Another opportunity and a bonus for EG.
It's just so well played from Giacomo and Ethan off of each other right there. I know Ethan falls instantly, but Giacomo gets his with the satchel onto Kiwi, trying to play through his smoke. And then the nade as well prevents them from actually taking through that space, because they could have just gone through a heaven after taking down Ethan. If that nade didn't come through, that would have been the situation. Mr. Fallen has the sight though. And this is a very doable situation based off the minimap we see right now, 1v3. But you can tell how cautious he is in clearing right now.
Yeah, he has to be. Note 2, Calm is very weak here. Just 5 HP.
He's going worse right now.
Get some info. Confirm where they are.
Yeah, they need to group. And all of a sudden, this has turned from a very winnable situation while they're split to very difficult while they're all together.
Spam through the screens. No damage dealt yet. Fallen on swing. First to fall, the second. There! And it was almost outrageous. It was almost an ace, but Boostio saves the round.
But that is so important even still. On that side. For him to be able to do the damage there on the bonus, because if they don't, then all of a sudden you're seeing them go for the same anti-eco. If they make that clean, they still have Spectres. They basically would have gotten a second bonus without that play from Mr. Fallen.
30 HP. He almost falls there. That was so close. But again, it's the same story we saw in the first half, right? 3 rounds to open things up for EG.
Devastating streaks at the beginning of both of these halves now. This is map pick for Evil Geniuses, and we've seen it be very, very good from them. Constantly, we've been talking about the threat of the eco here from Foot. 4 SMGs up. Just the Sheriff from Cracks, who is a demon with that. And I like what Demon 1's doing here, actually. Setting up Giacomo behind Flowers. It's maybe not going to matter. Given the positions right now for Foot, they're trying to find an opening, trying to find some re-aggression, but you can tell EG very, very aware of the situation in front of him. Calm's just peeking in mid with the orb to back him up. Multiple flashes already used from Ethan as well, gaining plenty of information.
And holding the space too, of course he gives it up. As I say that.
Calm there tried to actually find a lot of damage with the orb coming up and the molly combined with that.
That's tough too, because they don't really have anyone there.
I've got your trail.
They're happy to give up mid, but can they convert off of that? Can they stabilize with the space that's been left? Kiwi up aggressive off the Seekers, gets a kill up on Heaven, but Boostio trying to hold the line back by himself. And it's the lighter weaponry from Foot that seems to be converting for now.
30 seconds
This
left.
is now turned into a must-win situation once they get those first 2 kills.
Uh-oh. We've got a situation.
One enemy remaining.
It falls down to a 1v1.
Player standing.
Demon 1 not supposed to be here, dashing away. Maj with 1 HP left.
Camera taken out.
Cam cleared. Maj dancing. The pillar's there, and Demon 1 wins the round.
How does that fall apart for Foot? They were all light by, but they get 3 kills instantly entering in that site. Boostio not able to help his teammate up in Heaven. And then again, 2 random kills. How does Demon 1 get this? And then how's the nade as well?
Yeah, the nade was the most ridiculous part.
And it put the Foot players into such a weird position because you saw one was split from the rest of them. Maj had very little to be able to play with his teammate with. And they recover on a situation again. Once they got those first couple of kills, you're saying in order to win this game, like they need a round like that.
Yeah.
And before that situation, you didn't give them much chances. But as it developed, all of a sudden, you thought they had a chance to really claw this game back.
Yeah, that thing turned quickly. But remember, again, it was in the first half that they found themselves in a similar situation that they flipped. It was off of a timeout that they were able to claw the first half back. And that's where we find ourselves now.
The thing is, though, they need to flip much, much more than they did in that first half, right? They still weren't able to take that half.
And much sooner.
Yeah.
That's a short runway they have left. EG at 11.
2 rounds on this first map again. EG's pick, but how this scoreline ends is going to set the tone for Lotus for the rest of the series. Evil Genius's opening match. Both of these teams really looking for that win in Foot. Specifically, again, the stakes so different for them. Not yet qualified for champions. When you spoke to the players coming into the venue, he mentioned immediately, yes, our goal is to qualify for champions. And that's going to take placing over 3 teams in Europe.
A couple of dueling flashes traded across the middle of the map. No presence found yet. What are the adjustments off of the timeout for Foot? It's cautious for now.
Oh, they have put Maj in that position to throw those double cages, which he's already put out. When does he choose to spring them? So he can commence that lurk. And the interesting part is you have to be aware. Actually, I think he already used one of the cages, and Ethan, in response, uses that dog. Popped another one just then. So that threat already gone. EG doing such a good job just canceling it with just 1 Trailblazer. You see the difference in meta for both sides. Think about Calm in that position, right? You can refresh that wall at any point.
Right.
You can break the dog and then go for it again. With the cages, they are not refreshable.
Deep flash from Ethan from spawn. Getting a little info up in heaven. It seems like Foot want to NB. They're all here. And Kiwi had contacted out. Lies on Calm to hold the spam. He had to respond with it. Not able to get the kill. Boostio flash holding the line back sight.
Spike down B.
Now it's just 6 bullets left. Can he clean up the kill? Yes, he can. EG map point.
Gotta see those kills from Ethan in mid because Boostio, full flash, stays alive enough for himself to get the kills as the players came out of the smoke. Just crazy stuff. As well comes position. They did such a good job holding him back as well.
Yeah, they did.
And it was, again, just a self-flash there for Ethan to push out of that smoke. Wow, the pressure was going in on Boostio. They called out that he splashed, and all of a sudden now, EG on match point. They deal easily with the situation in front of them. Hop now up for Demon 1. Knives, they have ults as well to play with. This has gone from pretty dire to just incredibly impossible from Foot.
In record time, and it doesn't seem like it's getting any better. Their star duelist is already done on the attacking side. What's the entry? What's the go?
They're gonna try to contact through this smoke.
Remember, there's a gravity wall just on the other side too, or there's a star on the other side as well.
Just placing down another smoke so you can end up going for a cross back if the info is garnered from the Foot side. They haven't really even recognized the fact that pit on the other side, that camera spots it. Demon 1 going for more. There's no teammates here. He wants to end this game.
Yep, he wants to make a play. There's the gravity
contact.
well off of the flash. Boostio having him slip the net, but that's all right because help is here. Jogma swinging around. It's all onto Mr. Fallen. To keep the map alive in a situation like this, impossible. A prime gaming flawless to close map 1 for Evil Geniuses.
Incredibly important start for EG here. You're talking about trying to make it out of groups for a team that did fall short back at the last global event that they played. For a team that barely made it to this stage right here. That's exactly the sort of dominance you want to see out of them.
start. You're right, 13-5. Everyone really performed, and again, while it was a little close at the end of the first half, or off of the timeout from guys, it was just adjusted in the second half. There really was no bite to Foot's attacking side.
I think strategy diff as well on a lot of instances. Yeah. From the beginning of that game, you saw Giacomo very aggressive on some of the extremities to take down Kiwi. How much prep there was as well to know the positions that he likes to play. And when split isn't something that even you've seen much.
Yeah, no. It's not like there was a ton of film on that, but you're right. And that just goes back to the DNA that we know exists within the Evil Geniuses camp. That's what they do, man. That's their bread and butter. And you see it finding value. You saw it finding value in the openings. Yeah. You were just mentioning from Giacomo. You see it finding value on the defensive side. It was just a very clean map, all things considered.
We do have to give some props, though, to Ada Captain, who, in my mind, reinvigorated a very slow start from the Foot side. And I think very important for Foot to reconcile with that fact. Because it's something that you heard them talk a lot about after lock-in and as they headed into that EMEA split, was how do they start off slow and be able to recover that? And the mental idea of them getting tilted, them getting blown out of the game because of slow starts. It's going to be difficult for guys in the team to deal with that fact in the huddle backstage before the second map.
I believe it was this round you saw like a shaking of the head as they threw this one away. Either way, EG up 13-5 in this best of 3. Map 2 on the other side. We'll be right back.
Have you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from impatient friends? Or browsed desperately for answers that only bring up more questions? Your self-doubting days are over with Discovery, the first game-focused AI. Discovery is trained on the world's leading esports athletes to be your everyday personal coach. That's right, Discovery can help you improve your gameplay by giving you tips and strategies to take your game to the next level. Get started at aimlabs.com/discovery.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
exactly what we said. We're just playing like we do on any other Tuesday, just like a script.
Oh, well, I hope the win streak continues, and let's see if EG can close this out in the second match.
On a Sunday, that's right. I always love to hear from the coaches there, and yeah, it was a very strong start for EG. Some concern there for a moment there, Kukuka, right, for
Yes.
EG, but I definitely think that it's very clear. Demon One being here has just contributed a lot to this team.
You just want to talk about Demon One. Is
Okay,
that right? No, but especially what a dominant second half. The fact that they didn't even let one round split. I love that Potter was saying, you know, it could have been more dominant. She wasn't happy with a 13-5, apparently.
Yeah, but still, it was a dominant game out of them. And I think a big part of that was the pistol rounds. Both of these halves, they started so incredibly strong on the side of EG, going up 3-0 after winning their pistol and then converting that into a bonus round win. And that's something that EG has been focusing a lot on, even back in Americas, where they're putting a lot of emphasis on having specific plans for those early rounds. In MR13, it's so important. And EG, that's one of the reasons it was so dominant.
And it's not only that, it goes both ways. Of course, you get the extra credits, but the other team, you're kind of forcing them of being in that constant situation of having to go on an eco round after round. But since you've secured that bonus round and probably the fourth one as well, breaking your economy is going to take them at least 4 rounds. So of course it builds up a lot to the rest of the half.
It really does. And for EG, beyond just miss rounds, I think what impressed me the most in their defensive side was the way that they were playing the flood retakes with this double duelist composition. I think they have a really good idea of what space they're giving and how to storm back in, because they respect foot site executes. Like you were talking about in the pre-show, they're so incredibly strong and they have good ideas of how to set that up, but EG is good at giving that space and quickly flooding back in with this double duelist, with a nade, with a flash, and it's really well coordinated.
To me, it was a lot about recovery, because even in those rounds where they didn't have the first kill, the way that they had map control during the attack, that they were going for those late plans, the way that they wanted to work around the map, we saw it a lot on the defense as well. The moment to save the utility, when to use it, and how to recover the space, as you were saying, that you have given up, has been flawless from EG.
And that's really something that we've just seen EG just continue to develop week after week in the Americas region. They've really improved, but also the individuals have found those successful moments as well. One person in particular who's just in his redemption arc is obviously Calm, because he has been playing the best Valorant that we have seen from this young man in quite some time, and honestly could be the blue hair.
It could be, but honestly, he was this good even before first few weeks of Americas. Everyone was criticizing this guy for how poorly he was playing when the team was struggling. But in those last few weeks of Americas, into playoffs, he stepped up in such a big way, not just in his individual performance, but in adding a voice to the team, helping Busio contribute ideas, and here now at this big global land that they've gotten the opportunity to come to, he's just continued that trajectory.
Jesus, the KDA versus Foot 3, that's insane to see. I think that also something that we need to talk about, that I think Potter was very smart doing, and something that we talked about a lot also in EMEA, is the fact that when you win that coin toss, or when you have that preference to choose to be the team A, we're talking about the first map that you're going to play here. You want it to be your pick. It's not only about you know, getting the first ban. I think it doesn't have that much weight, but also thinking about that third map and getting to choose the side. It's so important to go out here and have the performance that they just had.
And that's always a strength for EG. It should be no surprise that they had great prep against Foot and win dominantly on split, because in America's League, they did the same thing versus Loud. They're really good at reading into these vetoes and having preset ideas of where they're going to go and being able to counter-strat their opponents, which is going to be difficult for Foot into the rest of this pool.
They're certainly going to need to have to pick up the pieces here, but that, of course, takes us over before we get into our next map there for a little aim lab shoot-around. This time we're going to be following Mr. Fallen, and, you know, to just continue to talk more about what Foot can do moving forward here, Kukuka. I mean, obviously your experience with this team is unmatched, so what are you really looking for here? What pivots are you hoping that they make? Because we saw the signs of brilliance in that split game.
Yeah, totally. But I don't think Split is a map where they have ever been comfortable. Lotus is the complete opposite. We were talking during the pre-show about the set plays, how deep they can go into some of the rounds. And I think the perfect example was the last time that they played. They had been using the same pistol round on attack for 4 matches. And they mimic the same thing that they did on every single one of them to make Liquid think that it was going to be the same, just to play tricks into their minds. Be like, nope, now is when we change it up.
Yeah, this team is really good at, in these later stages of tournaments, adding new things to compositions that they already play. And the composition itself that they tend to run on Lotus is really interesting. More and more teams have started to pick up this Neon for what it gives you in the fast rotations in the mid-round, but they don't play it combined with the Sky. Instead, they play it with just KO as that initiator. So it really requires a lot of pressure on those Neon and KO players to be constantly rotating on their defense, constantly finding new pieces of information, but they're so good at it.
Yeah, now we're going to be moving forward here to Lotus as EG picks up a massive win on Split, 13-5, and you got to be left wondering, like, yes, EG had to have been prepared for this Lotus pick here.
Totally.
Which, you know, and if we know anything about EG is that they do like to play against their opponents. They do like to counter-strat from time to time.
They do, but what I'm really hoping to see from them isn't necessarily some crazy counter-strat. It's instead changing their composition. They've been playing solo Omen as their only controller. No, I'm fine with the Jet. I do prefer the Neon, but my main issue is that they don't have a Viper. So on their attacking side, they only have 2 smokes to work with, and on a 3-site map, it means your rotations can be quite telegraphed. It makes it harder to re-clear A lobby or re-clear C mound in the late round, which are some of the most important pieces of space to allow yourself to pivot.
Yeah, I think that it's another conversation that we had in EMEA a lot, because you kind of want the Killjoy, the Breach, and the Viper, but you know you cannot have everything if you want to rely, you know, not only on the utility but also on the effect that you want to have on the map. You need to be versatile for both of the halves. So I think that especially for Foot, it will be too easy if they were to encounter a team that does not run the Viper.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you there. I think if there is an agent to give up, I'm fine with letting go of the Breach on this one. I think Sky with a Neon is the best for having rotations and re-clear on the mid-round on this one, but you really can make that work with the Jet as well. I think a lot of what Breach does is that line control, which is really valuable, particularly on your defense. But on a map that can lean pretty attack-heavy, I think having that Viper is invaluable.
Yeah, and also, too, I mean, Viper has just, you know, at least in the Americas, right, we've been having Harbor Viper like so much, but Viper in particular has just been seeing so much play. It's like, just great vision blocking, just great opportunities for you to be able to slice up the map effectively. And we'll see what we end up getting here, but no, we're actually going to be sticking with the Breach. Mimi, do you think that this is a mistake on EG's part?
I think it could be, but it also comes down to how much practice they have. Obviously, they didn't know if Demon 1 was even going to make it until just a few days ago. And sometimes, even if it's not the perfect comp, playing something that you're comfortable with, that you know very well, can be good.
I think that maybe that's the reason they decided to start here on that defense. We were talking about the attack and how everything is prepared, how we see a lot of 3-2 being done by Foot. I think that mostly if we're talking about preparation, it has to show here, and if they want to do it in the composition, they feel comfortable doing so.
But when we're looking at this, you have to focus on Foot's success in the past. This is their most played maps, 9 times in the EMEA League, 55% win rate on that one. The only teams that have taken them down, Fnatic and Liquid, the 2 finalists of EMEA, and Na'Vi, another respectable squad here at Masters Tokyo. This is by far their best map, but they have been counter-stratable in the past, and we know that's what EG's good at.
And I think that's the part that I'm a little concerned about, because we were even seeing that a bit during Split. You were saying it when we're off camera, it's like, man, a lot of, they're just being a little too predictable here, a little too predictable. Foot's going to need to clean that up.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And not only that, they need to reset their mental completely. The last time when they played against Liquid, Liquid performed a comeback but after a 2-10 half.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see how this plays out. Lotus is the battleground. Everything's set to go. Let's send it over to Doug and Bala.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. Ball, we've got to talk about compositions, especially because you would think that Foot were leaning into this map, kind of putting the onus on EG.
Yeah, 100%. Are you going to change it? Are you going to play something that's a lot of other teams are going to start to play, right? Are you going to run the Viper? Are you going to run the Viper Omen that everybody is running? Especially in EU, I think, really, they set the tone on this map back at Lock-in, basically going undefeated there, right? So the Americas team struggled to catch up, but I think in Americas we saw EG is the ones who are getting left in the dust in this composition. So I think the point that Mimi brought up on the desk about time being a factor, not knowing who's playing, not knowing how much time you have to get Reformed or Demon 1 up to date on whatever changes you might have made, it's very important. So I love that Foot bring us here, and now we get to see whether we have a revitalized Lotus from EG, even with the same comp. Because otherwise, you might see us going straight towards pro. You might see that same situation. It's actually a reverse. While we see this technical pause come up, it's a reverse of what we saw in Split, right? We saw Foot running that kind of off meta, the Cypher, no Viper type of situation.
Yeah.
Now here, EG is the ones who are in that situation.
Yeah, where they're not running something that's necessarily meta or just trying to pave their own path, right? But to go back to the point you were making earlier, as we figure out what's going on with this tech pause, once we get info, we'll get you all informed as to what's going on and hopefully get back into the action as soon as possible. But to go back to what you were saying earlier, it's not like EG play this map very often. It was interesting to see the stats of rounds played for Foot versus EG. I mean, it was night and day. We're talking about near 100 rounds for Foot. Meanwhile, for EG, it was maybe 10, 15, something along those lines. I am being told very quickly that the tech pause issue is due to a mouse, but it's over. So we should be getting back into the action as soon as possible. I love this crowd, by the way, man. This crowd is incredible. They've been so good already. It's just day one.
They're wrong on the answer there, though, Vandal, for sure.
Surely, right?
Back in the game, though, and immediately you see Foot's style coming into the forefront. Instantly going to try to get this plant down on this B site with the wall. Actually, just controlling Mound instead. The wall's not even available for Kiwi.
Yeah, and I think it's been fun to watch Foot play because at least at home, regionally, they like to test water everywhere around the map. They'll threaten some B. They'll get some info. They'll invest some utility, sure.
I like that they're playing with the idea of pivoting into Mound there. Already showing up some of the variabilities that you have with this comp.
And they're committing to this. Kiwi's already taken a decent amount of damage.
Nobody's
Flashed
out
up.
with him, though.
The dog took a bite out of him. He's done. Demon won with the opener, and look at how weak they are, but they are going to pivot, and they're going to pivot right into Boostio.
Here's Molly's on the site. 2 of them.
He had to pop the first in the face of the knife, so that's all he got off.
And they do break the second one, so they will be able to potentially get on the site, but Boostio's challenging.
Alarm bot's still there, and there it is. You hear it go off. Mr. Fallen committing to the plant, though, in the face of the spam.
Oh, that's a ghost spamming through that ledge.
That's a second kill going over for EG as well. Is this a third pistol in favor of EG? Yes, it is.
Are you serious? 3 pistols for EG, but that shot from Chocobo, he's jumping.
Yeah, that was filthy.
That is nasty. And again, Kiwi out by himself. I didn't quite see what split up that hit. Must have been a stun from the breach. Because you saw the follow-up flash, you saw the follow-up paranoia as well. And EG, again, 3 for 3 on the pistols. Causing so much trouble for Foot.
I think to go back to a conversation we were having earlier, I think it applies here as well, in that breach is not something that you commonly see on Lotus, so expecting the timings on the fault line, things like that, can make a drastic difference.
That's the importance, right, of playing these off-meta comps. And switching up compositions as well, right? You break up the prep, and you put yourself in positions where the other team is not ready. They haven't played, they haven't practiced, they haven't gotten the reps of, breaking a camera, or in this case, dealing with the stuns like you mentioned.
Stuns
a lot easier to deal with breach, though, I have to say, other than compared to like a Sova or a Cypher.
Yeah, I would agree completely.
Your muscle memory is much more trained to turn a flash than anything else.
See the alarm bot just on the other side of the smoke, but the knife once again catches him. Boostio has to give the space up, and Calm fills it. Very well done. Very well done. A flawless round for EG. Again, what's that, the third that we've seen? 4th, maybe?
There's definitely some clean rounds coming out there. I love how Calm's able to tuck back and take the space as well, because in that conversation about what you're used to playing with, you're not really used to playing against a KO. So Boostio's been tagged twice by this knife.
Yep.
And he has to fall off. Calm fills that space to actually recover.
It's a Potter's feeling it when she's saying things like that 2 rounds in. Just too easy.
For Potter, that's harsh. Jeez.
Yeah. Easy now. 3rd round of the half, another opportunity for a bonus. Remember, EG have excelled in situations such as these. Can they convert again in the face of Foot style of poking and prodding and finding info and utility everywhere around the map before deciding where they want to commit? It'd be difficult to do that here with how EG are playing this defensively. Look at how far up Demon 1 is already. Off of the Trailblazer, he's filled the space. Foot are committing to C here.
He's getting the mollies off this time, though, both of them. The alarm bot, too. Mr. Fallen had to jump out. And won both the bonuses so far, EG. They give up the site, though. This is a full retake on the bonus this time.
Ethan still with 1 flash, and there it is. Boostio on the swing off of that. Cracks trying to hold them back, only able to get 1.
And the stun's so good from Calm.
And Maj and Fallen find themselves into 2v4, outnumbered yet again. There's a flank coming. Demon 1, Pacey dashing his way forward, dashing his way into his death. As Foot have held the line. Can Calm do it by himself? Maj, 16 HP.
HP's called out. You see him jumping with the classic.
Time ticking. There's no abundance of it here. Oh. Is he going to do the thing where he taps and then falls off? No, he stays. Now he falls off, and time is short, but so is health. Calm has to go fast to try to get the kill, and I don't think he's going to be able to do it. Too many things to deal with. Maj gets the kill. Footer on the board.
Huge heroics from Maj. That retake was coming very fast from EG, and it was successful. But dealing with the flank, flicking back, dealing with the player, pushing him from sight. This is what I'm talking about right here. So well done from Maj.
And you can tell it looked like Calm was trying to start the defuse and then fall off the ledge. Saw that on TikTok. By the way.
He was looking for the defuse where the player's not watching the angle. Try to get maybe to half while he's peeking the other side. That plant is definitely much harder than the more open plant way further in the site, which you see other teams use.
Deep orb off of the nano. Little combo of utility there, dealing some damage, keeping it back.
Despite that, Giacomo's through it.
Yeah. He was so fast ahead of it.
And it's not he TP'd past it or anything like that. He threw out the one way and just got in front.
He just ran. Yep.
And the thing is, yeah, sure. The orb does break Boostio's line of sight, but now it's not up. Can he fight with it? At least spray for Giacomo to get some value.
Boostio finds 2 big ones.
He sprays for himself to get value.
Yep.
That's through the Viper orb. I'm not.
Look at Demon 1 again. And the Trailblazer mid. Should confirm a lot here. Boostio with the 3rd on the round. Demon 1 with a bit of a sidestep, proccing the dash. Mr. Fallen's getting out. Does he re-peek? He does, just for a moment.
Gives up that he TP'd across, so Demon 1 has full range to actually go forward now.
And he continued to apply this pressure. Remember, we saw it in the previous round, and yes, he was decapitated for it, but he applied pressure. He bought time. It's a very similar situation here. It's not the 2v4 that we saw previously. Numbers a little bit more in favor of Foot. But perhaps a bit of deja vu.
Scary moment there, but they do have waterfall control and it's smoked down. They're looking for a kill anywhere they can get it. And it's going to be through spawn.
Oh, they're playing so far back.
This fault line is going to be so good.
One of the 2 flashes that he has, but now they're both gone. Ethan feeling the pressure, dropping the flash to stay alive while Demon 1 is repositioned.
Again?
And I don't think that they know. They did. Kiwi read that beautifully.
Demon 1 started running at the tail end of that, trying to regroup and make sure that he uses the space that they gave while they're pushing into spawn. I thought Calm was for sure going to stun that line. Instead, he goes for a flash, which almost just as good. Either way, Foot really, really playing well in 2 situations that was a 2v4, I think, in this situation.
Yeah, it was a 2v4 in the previous round, a 2v3 this time. I mean, they've been able to handle numbers down situations so masterfully.
Wasn't the same on split. So you could tell already much, much more comfortable on this map.
And that's certainly continuing to show. See Ethan up aggressive there, getting an early peek to try to deal some damage with the Sheriff that he had. The lighter weaponry brought into this one. And finding no success.
And those are the 2 players that you wouldn't expect to go really aggro really fast, but Foot constantly go for plays like that with Cracks and Mr. Fallen, looking for picks instantly, especially with that Viper wall, and especially with the fact that it's an eco Calm, probably isn't going to go for the stun to take aim control. And even when they do that, there's plenty to pivot off of for Foot.
The panel's still up behind them, but off of the tap of the door, Giacomo invests smokes towards A. There it is, now it goes. Now overdrive used, dashing his way forward. In the face of the paranoia, swinging around the turret was not enough to dissuade. And now Giacomo with, again, just the Sheriff. Trying to play spoiler, but he's getting flanked and he has no idea. Maj is behind him. Yes, Giacomo gets 1. I thought he was going to get the 2nd. Demon 1 left alone. Demon 1 cleaned up, and another round for Foot.
And the first lead in the series for them. Instantly taking advantage of some of these ideas. And the differences in the composition too. Instantly pushing out a main there. Not worried about that pressure that could come through it as well. Popping the overdrive on the anti-eco. It's a very formidable weapon in that case. Flags flying high.
Really? That looks like they're having fun too, man. That's a rowdy bunch.
I love the Foot watch parties. We saw so much of this.
Do you now? the spam coming through. Speaking of the spam coming through, it's an Odin in the hands of Jogamo.
I will say about Odin.
Overlaid.
Guardian user can
Jogamo trying to get through that wall as well with the Odin. It's not something that actually many of the teams are picking up, despite the fact that very, very, very solid tool on this map.
Especially in this position right here.
Yeah, paper walls.
Off of the orb tap, off of any presence towards panel, you can spam right there. And that's what it seems like. That's where they're headed. Busio keeping him back for now. Jogamo trying to swing out as well. You can see it, but Busio may hold the line by himself. There's the spam that we were just referring to.
Oh my god,
in the face of the lockdown. Busio swings out and gets 4. Maj in an impossible situation, and the very first ace in Japan goes to Busio. Go on, son, stand up, pop off.
Huge round. I mean, that was a Kiwi cosplay from last round, the overdrive. But Busio just shuts it down. And again, you're talking about that Odin spam. Look how much difficulty they're having approaching him in that situation.
Absolutely.
Let's go!
That'll send a chill down your spine, right back into the action, tied at 3 apiece. Foot exploring C.
Just reminds me of the situation that EG got when they qualified for Tokyo against Cloud9. Was constantly chasing moments like that. Aces. Over and over. And magic from the team. Ooh, trap play.
Set up, yeah, with the Rolling Thunder, and they swing out behind it. But keep an eye. Mr.
Fallen
ulted, and he got behind him. He's able to get 1. Very well set up. Courage to hold that ult. Captain getting another one. Through the noise, Foot find themselves up in numbers, and they've invested the pit. What can Demon 1 and Ethan do? Ethan with 2 flashes here, no dog to clear the pit, and Demon 1 with an op. You've got some money, you've got some options. Here's the first, second shot rattling off.
Yeah. Nothing found with that, but it does put Ethan in a position to backstab when I think they might think they're both saving at this point.
Money's low for Foot here.
Oh my god!
Oh, he did spot 1! He deals some damage, gets away.
Love that from Ethan as well, flashing inside of the pit. That normally is cues for them to swing out of the pit. You saw it for a second, but he got blind. That's why he had to go back in. This is well considered from Ethan. And also you can tell, EG never giving up, right? Obviously they go for the save here, but they look for a little bit more damage. They look for mistakes being put out from Foot. They didn't get too many.
No, but you're right. They do like to play on razor thin margins, right? Min-max as much as they can. And yeah, that comes at risk, right? That comes at a cost. It's a gamble in a sense, but well handled.
I mean, think back to the original plan in that round, though. That trap play on Mound with the comms Rolling Thunder coming through. They just were so focused on their own idea that they forgot about the TP. And the killing blow was that paranoia from Mr. Fallen from that position. It was much, much better than any line you could have normally.
Nearly parallel lines. Dissecting A for now. See Kiwi's wall go down.
I thought for a second he was going to rely on that geometry of the door opening for him to get an angle on side of root. He's going to do it. With the dog coming through from Ethan as well, he's looking for that shot on the root.
Nothing found. But the idea there.
I mean, you can tell how slow that is, though, to react to. Yeah. It's very, very simple, but if you're caught off guard, could have been an easy kill.
Here.
They're going to look for that split again. Remember that time to use that KJ lockdown. Big dink coming out from Jogamo, tapping the door as well. It's only Maj who showed himself.
Gonna clear the panel, and it seems like they're gonna split towards B. Jogamo having to give some of the space up, takes a step back, waits for help, and Calm is close by. Question is, when does Kiwi go? Because he's right up there, a clean shot out onto Calm. But Busio trading it back.
Counter lockdown as well. Look at Demon 1 on the lurk with his hop.
There it is, value found. Cracks though, keeping him back. Oh, he's blind.
Oh.
Opts for the classic, tries to get the kill, but no, Cracks cleans it up.
Can he get half in this position while he's reloading?
He does. The flash there pushes him off. Jogamo respecting the utility. Into the smoke. The tap and the clutch from Jogamo!
Oh my god, the clutch from Jogamo.
It's happening again for EG. Tie it up instantly. They go down 2, they say absolutely not. This Odin comes out and it's been a thorn in Foot's side. And it's something that they've dealt with. They've had to fight against Fnatic, who've gone over and over with this idea of this Odin being so good on this map.
Not ready yet.
Especially with the double controller on the other side too. You have 2 walls that you're spamming through. Either way, Op's still up for Demon 1. You saw him find 1 kill there.
You've got Calm set up in a position where he can fault line.
Aggro.
Yep, off of that, and there it is. There was a flash, there was a fault line set up. So beautiful played from EG.
And that's the first time they've actually gone for that A main control with the stun, but Demon 1 does fall, trying to get out of that panel.
Can they scoop up the op? Jogamo dealing some, receiving some damage from the spam.
That little pause there from Ethan with the Trailblazer.
Woo! They found a lot of space here. What can Busio do to hold them back? Nothing. That's another snapshot out from Cracks.
And both the smokes are already down as well, so they can get on site right now.
Captain has scooped up the op. That was dropped by Demon 1. And he's the one planning the spike now. Mr. Fallen trying to cut off the rotations. Ethan looking to find the space, and he has no. Oh, that was so close!
What a turn! This retake's still tough, though. They've given up Heaven. They go for a flash on it, though.
Both the paranoia and the flash up from Ethan.
They're aware of the situation.
Trying to fill in behind it. Ethan looking for the first target. And the Molly's not going to deal any damage. He's able to be above it, and they have no idea! Another clutch!
Just on top of the box. They're still scratching their head about that one. Because they're communicating right now. Oh, the volley hit for sure.
In the smoke.
I was just looking at the smoke. There's no way I could miss that. But just sits on top of the box, takes no damage from it.
Can't expect about the Devious.
It's a clutch from Jogamo again, by the way.
Oh my god.
Wow.
2 back to back.
Yeah, we said the same thing, bro. Wow.
And we do see the lead switch. Actually, the first lead swap that we have all series long.
Remember in the previous round, it was aggression towards A main, this time towards C. And it's quite the posse.
I mean, you have Jogamo with the flash here, too. Demon 1 with the knives. This could be devastating, especially with the paranoia.
Are they going to swing off the Trailblazer? Yeah, they are. There it is. The
he
line,
missed
but
it.
Demon 1 gets caught on the wall. Still pushing forward, but that should give Foot a window to get out. But can Busio hold them back himself? They've got him trapped. There's nowhere for them to go. Busio playing such a dangerous position. And he gets 2. Looking for the third, and Busio finds it. Not able to convert on much more, but from the graves, he brings Mr. Fallen down with him.
It's almost the same situation as the Ace 2, just 1 short, though. But they control it, and they corral the spike into B main. Grax has very little to do.
What a trap play. Again, nowhere for Foot to go.
And remember, the first initial play did not work. They get the paranoia off, they go for the dash. Demon 1 misses it, and Foot just fall back, but they fall into Busio push.
That just goes to show, again, the layers to these traps, right? There's not just one to it. It's not just all riding or dying on Demon 1 finding the space.
That's Busio making a play in a second shot.
Yeah, that's just dumb. The third one's dumb too, bro.
Stunned.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Again, our reaction as well. He's him.
No timeout called. Interesting here. Foot continuing to go forward. Kiwi has the ult. We saw this orb, and it was previously combined with a nano. This time, just the orb. Just pushing him off the angle.
Insta lockdown? Are you serious?
That is early.
I mean, especially with the info that Ethan's dog is getting right now. Gets it off before he gets suppressed.
It was the knife, and then it was the ult. You're absolutely right, but they invest the overdrive. Busio tucked, and again, value for Busio. Not able to get any more than that, though.
Pushing the lockdown to break it.
They're trying. Numbers still for Foot here. They've taken the space, but it's going to be a 2-man flank coming in through door. They should know. 2v4 now. Demon 1 and Ethan. Can they do it on their own? Can Ethan do it on his own? No, he cannot. A great response from Foot.
The speed and the reaction there from both sides. I love that Busio falls back, instantly pops the ult before the null command comes in, really expecting that. And then Foot to continue on and push forward into spawn instantly. Such a good response. I mean, you saw an opportunity there for Busio for sure to go for 3 and maybe go for the trigger discipline too, but chooses not to. Instead, maybe as well thinking that Kiwi is going to be way ahead of his team, and he was.
I don't blame him. It's a tantalizing temptation to see a Neon dash across your screen like that. I get it. I totally get it. EG still hanging on to a lead. A narrow one at that.
Oh, he's spotted.
He's so done.
Yeah.
No way for him to get out of that, but off of the paranoia. Jogamo looking to apply pressure. There's comm utility here too, as both go tit for tat. Numbers for Foot though.
Second flash there from Calm was good, but they really, really needed to find the kills with it. And I think understanding that, that's why both players are now down. No choice for discipline in that situation in the final round. Ethan has been playing really well around the Viper pit.
He's in the lockdown, looking to see if he once again can play on these razor-thin margins. Indecision.
All good. All good.
Folks, that was so close.
All good.
Trailblazer, one of the last bits of utility he has the flash. Bustio's here too, who is having himself an outrageous half, by the way.
This is much harder to deal with. They know where both sides are, and they're also cut off from finding any entrance. Whereas that last pit was much more on the platform. There's the flash for Busio to go, though.
He's just trampling his way forward, and he gets one. But that's all it is. Can Ethan clutch this out? The spam not going to land. 3 for Attacaptain, and a 6th round for Foot.
This game is very, very back and forth here on Lotus. And EG dealing with a formidable Lotus from their opponents right now. Foot with the reactions, very, very strong.
This was such a good half, man. We had clutches, back and forth, a 6-6 half, multi-kills. Freaking Bustio's 21 and 10 at half. Golden Boy, what do you think about that? 21 and 10, is that good or what?
I mean, I think it's
right.
pretty good.
It's all right. Okay.
Busio's having himself a darn good time out there, and actually, he gave us an early Verizon high-speed moment of the match. This is actually that ace that we had, and I was screaming for the ace the entire time, hoping that would come, but didn't think it was going to come courtesy of a nano swarm, so that's pretty awesome, Kukuka.
Everything was working in his favor. Also, he had Jogamo in case he needed to have that extra support. I think he's gotten several kills also with those nano swarms. The reactions from him were just vibing. Same goes with Potter.
And it has been so insane from this guy and from Jogamo with his clutches as well. But the thing is, EG have needed those rounds.
Yes.
Thus far,
Totally.
it's been 2 big multi-kill rounds from Busio, 2 clutches from Jogamo, where map 1 was defined by their preparation, their consistency. This has been defined by the individual performances, and really, Foot should be up more at this half.
Yeah, and I'm actually surprised, kind of like in the wrong way, because Foot has not reinvented the wheel with what they have been doing on their attack.
Sure.
We know that they rely a lot on the performance that they're going to have, but even though EG has needed a little bit more of those clutches, they have gotten the rounds. That's what matters. So now looking forward, thinking about their attack, I think that Foot is going to really have to come up with something different.
But this is, I think, the stronger side for Foot on the defense with this composition. You can get a lot of value out of this Neon on these fast rotations, especially when you're playing against this solo controller comp, which is way more telegraphed in these late rounds.
And not only that, we're talking about the clutches, we're talking about Bustio being unreal, and we see a Demon that is actually a little bit more quiet.
Yeah.
We need him to shine when it comes to the attack. We need him to be actually pivotal in the tip of the spear.
And really, the reason that you're sacrificing utility in this comp to bring out that double initiator is to be able to take faster extremity control, to set up Demon 1 for these early fights. So it is fair to say that the pressure is with him, especially because when Foot don't have an op in Kiwi's hands, they have a lot of rounds where they're gambiting for space on the extremity.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and send it back over to the casters.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. Yes, a 6-6 half. Now we see Evil Geniuses on the attacking side. We'll see if Demon can find a little bit more traction because he struggled in the first half. Just a 3-7 for now.
Busio with the Sheriff. That guy is on fire for sure.
He is.
But it's important for Demon 1 to start getting going, not just for this game, but in general. I think, given how close this game is, he might be the factor that needs to be. If he turns it up a little bit, that might give him the edge.
Go back to that conversation in just a moment as Evil Geniuses looks to explore B.
That Trailblazer just got so much value because they broke the door for it.
Yeah.
So it went so deep. Self-stun, actually.
The knife, too. I mean, you're seeing so much of this utility dumped out onto the site, and there's another smoke. Demon 1 peeking in front of it, dealing a little bit of damage.
Mr. Fallen's an issue here, though, because he's going to open that revolving door and cause pressure towards these players on the site.
Krax finding the first, getting spammed right back. Meanwhile, there's a fight at the door, and Mr. Fallen gets the kill out onto Com. How much more can they find? A 2v2 here. Maj so weak. They're both sitting on the outside, trying to look in. Swing at the same time. Ethan getting the first. A weak Maj forced into a 1v2, tries to swing out, swings into his death. Another pistol for EG.
All 4 at this point in the series. And while it might feel like they've been relying on them to balloon the leads early, if that's the win con, they've been checking that box over and over every single half so far. And you could definitely see, we already just saw the Ares picked up actually on the second round here of this half.
We often say this game is decided on confidence, and well, he's feeling it. I love this trap setup. The flash pops over the Viper wall, and they can swing through it.
And the Neon is on the backside of this too. It's not the angle you expect them to be in.
And there it is. They were ready for it, though.
But the range, there's nobody really getting info about how close they are. They have to just do it off of the Viper wall. Fuel coming down. There's basically a timer because of that fuel if you're sitting in that pocket.
Yeah.
And you could tell EG was so far back it really didn't affect them whatsoever.
And they were so patient.
I do love the nuanced approach to the KO though. So good.
Agreed. Flash, does he molly off of that? No, the Trailblazer applying some pressure though.
They smelled the stack here.
Yeah, they did. And Bustio's able to get a little bit of space mid too, so they can just break the panel, go through that, not even bother with the fight.
Com committed to fighting this though, and he's trapped against 3.
Trapped against 3, but he's got a Bulldog in hand. It is just pistols on the other side, and well, the pistol proved to be just what was needed. Switching things off, handing it over to Krax. Just one weapon in their hands. Add a Captain weak. Jogamo finding some span, getting the kill out onto him. Marshall finding value, and once again, we find ourselves in a position where EG may be able to capitalize off of the pistol, and they do.
And Bustio again. And despite the situation losing the gun, they're able to pick up what they need. So once again, a big chance to the bonus. Didn't happen in that first half, but on split, converted both of them. And you see so many instances where you have momentum for Evil Geniuses. When it's your IGL being able to pop off so hard like this, it gives so much energy to the rest of the team. Still expecting it from Demon 1.
25-10, and the thing is, he's consistently performing at a high level. This isn't like a one-off thing for Bustio.
It's really been towards the tail end of the split, and now coming into Tokyo as well. In playoffs, he was, I mean, just another beast. We knew he had that potential in him. Well, I mean, he's first. He's first in.
Perfectly common, right? To have the Killjoy being the entry, and almost finding the kill, but well done by beating him in 1 to trade back.
They're stunning for the KJ pushing spawn. Come on, man. And that's what it is. That confidence you're talking about. They've given themselves the site, though, in a big opportunity right now, but they do lose that Vandal that Bustio had. Look at the flank, though, from Jogamo. He has an opportunity. He just has the Sheriff. Remember that KJ is dead, so the alarm bot not active.
But Ada Captain, wise to it, a 6th sense. Knew the timing, knew the pressure. Demon 1 backing on up, throwing it in reverse and staying alive for now. With the spike planted, can they buy enough time? Can they get enough kills?
The orb and the smoke as well, preventing them from being able to play this post plan effectively.
It's just a fall line. He's gonna hold it. They're gonna hold it the entire way because of all the numbers that they have. Fuck, get the defuse.
Great play. And well handled too. Being able to take down at least the first, force Demon 1 to have to go for that trade and lose the opportunity to have Bustio with his mollies in that post. And that's a play that, yeah, I mean, crazy. Crazy out of EG. But if it works, it works. Let's see if Busio continues that same sort of reckless aggression. And it could hurt them in the long run, despite the scoreline from him. It definitely could.
At the same time, though, when you're hot, you're hot. And off of that, Busio once again first, but much like we saw in the previous round, Demon 1 close by. Alarm bot cleared. Start to see a couple of bullets exchanged off of the face of the utility, but nothing done quite yet. Meanwhile, Kiwi is posted up very aggressively towards A with the judge. And it looks like they're going to be pushing right back into him. The spike is there. Jogamo is going to be the first. Demon 1 close by. Do they have any idea? Are they meticulous enough to check this? No, they're not.
Right there.
Off of that, the question is, how much more value can they find? Calm tucking tail and rotating away. And you've got a luxury of space. You've got space B, you've got space C. Calm has options here. So many options. A plethora of positions to go into. Busio falls.
Power on the side of these players. Good flashes and spots them both, so they have so much time to actually pivot into a deeper position. No wall available, no smoke either, so they can get off site here.
That was bold, though. T1 almost paying for it.
If they buy time for the stun to come back up. It just did. Now they can swing off of something.
What other utility do they have? Nothing for Ethan. Just the Phantom.
Aftershock available, too.
Cheeky flash.
Last player standing.
But Ethan falls. That's a 4K for Kiwi. Potential at an ace, but Calm in the clutch. So good in Americas! So good in Japan!
3 clutch rounds now from Evil Geniuses, and that's carrying them through to this lead on their opponent's map pick. And possibly a 2-0 in their first match here at Tokyo. That would be a complete reversal from what we saw at Lock-In for this team, and obviously this team has been upgraded so much. The focus that they had on improving over and over, the fact that they're here is crazy.
Remember, it was a knife on this map that punched their ticket here, and they're seizing the moment. Plenty of opportunities to do it again, though, as Jogamo feeling a lot of pressure. That high-low is way too much to deal with.
Remember, this team, we saw many instances of Foot getting advantages on these light buy rounds, but not quite able to close them out on split. That was over and over happening. I mean, they were put in that situation so often.
Can they convert here? Kiwi has ult and has a Vandal in hand.
Calm's ult too, that's what they're waiting for right now. Could give them the sight. Busio's as well. Now they have plenty of tools to play in the post. But these Molly's not broken yet.
Oh, and they kind of have to commit here because there's no space B and there's no space A. They're just going to walk right into the setup the Foot have. Kiwi's caught.
And you have this play on the back. Yes, certainly 2 players detained right now. They're not able to punish. And Demon 1 goes for it, but the door open and the flank from Mound too.
And the time is expired. The window's closed. Ethan falling. Remember, it was this lighter weaponry, and they've swapped the guns now. It's Krax who has the rifle.
Here.
25 seconds.
And look at how disciplined Foot are. Holding in Mound. Holding in B. Forcing EG to go into them. And that's exactly what they do. Demon 1 with 18 HP and 14 seconds left, forced into a surely unwinnable situation.
Oh, you can plant here, actually. Out of Captain's given up so much space, he's not going to go for it. Instead,
he went so far up. And the clock has expired.
Thrifty.
Question is, who dies? It's Demon 1 who falls, but a thrifty round for Foot.
They finally get it. Hunting for it so often. They finally get it. Can they hang on with that success? Opening, and again, getting up on top of that root, being able to high-low peek, like you called out. So difficult for Jogamo to deal with in that situation. And now EG is the one who's forced down to just the pistols. No stingers, nothing invested. Wow.
That would be a terrible place to be standing.
3 pieces of util, the stun from Kiwi, the nade as well from Krax, and a Molly too to get a 1-tap on potentially a Jogamo TP, something like that. And despite that, EG not only pivot back to this orb on B, but also get the space that they were looking for at the beginning. And Foot was looking to counter. And opening the door too. Normally this is followed up with a dog. This time Boostio's up before any other util.
They're going to split into this, but there's so much Killjoy utility here. They've cleared some of it.
They're not going to expect Boostio.
Use off of the flash, but the shot not able to land.
What a turn from Krax.
Very well done by the KO. Now off of that paranoia, Fallen trying to find a window, and he cannot. But Krax continues to be a problem. Now in the face of the Trailblazer, can he find more? Yes, he can. That's 3. Ethan swinging around, finally dealing with him. It was all an exercise in futility. We're tied at 9.
It is completely unclear which way this second map will go. Despite the fact that we were late into it. Round 19. But we will get those guns back up from Evil Geniuses right now, and we will get a timeout as well. We see on the side of Foot a full house of those ults. And the defensive Kiwi Neon Op. We've seen it over and over. We saw it at Lock-In against an NA team, caused so much trouble. See if EG can handle it.
It's also just very quickly to go back to the fact that we're sitting in a timeout right now. The fact that we've played 18 rounds and we're tied at 9 apiece, and this is the first timeout that we get all map is just crazy.
First for both teams too.
Yeah, we're being told they're going to be calling. Both teams are going to be calling a timeout, so we have a bit of an extended opportunity to have a chat on what's gone on here, and I think. Yeah, so I want to take a little bit of time to talk about Foot because, yes, they've been able to be competitive in this, and you just highlighted Kiwi won with the op. He's so good in that situation, but I think the conversation around Foot historically has been, all right, you know what you're getting with Kiwi, right? Who else can deliver that for their team? Who else can step up when their star duelist is perhaps not dropping 40 or struggling a little bit?
I think on that path here in the playoffs in EMEA, it was definitely out of captain.
I would have to agree, yeah.
And we saw moments like that on Split.
Yep.
He is tied up at the top of the leaderboard with his teammate right now, Kiwi. I also look at Krax. That guy has explosive moments, especially on those ecos. It wasn't the forefront there in that last one that they won, but he's such a beast in some instances. I think specifically, though, they have so many. I mean, we've already seen some of the trap plays that they're running with the KO flashes. So if they can continue to get success with those, I think is the key part of how Foot can actually take this to a win, take this over the edge.
Which is just crazy to think about that that's even the question, because remember, this is their map pick. Historically, they've been very good at it. They've played it 9 times.
Yeah.
Just from the beginning of EMEA up until now, this is their 10th rep on this map.
Yeah.
They're comfortable here. And for EG to be pushing them the way that they have has just been very impressive. But you're right, now they're going to have to face, as we expire the second time out, they're facing the 5 ults on the defensive side. So many options, so many tools for Foot.
I do also want to give credit to EG to make this map, like you said, a deal, because Foot, again, experience, you said 10 maps. The losses that they have against Fnatic and Team Liquid, I mean, those are the first and second seed of EMEA.
Yep.
The fact that EG is putting up performances to match those, maybe not Fnatic, who got 13-1 against Foot on this map. But still, the fact that that's a possible scenario that we're seeing.
Both teams with a brief moment to talk things over and approach things with a fresh look.
I mean, shoot, that was a whole halftime break with the double timeout.
That really was.
Yeah, plenty of time to discuss.
Question is always on the other side of this, what's different, right? What's the new approach?
It's so nice here. This time it's solo lurking. They're taking mound control. They're putting a deep alarm bot, and Jogamo is not only breaking the panel, but also opening up the door. Full pressure on this A side with one person.
A little bit of misdirection, doubt instilled into the minds of the defenses.
And the problem here, too, is Kiwi's under pressure from both sides, now the panel and everywhere else.
They're committing to this. Boostio's exploring by himself at C while the rest of the hit is A. Off in the face of the Rolling Thunder. Captain holds the line. Krax doing a bit of the same. And this has gone horribly asunder.
And that was a breach ult to push them in. They did already bait out one Molly from Captain, but the second one as well, really allowing these guys to just stay put and hold the line. Captain with stun kills as well.
30 seconds left.
If he gets the op-out, okay.
An attempt was made, but yeah. A prime gaming flawless round for Foot. And you mentioned it. It was off the Rolling Thunder, right? But the stun kills out from Captain. I think he got 3 that round, and Krax got another. It was by committee, and it was impressive nonetheless.
Yeah, that dual anchor hold. Making a point, gaming flawless. Yeah, that first kill on a Demon 1. Again, for Evil Geniuses, oof. Demon 1 needs to step up here in the final moments of this map if he wants to close out this series in a flawless fashion like a 2-0. The bottom of the leaderboard.
Haven't seen him in that position very much at all. After taking Americas by storm, he leaves the comfort of his home and now finds himself struggling.
I mean, talk about a whirlwind for a player to go through, though, to get his passport, visa, everything expedited. You're hearing him travel across the U.S. as this hit comes through Kiwi. Get success with the op on the other side of the map.
And at the best attempt from EG, that's all it is for now. 1 for 1. Stingers in the hands of Ethan and Calm, and a rifle from Boostio.
Yeah, but even if this does end up giving a site, giving a plant, you have so many tools here from Foot. The lockdown, specifically here in Waterfall.
Right on cue.
Jagamo's going to go really aggressive here. He has a one-way that he can maybe peek past and challenge Kiwi against. Oh, wait, whoa, whoa.
Oh, that's huge!
That's an op that can come through Waterfall as well. They're going to try to challenge him in the spawn, but he's already gone.
Tables have turned so tremendously. And now Crack's pushing forward weak into the face of 2, but the kills have gone back and forth. Ethan with 6 HP and just the Stinger cannot deliver, but Maj can. What a round.
If he stays one more second back towards Mound, it's a different story. This defuse wouldn't be able to get connected with.
Oh.
But it's crazy because his role there with the Stinger is to do a drive-by.
Yeah.
Get back into that second corner that he ends up falling into, while the rest of his team stays up and maybe finds the kills. A big threat. But don't forget that last round was flawless for them. So despite losing a bunch on this anti-eco, Foot are still very much in control of the bank.
They're so loud, bro, and I don't think it's because of volume. I think the place is popping. Another timeout called, 3 in the last, 2 rounds that we've seen, if I'm not mistaken, this time courtesy of Evil Geniuses. They find themselves down 2 rounds, and it's been 4 rounds in a row for the defensive side. What a flip. Well, the funny thing is, too, is we think about Foot on this map, a lot of their wins have come off of outrageous attack side halves.
Yep.
10-2s, multiple 10-2s.
Yep.
And for them to bring it back on the defensive side is just so impressive.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's been a close game the entire time, right? I think right now, if I'm in the timeout for EG, thinking a lot about how to get Demon 1 a little bit more active, right? The last one might have been a lot of strategy talk given that 2 minutes that we had.
Yeah.
This time, though, if I'm the vets on this team, and there's not many of them for Evil Geniuses, I'm looking at Ethan to try to really get his team, continue to give Boostio confidence, and also really focus on getting Demon 1 active. This series has definitely been rough for him so far on the global stage, his first time stepping on. But it's not just him, too. It's Boostio, it's Jagamo, it's Calm, it's Demon 1. None of them have made an international event, a global event, so far in their careers.
See the line set up off the fault line. They swing through. And it's just going to be a trade of utility. First the Paranoia, then the Flash, and nobody can see a damn thing. Kills go traded 1 for 1. Presence still persists here as you see Ethan grabbing the orb. In the smoke is Mr. Fallen looking for a free one. Nothing delivered.
Slight arc on that, but Kiwi does take the space to catch the pivot back.
Off of the Seekers from so far back.
And the Trailblazer too.
Yeah. Hey, they got what they were looking for. They pushed him off the angle.
But look at the space with Jagamo. He's actually pushing the site with that Seeker.
The alarm bot gives him away. How much further does Jagamo go?
He's so fast, Kiwi.
He's scaling up. The op just on the other side. And the kill delivered.
Mosh dicing with death now. He's going to get one. Jagamo TTs across. Are you kidding me? Looking to put it on match point.
The thing is, Demon 1 found so much space by himself. You see him on the minimap now. Potentially scaling up into spawn. The problem with this is it's just going to take so long.
I mean, yeah, but we've seen so many instances of the EG players being able to really pick at multiple sides of the map. So with this plant as well, you have no clue about the rest. If Demon 1 can find some way to get value out of his deep position and still stay alive to rejoin Ethan late.
10 seconds left.
Remember, he has struggled this map. He's struggled this series.
I'm looking at Mr. Fallen to, yes, TP Mound instantly.
Demon 1, the linchpin, first to fall is Cracks. Attention divided as the approach from Foot is from multiple sides.
They've joined themselves kind of here with a crossfire and spawn.
Now Ethan 1 giving the space. Maj's timing is going to be tremendous if he can hit the window just right. Spike is ticked further away. Demon 1 down to 29 HP, eventually falls. Ethan left in the clutch. Can he do it? No, he cannot.
And the plant was good for him too. The idea there from EG definitely could have worked in the 2v3. But Foot, and as well for them, I mean, for them, they're the first Turkish team in 2 years to make it here. Last one. It was way back at Masters Berlin. The devs talked on it a lot. But for them, they have not attended a global event either. It's the same exact situation, but without a single veteran. These guys qualified through Tier 2 last year. They won that circuit for EMEA. One of the very few teams in partnerships to actually make a team from Tier 2 and keep it into the Tier 1 system.
You can see the setup towards C, but the attention is B, off of the op. No pressure, patient, wow. Yeah, it was the fault line, but there's no swing off of that. Now EG investing the lockdown. Going to see what space they can find while Mr. Fallen's gone hunting. The paranoia is great.
TP in from Jargamo. He breaks the angle. Kiwi did get detained up top though. Are they going to make a push for it?
Surely.
Jargamo still has the flash.
Again, the window has closed, and now they explore. The flash not landing, but the shot isn't either. Splitting the uprights as Cracks does clean up Demon 1.
Meanwhile, look at the pit. Look at the pressure through the door. The pit has covered the spike.
It's going to be too much. Surely it's too much for them to handle. What can Bustio do? Another kill acquired.
I mean, they're looking for spam here. Calm has a fault line, too, to make it difficult.
And there's a flash. There it is. The swing. Bustio's gone aggressive. Bustio's gone aggressive, and he gets 4! Not able to land the ace, but time is short. Cracks with 3. Time ticking away. And there's no way that we just saw that hold from EG. That play from Bustio. What a lunatic.
He's crazy. And it's not a pop-off anymore. It's instant focus for Bustio. Look at this aggression. And we mentioned earlier in the game, early in this half, Bustio was going crazy, way overconfident. Now he's hit 30 in round 23. Now he's one of the only sparks on this team. And to win and turn a situation like that is crazy. Foot still on match point. Plenty of time, plenty of bank.
But EG managing to break the streak. That was 5 rounds in a row that the defense had been able to put up.
And they're doing a great job neutralizing Kiwi. He's constantly switching up on the space that he's taking too, forcing him to retake with the op, and you can see how uncomfortable it was in that last round, missing that shot, and still able to push them back out of B-Heaven. But if he takes one there, you see that situation a lot different.
There's a lot of defensive presence here.
Oh my goodness.
On the other side of the wall. What's the cue? Do they just contact out? It's the flash, it's the spam, and it's a 3K for EG! The site is theirs! EG not done with this map yet. And unless Foot can pull off a 2v5.
I think it's an instant save here, Doug.
Yeah, I agree.
You've got the op in the hands of Kiwi. He's already tagged down. You've got a Vandal for Maj. One off of the KJ ult too. But the rest of the players who are in the grave right now, 500 credits, 350 credits, 150 credits.
They're broke. They're big broke.
If they don't save these weapons, you're looking at a possible easy overtime round for EG. At least a much, much easier one. Despite the fact that by situation.
Broke.
To close out the map in a situation like that would be ridiculous. But both guns will get carried over. Giacomo, careful there. It's the Phantom instead.
We got to see what the buy situation is going to look like, because you're right. Foot have historically been very good in these situations, these light buy, eco situations, if you will. They've only converted, not like they've had an abundance of them.
But I also think that these situations where you have hero rifles, you have hero ops, are actually much more difficult to play with if you're those light buy players, because the situation is going to be, let's play this round normal. But you have 2 Spectres out. Can you really even afford to do that? Busio with his KJ lockdown too have to be considered. And we'll have that final timeout from Foot in regulation. It was so long until we got even a single one from both teams.
Now we've seen all 4. A pause for dramatic effect to build the tension as we potentially find ourselves just a few moments away from a 2-0, or excuse me, from overtime, or pushing ourselves into the 3rd map.
Yeah. Oh, what a way to kick off Masters Tokyo here.
No kidding.
The audience, the fans, we all get a taste of what it's going to be like for these next couple of weeks.
Oh, and then even just the international clash too, man. We don't get very many opportunities to see matchups like this.
I love guys literally drawing on the monitor. But I mean,
Epic pen doesn't work when it's just a real pen, right?
My goodness. What a start. And Foot right now, I mean, again, to bring it back to that conversation that we're constantly going to have about this team and Navi as well in the group stage, it's super important that they get a first win, that they get themselves up already in terms of the battle between those 2 teams, because they're fighting for a champion spot with all the MEA teams. It's much more pressure on them than for EG, who obviously they want to get out of groups, but they at least already have another global events booked.
Kiwi has already taken almost all of A main with an op, and there's help close by. But EG choosing not to explore that way. The lockdown invested was same place as we saw last time.
Yep. Counter lockdown used, but that does still give up a plant. It's so far back. If he could have got that down in B-Link, that would have been different.
And you see the ping on the minimap. That's where they want to go. They're going to commit to this B. Digging their heels in the sand as Jogmo goes aggressive on the ult. He's so far away.
That's crazy.
Nobody's heard that from that distance. And now paranoia instilled as they wonder where is he gone. Oh, Demon 1! Flash gets 2!
Full blind!
Dashing back, getting up high, the knives don't land.
Nobody there to help, but they're fine sitting behind this field, and Ethan gets it anyways.
And now Jogmo appears. The early ult repositioned. A couple of bullets into the back of the hopes and dreams of Foot on that round. We're going OT, baby. We're going the distance.
Switching sides.
It's definitely a huge welcome to Tokyo. For everybody. That's ridiculous from Demon 1. Full blind, 2 headshots with the spray from the Vandal.
And then instantly popping knives. To be that disoriented in that moment, but still have the wherewithal to know you're 2 off of the ult. Very well done. Woo, baby.
And Busio, right, by the way, we're heading into overtime right now. We have a chance to see Busio really push up on the scoreboard. Already dropped 30 in regulation. At this point, we're looking at definitely a game here. EG versus Foot, map 2, first overtime. And we swap sides now. Foot back to that attack. Remember, such good apps in EMEA, but the one here was only 6-6.
A far cry from their usual performance. The Demon 1 feeling it. Dashing away, staying alive.
They've got mount control here. Foot have the ideas. There's no flashes anymore from Krax, so they can't actually take it, but they do anyways.
He's so pacey, he's so aggressive, and you're right, Krax was close by. And off of that, Jogmo punished.
It's like Jogmo's trying to do what Mr. Fallen was by hiding in that smoke for so long.
Yeah. Ultorb goes over to Mod. He's repositions, the spike's still not in hand, but look at how far up Ethan is. No real way to apply pressure.
It's so crazy. It's such a nasty off angle. You're playing in a spot that, oh my goodness.
The spike is rotating back, and Ethan's wise to it. He knows, he hears it. Not it. Oh, he does land the shots with one bullet left. How does he get the second? He cannot.
No time to switch even.
Meanwhile, Mr. Fallen has gotten so far up into B already.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to get the package delivered.
But can they secure it? Can they preserve it?
Look at Demon 1 on the flank, instantly taking the space that he knows they have to give up. They don't know Mr. Fallen's position, but Demon 1, with this information, he probably does.
Ult used. Demon 1 creeping forward. Neither target found. But a position for Heroics once again. An opportunity to right the ship. Mr. Fallen in the smoke, a 1v3. Nothing found.
Evil Geniuses, they fought back hard to make it to overtime. They take advantage in the first one.
Match point.
The very first one. Again, that angle was just so brutal because you can fall back into a position that Mound can't even help you. So the players who are funneling in, not only do you get a kill on the Mound players as they're using util.
Oh my god. The duality of man right there. Potter chuckling, popping off as guys is just a blank stare into the screen.
Done.
EG in a position to close things out 2-0. Through some Heroics as now you see Foot pushing forward A. They've once again put Kiwi 1 in such an aggressive position, but you see Calm, you can see it through the X-ray. He's set up with the fault line ready to go.
Yeah, and remember, early on in this match, we saw so much Odin play. That's completely gone from Evil Geniuses. That could have punished Kiwi right there.
The deep flash. EG take A. At least stay main for now. You're still going to have to get through the alarm about the smoke and the nanos.
The slow pace out of the side of EG might indicate that they're going for like an orb farm, which is really good on this map in overtime because you can get ulta.
How much do they bite on this? The alarm bot has been cleared. The door has been opened. And now the nano's used. This is buying some time for Foot to rotate over. Krax is here. Kiwi's still holding line. But they're going to commit. The paranoia pushing him off the angle. Flash on the other side, and now the aftershock. There's nowhere to go. You got to swing out into your death.
This might be it
Come
here.
on, can A.
Numbers EG.
Let's make it winnable.
The spike ticks. Krax swinging out of the smoke, swinging into Calm. And it's all on the captain, and he cannot deliver. EG Open Masters Tokyo with a 2-0 win over Foot.
Go to the lower bracket.
It's quick, it's swift. And the miracle run continues. They're gonna go up into that upper bracket instantly to put them in a position to quick exit out of the group into playoffs. And the only America's representative to have that instant berth in the playoffs is Loud, EG. Putting themselves instantly in great position to capitalize.
I've got to go back to what we talked about earlier in the series. They weren't even supposed to be here, dog. If not for a knife from a coach, they wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
And now they find themselves standing on the international stage with a W.
And it was very tough opponents.
Yeah.
I think on the side of Foot, you really, I mean, especially before Demon 1 came to Tokyo, before we knew that that was a possibility, we're thinking Foot. I mean, they might be the favorites in that series.
Absolutely.
But it's not even Demon 1 who ends up being the key factor in that. It's the entire team effort, but specifically Bustio and his calling. That is the factor against Foot here.
His calling, his frags, 35 and 19. With 5 first bloods, mind you.
Yeah, as the KJ. I mean, Ty is the first bloods of Demon 1.
He was entering, right? He was anchoring. A jack of all trades.
Such a good story for this team. And again, the inexperience not showing so far.
No.
Maybe a little bit in situations here and there. But that's a fantastic start.
It is, and two, remember, Foot put together a ferocious comeback.
Yeah.
They had won, what, 6 rounds in a row, 5 rounds in a row, something like that.
On
Inexperienced teams, they crumble there, right? They fold. And EG stays strong.
I think specifically because it's the map pick of their opponents, right? But the sparks that they had, Bustio, Giacomo with a couple clutches as well. It definitely reminds me of that qualifying match against Cloud9 that they had in that upper bracket, where it felt like some of the players could do no wrong. And you saw at so many moments how much fun these guys were having.
Yeah.
Potter laughing in overtime.
I mean, they're likable. You got to give them that.
I mean, yeah.
When you're having fun like that. I mean, they did have plenty of reasons to laugh too. They had plenty of reasons to giggle, but what a performance.
It's so nice because during that initial split where they started off very slow, where they got 13-0 against Loud, they turned into the laughingstock of Americas. But instead now, they're the ones laughing as they're here in Tokyo.
And it wasn't without heroics from Foot as well, man.
Oh, man.
We saw Cracks, he played exceptionally well. Captain did as well. The questions around who steps up when Kiwi isn't struggling, or maybe not even struggling, but not dropping 30.
He's getting neutralized by the approaches from EG. It was so solid. Those trailblazers from Ethan over and over, making him not a factor.
So difficult to deal with. You could see the tension on Potter's face. A 2-0 win for EG. We're going to throw it down to the desk to break it down.
That's good. Great. He said desk.
He did.
This is Sadie. She's on Verizon, and she has the new My Plan, where she gets exactly what she wants and only pays for what she needs. She picks only the perks she wants and saves on every one, all with an incredible new iPhone. Get iPhone 14 Pro on us when you switch. It's your Verizon. All get
Hello.
Just picking up the garbage that I dropped so that Yinsu doesn't yell at me when we change over hosts. In any
She'll
case,
yell at you no matter what.
She'll still yell at me because I'm going to leave the seat too high, and it's a whole thing, everyone. Anyway, let's go ahead and talk about the game that we just watched, because EG with a 2-0 victory manages to not only do it in dominating fashion, but it looked like they were having a pretty good time up there. And I think if a team like Evil Geniuses Kakuka's having a good time, watch out for everyone else.
Yeah, exactly. On the other side, maybe a Foot, they thought they'd close it out. But as you said, EG bringing it back also. They managed to get 4 out of 4 pistols in the match that we saw today. A very dominant performance at the beginning of those first halves.
And it really seemed like it was a matter of time before EG picked up more of these rounds. Foot's defense left so many of these holes where EG was consistently able to find these lurks into deep positions, but it was the late round coordination from Foot, their individuals performing in those moments, that kept them in it. But EG turned that around in the last few rounds and showed excellent mental resiliency. This is a team that went from being kind of the laughingstock of Americas in the first few weeks that everyone was doubting. No, it's because everyone is mean. That's because the community.
The internet is quite mean.
Be nice now. And I mean, this is the time to be nice to EG, because they really have turned it around. They look incredible in this game. And like you're saying, they were chilling, they were laughing, having fun, looking comfortable on that stage.
Yeah.
That's a scary thing, right, to have to deal with. It's when you have a team that can just go out there and just feel comfortable despite the conditions that they find themselves in. But I have no doubt that Foot, after this, will find that footing. Oh God, I can't believe I said that. But they will find that.
Imagine how the rest of the year has been.
I know, especially because I just use the same generic phrases over and over again. But that being said, like, but no, they really are a team that's going to need to, like, really break it down. What do you see, I guess, for Foot that they'll need to try and, like, improve upon as they get ready for this lower bracket run?
Oh, they're not going to crumble down. I think that they're not the team that usually does that. They've been on this side of the coin many, many times. I think that they're just going to come back stronger. Of course, it's very tough because now one more loss and you're gone and you have to go home. And not only that, probably that means you also have to go through LCQ if Navi has, you know, a better placement than you. So of course the pressure is there, but I think they are used to that kind of situation.
It is a very high pressure situation for them, but for EG, they continue to play with house money. They've continued to defy expectations, to make it here, to keep going, and they just look freed by that weight off their shoulders. Yeah. And in this, they also showed their variety of play styles. They can come in with really good prep, counter-stratting on map number 1, punish their opponent's tendencies, and they can also, in a more chaotic map that they're less comfortable on, that they're not willing to play as often, still perform.
Yeah. And I think that's actually a really good point that you make, Mimi, because that was a real sticking point for this team earlier on in the season was they don't feel flexible. They don't feel like they can mold themselves to their opponents. And this was an EG that did literally just that. So really the sky's the limit for this team, Kukuka.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, having to play on the first day is something that not many teams like. It's kind of like the pressure's all on you. Many
and
people
first
get...
match.
Exactly. You're the first match. Everybody gets a little bit more time. You just got here and you have to do all the media and all of that. And then you have to play. Everybody's looking at you. Everybody's going to be like, okay, let's see if they change something. These are the first ones, how everything is going to be here. So, of course, it's something that not many teams like. But with this performance and how comfortable they were, it's going to tell a lot about how the rest of the matches are going to go for them.
And I think so much that has to be credited to the leaders of this team. In particular, Busio having a fantastic individual performance. It looked like he had plot armor on the Killjoy throughout this one. And he was still calling a really solid game throughout that. And I think it's in part because of the people around him. It's Ethan being an emotional leader, bringing the experience onto the situation here at LAN. And Potter as well, doing the same, helping them to come up with the ideas ahead of time. It's just such a different EG than we saw at the beginning of the year.
It's very clear, like, in talking to the players and getting to know them more as the split progressed, that this is a team that at this point now they've realized, like, we're in this together. We're in the ride. We just got to find a way. We just got to make this work, and they are making it work. But not only are they making it work, but they're looking great throughout the process now. Of course, we'll see what FUT does as they get ready for their lower bracket run. Anything truly is possible here for FUT, and I don't want to count them out just yet. I do feel like we saw some great ideas, and I think that perhaps them being here and them kind of getting rattled, you know, a little bit is kind of gonna, you know, knock some sense into them and get them ready for this next few games.
I think it has to for FUT, especially since you do lose on really your favorite map that has been consistently a home ground for them. For FUT, it's going to be a tough bit of time to turn around for this lower bracket, but I really think it does have to come down to changing over some of their tendencies. We saw EG punishing that with players in these forward positions that they were playing back in EMEA, on Split, on this map as well, always throwing the same utility combos, always having the same kind of early round tendencies that is just very readable. So mixing things up, getting a little bit more loose like EG was showing could be huge for FUT.
Yeah, but I think that is something that they could learn over time. Maybe they do not have that time because, as I was saying during the halftime, I don't think that FUT was reinventing the wheel and what they were doing on Lotus. They were being very repetitive of what we had seen on EMEA. So I just hope that they don't just keep thinking of what could have happened if they had gone to Pearl.
I totally agree on that one. Of course, we'll see FUT later on in the tournament, but the day belongs to Evil Geniuses. So let's go ahead and send it down to Yinsu, standing by for the Ryzen post-match interview. She's got Boostio.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. I am joined by Boostio here. Congratulations on your first win. 35 kills. Yeah? You're not messing around?
No, and the first ace of Masters feels pretty good.
Yeah, I feel like the last time you played EMEA team was back in Lock-In. Heretics, you beat them. FUT, you beat them today. You're a bit of a EMEA slayer right now. How was that game?
Yeah, FUT's a really good team. So that one was a lot harder than Heretics. Heretics was pretty easy. That was a very hard match, and we just got it done.
Speaking of a hard match, at least in the EMEA, teams usually avoid Lotus when they play against FUT because it is their best map. I think maybe you guys kind of felt that as well as you were playing against them. Why did you float that today?
I think it was just because we just wanted to ban Bind instead of Lotus, pretty much.
Why did you want to ban Bind instead of Lotus?
No comment.
Is this a FUT-specific strat that you
want?
It's
for us mainly.
Oh, okay. So we'll see what happens in that stage.
Yeah.
Okay. For a while, we didn't think that you were going to get Demon 1 on this stage. I think everybody was a little bit sad about it. How big of a buff is it to have him with you guys? And how long have you had even to prepare with him?
Yeah, so we figured out about 3 days ago that he was coming, or 4 days ago, so very little time. So we've only had 3 days of practice pretty much since we've been in Tokyo. And it means everything for him to come because he got us here in the first place throughout the season. He was with us the whole time. So him being here is just amazing.
Yeah, I mean, despite not having that much practice, I don't think we could tell that you guys haven't been playing with him that much. But how much has that changed your game plan? Because obviously you guys were already ready to sub someone else in and not play with him.
Yeah, I think it did change a lot, like the last week or two. We had a substitute, of course, but this last week or 3 days, we just kind of just said, just focus on communication, just our defaults, just all our old strats. Don't really try to add anything new since we don't have that much time anyways. So it's just going to the basics pretty much, and it ended up working out perfectly.
I think in your region, in the Americas, the Potter timeout, the Potter pauses, is a thing that we tend to discuss about. It's very, very impactful. I think we definitely saw that today on Lotus. Could you describe to me what kind of input Potter does have in those timeouts?
Yeah, she'll usually in the timeout, for example, will just tell us what she thinks is the best play to do in that moment with our ultimates and what the enemy team's been doing, and then we'll just do that. And then she'll just give us just the standard, just make sure to trade well, communicate. But yeah.
How much do you think that timeout helped in overtime?
In overtime?
Yeah. Oh, sorry, before overtime, before you went into
the 9-12 pause was very good for us. We definitely needed it. It was kind of like we were losing it. We just settled down after that timeout and we got the job done.
Thank you very much, Boostio. We'll see you on the next round of this group stage. Thank you so much for joining me. We are going to be showing you guys DRX versus ASC in just a moment, but first, enjoy the Prime Gaming post-match highlights.
Competition around the world, we can finally say it's time. The top teams are ready to face off on the global stage. America. EMEA, Pacific, and China. Everyone is here. Hello, everyone, and welcome to day one of Masters Tokyo, coming at you live from the Tipstar Dome in Chiba. Two unlikely contenders find themselves in a collision course here in Tokyo. It's about to go down. Evil Geniuses versus FUT Esports. It doesn't get any better than this.
Yeah, he is, and he's going to continue to go forward, but EG keeping him back.
Blocking sight.
We settle into a 2v2. The spam from Demon 1. Nice! Demon 1 tucking in his smoke. He goes back up high, and every single blade misses. Eyes on Calm to hold the spam. He had to respond with it, not able to get the kill. To keep the map alive in a situation like this, impossible. A Prime Gaming flawless to close map 1 for Evil Geniuses. But Boostio may hold the line by himself. There's a spam that we were just referring to. In the face of the lockdown, Boostio swings out and gets 4. Maj in an impossible situation, and the very first ace in Japan goes to Boostio. Tension an ace, but Calm in the clutch. So good in Americas! So good in Japan!
The pig!
There it is, the swing. Boostio's gone aggressive! Boostio's gone aggressive, and he gets 4!
Yes! I'm so good!
EG Open Masters Tokyo with a 2-0 win over FUT.
It's quick, it's swift, and the miracle run continues.
What do you think? Welcome back, everybody. I'm Yingsu, your host for the second match of the day between DRX versus Attacking Soul Esports. Now, Mimi and Bea, I was way too jealous of you guys having fun on this day, so I thought I wanted to come on and bring an old friend, Benkai. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me on. It's been a while. Last time I was here was in Istanbul for Champions. And now since I've taken like a little backseat on the gaming part of it, I decided to like dip my toes a little bit more on like the analyzing and stuff.
Yeah, we've stolen you. We've stolen you now. But let's talk about the matchup here, starting with DRX. And how poetic is it, guys, that we have Benkai here with us, of course, back in the Pacifics region. PaperX, they dethroned DRX. And for the first time ever, DRX looking a little bit shaky coming into this. Do you feel like maybe this is a weaker DRX compared to the past international tournaments?
I definitely feel like they've been pretty shaky in recent times, and I'm not sure if it's a coincidence, but I'm always on for when a DRX match is happening, so I don't
that's
I happen to be like their lucky. I'm pretty sure I'm their lucky charm, so maybe they will have better luck this time.
Yeah, but in the Pacific region, they didn't quite have that luck, because this is the first time that they are coming into an event not winning their region, not being the favorite of Pacific. The last time that they didn't find the top spot in their regional competition was way, way back at Reykjavik, the very first international tournament, when they lost out to Newturn and didn't qualify to that event. So this really is something new for DRX.
Yeah, exactly. And so many people are still maybe surprised to see the fact that they have to go through this hurdle. Luckily, let's say, for a chance, they have an easy team to start with, to begin with. I think that they have gone through a lot of testing, maybe taken to the extreme. You know, Yinsu, that in EMEA, we've seen a lot of testing with some teams. They've done it differently. They've done it with Sesh and Foxy. And I think that might have taken a toll on them.
How much weakness do you feel like Benkai DRX showed in that grand final against PaperX? Because Stack seems to think that they did show a lot.
To be honest, it's really difficult switching between like two systems. So they have one system with Zest where it's a bit more conservative, it's more to the playbook. But with Foxy 9, it's a bit more like balls to the wall kind of like gameplay. Yeah, so they've had a substantial amount of time like after VCT Pacific to really brush up that system with Foxy, and if he plays today, then I'm pretty sure they're going to be a lot more polished than they were in the grand finals.
And they've had some time, but it still was a fairly quick turnaround from losing the finals to now showing up here at the international event. They again have to play through the group stage, which is quite unusual for DRX, but the thing is that they always have this huge amount of experience at international events.
I mean, do you think it's fair to say that I feel like every international event, Mimi, it's like DRX, finally, this is the one, they're gonna win it. But this time around, I feel like we're not really saying that.
Yeah, it really is the first time I think that the community expectation has shifted around this team. And I think the turmoil that they've had internally, shifting back and forth between players and having to adapt their style, has been the main reason for that. But the question is, what version of DRX do we see? Because they are so consistent, top 4, pretty much every global.
Yeah, the thing is that if we look back to the DRX that we know, that we have seen in all of these events, we know that it's a DRX that can overcome all of that and come out stronger.
Well, they are still DRX in the end of the day. I think the redemption arc starts here. And I actually had an opportunity to catch up with Buzz from DRX a little bit earlier.
Welcome back. I just want to ask you a quick question. You guys are the group stage demons. You have a lot of experience here. So how's the preparation been for this group?
We played against the ASC a lot in the scrims, so we know each other very well. And EGM Food Esports is a first master for them, so maybe we have a very good opponent for us. So maybe it's going to be very good for us.
Oh, I like it. I look forward to it. Good luck, Buzz. Good luck.
I mean, this is the thing. Buzz just said they pracked ASC a bunch. Is not an unknown opponent. And also the experience diff as well over everyone else in their group. Benkai, how important is that?
It definitely gives DRX a little bit of an upper hand because it's ASC's first time overseas, like at an international event. So they're definitely going to be feeling those LAN jitters. But if they were just to push that aside a bit and just play as though they were in their scrims, if DRX says that they are that good, I believe they can be better than what DRX is telling us.
Yeah, I mean, that is DRX through and through. But I can now confirm to you guys that today, like Benkai theorized, you know, the Zest Foxy 9, it will be Foxy 9 playing Kukuka. How big of a difference do you think that will be for them?
I think it gives them a lot of leverage. We know that Foxy individually is a brilliant player, and I think that it helps them play a little bit more loose, which probably will help them playing against a team like ASC, because they play their own game. They're very aggressive. They're going to have to adapt to a lot of that, as I said, aggressiveness. And, you know, in some way, thank God that they played against Paper Rex before coming here, because they're going to see a lot of things that they did not expect before coming here today.
When they play with Zest in the roster, it is really consistent of what DRX has always been. This execute-heavy team that you know wants to play these setups, be it the set retakes, the set executes on their attacking side. It is very much playing to the structure. But Foxy9, as you can see in some of these clips, he's the guy who can inject that pace, add something new, refresh the DRX that, well, has been consistent, hasn't been able to break through. And the main reason I'm happy to see him here is I think he could be that catalyst to propel them out of the style that, well, has been good in the past, has never been enough to lift an international trophy.
I mean, let's not forget, he was supposed to play lock-in as well. We heard the DRX players talk about that. He didn't end up doing that. Of course, you speak about their two systems. Do you believe that this was the right move to go up against ASC today?
I definitely feel that having Foxy9 would mean that they'll be a lot more open to having different paces to play against ASE. Like, I feel like if they bring out like a really fast pace at the beginning of the game against ASE, they won't know what to do, and they'll just like slowly start to shut down from there, because there would be a pretty good case of DRX taking advantage of how ASE is not as experienced as them on like the international stage.
I feel like we're all kind of for the Foxy9 move. And of course, Kakuka, DRX, I know they probably should have skipped groups. I think people were expecting them to skip groups. But does it really matter? They won like every group anyway, you know?
Yeah. I mean, they have a lot of experience playing in groups and actually making it out of groups. As I said, I think that maybe it favors them the fact that they have an easy opponent this time, because I feel like a lot of things have changed in Valorant. A lot of things have changed in the competitive, and maybe DRX wanted to change as well. They wanted to maybe play a little bit more loose, play a little bit more reactive, but it wasn't working for them. So I want to see the DRX that was making it out of groups all the time.
But that DRX was the DRX of structure, the one with Zest that was very set in their ways of how they wanted to play, that was incredibly dedicated to that structure. And I think when I was watching Foxy9 play with this team in the earlier stages of Pacific, well, that little extra spice, that aggression helped them out at times. It could also be a detriment. Occasionally, he'll overheat, push a little bit more. It won't be quite as coordinated as DRX normally looks. So there is also a risk in playing him.
I mean, the good news is if there is overheating or a little bit of trolling going on, Mako still exists. And Benkai, you played against him a bunch of times. Talk me through just how good Mako is.
I'm pretty sure every time we face DRX, our main game plan is just to avoid him.
Thanks for the honesty. Okay, how do you avoid him?
We'll get info at the start of the round, and then we'll be like, oh, okay, Marco's staying here, and we'll just all converge to the other bomb side, because we just know how good he is. And maybe having Foxy9 is such a it's gonna act like a pillow for Marco, because it doesn't really put as much pressure on his shoulders to perform.
Probably the best controller in the entire world. If I were in your shoes, I would have played Avoid Mako as well. I think it's a very solid strat. I think it's something that we might see some teams copy here.
And the thing is that no matter who's playing on this roster, be it Zest, be it Foxy, it's always Mako who is performing regionally, a global event. It doesn't matter if there is one constant of this team, it is him doing well, anchoring his sight on the defense and clutching on the attack.
I feel like we're setting up this redemption arc, but just forgetting just how good the pieces of DRX is. But they're going to be taking on a bit of an unknown quantity today. It's not very often that we introduce a brand new team to an international tournament. I had the pleasure of being able to catch up with Attacking Soul Esports coach Ego a little bit earlier. Check this out.
Coach Ego, welcome to Japan. It's your international debut. Are you guys excited? 你们这是第一次来到这么大的舞台，你们兴奋吗？
我们心情是很兴奋的，我们也现在也出来很久了。
谢谢你的时间。Good luck, fighting, 加油。
He said he's very excited to be here and show everybody what they got. Short and sweet, but the thing is, one thing I want to quickly bring up of this roster is in the press conference where Life spoke about how after scrimming some of the teams here, he felt like maybe his team is a little bit below average, but Mimi, it sounds like they just want to come here, get experience and have fun.
Yeah, that is really going to be the goal here for ASE, because this team's history, they've been around for a while, grinding in China, playing regionally, but this is their first big break in the moment where it mattered most. They stepped up, they qualified to the international tournament, and no one is really expecting them to do anything. They're such an unknown quantity that if you can kind of play with nothing to lose, there's always a chance for an upset, and we've always talked about that with China, but it's yet to happen.
I mean, we were also talking about that for example, for EG, and look at the game that they just had. Of course, that possibility is always there. And I think Boss also, during the press conference, he was talking about them, saying that the problem with this is that you cannot underestimate them. You cannot think that it is a team that is not going to show any kind of opponency. No, you have to think that they want this more than you, but they don't have anything to lose.
Yeah, I mean, this team, they beat EDG, let's not forget, in their region. But Benkai, have you scrimmed against them? What do you think about them?
I definitely have scrimmed against them quite a bit, actually. And I feel like they're still in the growing stage. Where they're really, where they're really like learning how to play. But it still feels like they're just trying to find their identity right now. Like with their agent comps and the things I've seen in scrims, they're more of like just seeing what the better teams are doing and just trying to replicate that. But I feel like being here will definitely give them the experience to really find themselves and the right kind of play style that they should adopt.
But it has been a constant evolution for ASE. They played over 1,000 rounds throughout this year already to qualify here to Tokyo. And throughout that, they were changing comps. They went from playing some stuff that they were experimenting with, trying out the Gecko, trying weird double duelist comps that no one else in the world is really running. And they realized that some of that doesn't work. And in stage 2, they started switching to more meta compositions and were consistently improving.
I mean, just to put that into perspective, that's 350 something more rounds than DRX. They've been grinding a lot, but Kakuka, you know, who would have thought that a Chinese team would be fast when it comes to their playstyle? Let's take a look at the plants and kills as well.
Yeah, exactly. We're talking about a team that is ultra reactive, that is ultra aggressive, runs a double duelist in some of their compositions, and of course we expect them to actually be very aggressive. You know this team here at the beginning. This is the time that it takes them to get the first kill, first death, just in attack.
Yeah, I mean, we pretty much created this identity of getting the first kill in the round, right, as fast as we can. So I'm happy to see that we're solidified ourselves as like the top of that.
Yeah, I have to say that this is the entire year for Attack and Soul Esports. The last 3 months, they're down like 4 seconds. So they're actually currently a little bit faster than you. So just imagine how that would be.
I can't wait to see them play. But of course, still an unknown quantity with the exception, Mimi, of Life. He has been here before, but I don't think we saw much of him though.
Yeah, for context, Life was on EDG last year when they made their debut at Champions, but he only got to play 1 game. He was subbed out in the other series they played, but after leaving EDG, after Champions, he's been grinding with ASE, and he's the player who really leveled them up to get to this point now where they've qualified to Tokyo, and he has looked absolutely unstoppable. We've built up a lot of these Chinese Jet players in the past, and Life is no exception. The things that he was pulling off regionally are just unbelievable.
Yeah, he's leading pretty much in every department in terms of stats, of course. Playing 1,000 rounds skews it a little bit, but Benkai, when you scrim against them, surely you talk about avoiding Mako. Life, right? You run to the other side if you see him.
It's kind of hard to do that.
He's gonna run at you more so.
Yeah, it's hard to do the same thing with Margot, because when we see him, he just keeps chasing us. So he can't run away. We can't run away from him. So like we are being forced to like keep pushing back while he keeps pressuring us. So I think he really brought like some of that experience over from EDG and like imparted it onto ASE, and they kind of adopted that playstyle now.
Yeah, you're talking about all the stats. There's one to me that goes above and beyond, and is Mimi, you were talking about all the compositions that they've run in. They've tried a little bit of, you know, like funky agents and tested, maybe put in a little bit too much on their plate. Life is on the other side. I think he has a 90, close to a 90% pick rate on Jet. We're talking about one tricks, and he's the one that leaves his comfort zone the least.
And you'd look at this game, and you'd look at a player like Life and think that even when they have that skill, it's against DRX. Surely DRX's structure is going to be able to shut this one down. But like we were talking about, in the finals, it was Paper Rex that they lost to. And if there's one thing about ASE, is that they are very similar stylistically. Yep. And if they can find some of those same gaps and exploit DRX similarly to how they were exploited against Paper Rex, there's a chance for this game to maybe be closer than expected. But really for DRX, this should just be about getting a confident win with the roster you want to run here at another international.
Yeah, we're going to see map vetoes in a second, but do you guys think that DRX finally deviate from that Lotus ban? Is this the place to do it?
No, I think
well, if they have it prepared, would you show it on day one?
Oh, I mean, we will see in just a moment. I want to know what both of these teams are going to do here and whether Lotus will get floated here from DRX. Without further ado, let's send it down to the players and see which maps we're going to be getting for this game.
So first of all, congrats on making it to Masters to both of you. It's a big accomplishment, so good job. So I wanted to start with the higher seed coming into this match is DRX. So you would choose Team A or Team A? Team B. So Attack and Soul, you will be Team A. Are both teams familiar with the pick ban process? Good? Okay. Yep. Yeah, perfect. So we will go ahead and get started. You have about 45 seconds per pick. So Attacking Soul, your first ban. Split, your ban. Lotus, so map number 1 by Attacking Soul.
Split by Fracture.
Fracture, side on Fracture. Attack, so map number 2 from DRX. Pearl, side on Pearl.
Defense.
Defense. Okay, we're going to go through our next set of bans, starting with Attacking Soul. You have Ascent, Haven, and Bind.
So ban will be Bind.
Okay, they will ban Bind, your ban. You have Ascent and Haven. Ban Haven. Map number 3 will be Ascent. Attacking Soul, side on Ascent.
Defense.
All right. I'm going to run through this really quick, make sure we're all good to go. So first set of bans, I have Attacking Soul with Split, DRX with Lotus. Map number 1 is going to be Fracture with DRX on attack. Map number 2 is Pearl with Attacking Soul on defense. The next set of bans are Bind and Haven with map number 3 for Ascent with Attacking Soul on defense. Perfect? All right, good luck to you both. Attacking Soul, you're up.
Wow, both of these teams, we have one that's on a redemption arc and the other that's just here to get some experience, exciting stuff. But Mimi, what did you think about heading to Fracture first?
It's going to be an interesting map to take a look at here. Both these teams have played it quite a bit, but the biggest question, I think, on all the maps throughout this series is how are DRX going to pivot with Foxy in the mix? Because it forces them to switch around their roles quite a bit. Normally, Zest is on that initiator, Buzz has to hop off the duelist and switch on over to a more supportive role, and to allow Foxy to play on that jet. So it's all this swip swapping.
Yeah, it's RB that I'm looking at and how comfortable he's going to be, how happy he's going to be in the shoes that he has to fill in the server, depending on the flexibility that is required from him. We know the compositions that they can run if Zest is there, if Fox is there. The question is, are we going to see surprises? And more so, are we going to see a dominant win? Because I feel like many people are expecting that from DRX.
Yeah, on the other side, ASC, they run the stage on Fracture. What do you make of that?
That was just one time. I mean,
no, it was a few times. It was more than once.
They tested it.
It was more than once. But we're going to see in Agent Select and see what we are going to get here. Foxy9, I feel like this is the comp they ran the last time they played against DFM with Foxy9.
Yeah, so this is slightly different. They were playing Foxy on the Jet, and they've experimented with that role. So this is actually a swap over to the Raze. They really like the Fade Raze still, even in this meta.
Yeah, he was on the Raze against DFM when they played this map, I believe. So we have seen it, and it was a dominant win there.
Yeah, I'm just kind of excited to see how the system changes around because DRX has been known to also play RB on the Neon. Like they have that system with RB Neon as well. So having Buzz move away from that duelist role as well to the Killjoy, I'm kind of excited to see like how they play this Raze lineup.
I think it's going to be surprising, right? Because we have seen interactions of then playing with the double controller, with the Viper and Brimstone, as you were saying, with the Neo. Now RB going on the Fade. I mean, of course, that we know that the preparation is out there, but of course, as I said, I want definitely a defining win for them.
And for the side of ASC here, on this composition, the double duelist, it's something that not everyone has been picking up on. Some American teams have been experimenting with this one, but what's really effective for it is these really fast pushes on extremities on your defensive sides. The Raze also allows you to have a lot of strong post-plant utility when you're on that attack, and also just allows your individuals to just feel so comfortable.
Well, I can't wait to see what's going to happen here. It's time to jump into game with your casters. It's Brandon Seisho.
Thank you very much, Insu. Yeah, excited to get into this one here for DRX versus Attacking Soul Esports as well. And listen, there's tongue twisters all over the place with these teams, Josh, honestly. Have you been practicing the name?
No.
You've been practicing? HFMI, 0DZ, J79, C9.
You messed it up already.
I messed it up already.
You messed it up already.
We'll call him HFMI.
I think that is the most sensible option. I do love the way that the Chinese casters have been, working with that. Yep. They've been calling him Zimuge, which means like alphabet brother, yep. Which is also the same nickname that NBA fans use to refer to Giannis Antetokounmpo. So, he's in good company there. He's in very good company. But there are so many things to address with this match, but I think the desk has hit on one of them when you look at the agents that are being played. Yinsu mentioned it, but DRX have only played this composition once against the team at the very bottom of Pacific. And yeah, it was a dominant win, but only on one half.
Wow, what a beginning. It's Live who has to hold down the fort towards B main. It's going to be that split attempt, surely in your face though. Not lacking any sense of confidence from that, but the side's going to be gained nevertheless here for DRX. Plant down, B main control not going to be theirs either. HFMI with control of that, a good stun and a face, not enough damage. Chipping it down though, and spam through the smoke will eventually finish off Mako. And this is getting really quite dicey on the pistol. Stacks falls, left up to RB. Contacting around, HFMI sets his sights on him, and a pistol round. Going away of Attacking Soul Esports.
Well played. I love the decision to contest early there and pick up an early pistol. That's going to boost these guys full of confidence. Wow, okay. Attacking Soul are definitely the team coming into this as underdogs, the team with less experience. The new kids on the block, you might say. Just rustling up to their first global tournament after they qualified quite a long time ago, just because of how the Chinese circuit works.
Yeah.
But they've had a lot of scrim experience against DRX, and that can go both ways.
DRX, they are just trying to brute force almost their old composition they were playing as well, at lock-in back when they weren't really utilizing Foxy 9 as much. It's been turbulent, to keep it lightly.
Absolutely.
The roster that DRX is running, back and forth in terms of who they're trying to field, and changes everything.
You best believe they ain't set on it yet. Just because Foxy 9 is in for this game does not mean that he's going to be in for the entire tournament. Pretty much every time they've started a tournament with Foxy 9, or starting when they say they're going to run Foxy 9, like at lock-in, they've ended up going back to Zest at some point. He's like that partner you just can't get away from.
Yeah. Slow beginning here. The other end of this pistol round, farming up the orbs necessary. Main control still in control. You can see Attacking Soul Esports, heavy emphasis being placed towards there as well. I think this speaks as well to a lot of preparation and understanding, because the way this comp gets used by DRX, they love to try and play their post plans from B main, the A main positions as well. Life on top of Jenny, barely cleared out. It's going to be two players falling on either side. Plant will start to go down and exchange of guns on either side on top of it.
Yeah, only one really that's dangerous.
Whoa.
Stacks right here. What are you up to, HFMI? He is so deep.
No chance in hell of anybody be able to follow this one up. Still, they push through into the smoke, trying to take the fight to them with the stingers. And Mako with the lineup. Will it land? Will it buy him some time? But it's being whistled back and now playing together. Pushing him. Trying to play close. Mako also playing his life, but time. The molly as well now going to be fading. Aftershock into the side. That's going to be at least half onto the fuse stock all the way. Mako can't withstand it, not that kind of damage, so a little bit shaky. Attacking Soul Esports, they do sail their way to that second round win.
And so far we have seen DRX just hammering the B site multiple times, Mako dropping back into his post-line position. Yeah, it's not the Neon comp. It's not RB playing Neon and Zest on the Fade, but without DRX having a lot of opportunities to match test this version of the team on this comp, I would expect them to fall back into their own ways of doing this very formulaic stuff over and over. And that does give Attacking Soul Esports an opportunity to punish DRX, you know? And it looks like we're going to get a really big clash down towards Tree. The weaponry is just so poor for the Chinese squad.
Flash, the dash all the way forwards. Foxy9 cannot see a thing. Relatively contained though. The shots are fired through. So they do have that player advantage. A quick pivot now as well, making their way over towards the A side. Spike making its way down towards Sun. They haven't cleared the back of the site. Monk's still here, ready and waiting. Shorty in his hands. What can he do with it? Running all the way through onto the sides. The shot's just missing. Monk out in the open. He's cleaned up.
I have the spike.
Bunter's that last player left standing. He does have a rifle.
His position's been given away doubly there by the Alarm Bot and the Prowler. He's got a molly that would be good for clearing out one area, but he's got to pick and choose. He picks correctly.
Doesn't force RB out into the open like he was hoping for. Fight needs to be isolated, but Buzz was on drop. He's already wrapped all the way around. And any chance of losing this round is really just nigh impossible. Especially when that molly, look at that, sailing all the way across. This is what DRX they love to do when they get set up in these post plants.
And I think at some point here, Attacking Soul Esports have got to be getting the read on that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
It's just an impossible round for Bunt to win. But the way in which the DRX are approaching this, very similar to what we've seen from them so far in the past. The question really is, when you have a team like Attacking Soul Esports that are still finding their footing on the global stage, do they have what it takes to be able to adjust their style and counter what DRX are doing? And go and, you know, fight aggressively over Tree and do some wraparound retakes, deny the positioning that they're going to want for post plants. Because otherwise, DRX are going to just be able to run these execs on you over and over again.
You're going to have something in the back of your mind to just try and put a stop to it. Again.
Find you.
Default setup here. Fight to be taken over towards Arcade. Falls over it. Even the ult being committed out to the open. Foxy9, he adjusts the aim, does respond. Rifles exchange, the bullets as well flying past.
Good smoke from Mako there on top of Generator. When you're playing against a double duelist comp, you've got to be careful of that angle.
Now he's holding down, again, that tree position. HFMI has been that solo lurker late. Fight to be taken. This time spotted though, brought down with 2 players left standing. Again, looks so damn unlikely. At this point, could be potentially calling for the save, but that's just not really in the playbook of some of these Chinese teams. If you've watched them play, you know that they love to fight, but the hand is forced, really.
YH, it looks like he wants to go for it anyway. I can respect the confidence. But it is the wiser decision to back up and keep the Phantom online. You know, talking about confidence as well, and we said Attacking Soul Esports, they're kind of the new kids on the block, this wave of newer Chinese talent that are just so eager for Valorant to officially release in their region and for the whole scene to get kick-started. I thought it was very interesting listening to them at the press conference and some of the comments that they made before they arrived too. You contrast them to EDG, who've been at a place like this before, and Attacking Soul Esports had been saying, you know, we're going to enter this with a learning mentality, but we do still aim to win the championship. Whereas EDG, who've been to tournaments like this before, said, we're just looking to win a match, make playoffs, you know? And you heard Yinsu talk about it. After running some scrims around here, Attacking Soul Esports saying that they kind of realize they're a below-average team, but it doesn't really matter where your average is if you turn up in the match. And DRX, they might offer you those opportunities. It's been tumultuous for them recently.
It's been all over the place in terms of that consistency, not really present. Life wants to take a fight with the knives in his hands. Prowler's taken care of. Rolling Thunder though. Clears all the way through as that weak goodbye, and the shots just aren't quite landing. The blades finding their marks. Bunt will fall though. It's just going to be that pure rifle spam right through the common corners. Bugs going for something quite cheeky. Not getting away with it. All up to YH once more. And again, forced into that position where he's just going to have to back away and save, try and get away with a rifle, but denied even that with Mako watching it.
So after Attacking Soul win the pistol and a bit of a scrappy follow-up, it's been 3 in a row from DRX as they've just hammered these execs home. The DRX style recently has been extremely execute heavy. Yeah. They haven't really been going for too much nuance, frankly, with what they've been doing. I think it's put a lot of stress on Stacks, the fact that their roster's been moving in and out. But when you play against a team that can't stop the execs, I mean, DRX just get their perfect game. insight every time. Plant down, play the post plants.
And when they're not being really pushed back in any manner or form, if you're not fighting for that B main control, the A main control on the defensive side, you can start to see DRX really run away with it. Mako's built up the orbital strike. It's another tool that he can use. Potentially in the post plant. Bunt is so close to this corner here. There's nobody really to support him in the out into the open, sprayed down. YH making the most of it. Can't get the second. It's cleaned up.
I like this though. Look at the duelist reacting, taking back this position. And this is where Mako's going to fall back to after they get the plant down. Now, having said that, usually he's not the one with the spike. So with Mako planting, it's going to have to be somebody else re-clearing this area.
There's a little bit of a hesitancy because you can see they realize, oh, we don't have a main control. RB's the one who has to pick up the pieces. He's going to meet in the opposite end of these rifles. Fight's still being taken. Oh, Foxy9 really turning up. He's low though. Nade forcing him out into the position. He falls to it, and it's just down to Buzz. He's playing the Nano Swarms across the map. Bit of a difference of an approach. It's broken though. Now he's forced to try and take this fight here. Showstopper over the top, and there we go. Rocket sailing right past. Collects and rewarded. 3-3 being that round score, so Diffuse is stuck all the way.
A big ult, big Diffuse, round on the board. That's going to start the confidence going again for the birthday boy of HFMI.
Yeah.
I believe he's 22 today. That's a nice little birthday present, isn't it? Being able to play at Masters Tokyo.
Maybe we'll see even more. Might be a day of celebrations, Josh.
It could be.
Early days.
It could be. Yeah, I mean, they're the massive underdogs, though. It's got to be reiterated. DRX, huge favorites to be able to take this game. Their win rate in the group stage of tournaments like this is 78%, did you say to me earlier, Brent?
78% in terms of their group stage matches.
Crazy.
They are dominant at the beginning of these tournaments. Whenever teams have the unfortunate circumstance of running into them.
Here's a little contact, north side crunch.
Buzzy's trying to rummage and run to the ropes. Nope, he will not be able to latch onto that. So a bit of a punish.
Bit of an aggressive position by Buzz, but he was expecting them to use utility earlier than that. Got caught out.
Orbital lockdown, orbital strike has to be used for it, yeah. An exchange of the ultimates, just 1-for-1.
But he caught life as well.
How did life falls to that? So post-plant positions for DRX once more. Still have that tree control, Josh. I'm telling you, it's important.
It is incredibly important. It's where Mako's going to be playing from almost all the time. I'd love if they sent HFMI underneath.
Straight to the side, Showstopper does not collect a kill. It's all over the place, but still, anchored to the side here. It's RB to do the most, but again, you have this aftershock to deal with. And then there's the molly. They lay her out on top of one another. It's body blocked. Cheeky play there by Monk. I think that was in the moment call. He tried to shoulder check it, but it's not enough to offset the trajectory of it. And now the fight needs to be taken close and personal, exactly where Mako likes it. Stun rips its way through with the fault line to set up the easy kill there, but you can see almost just the in-the-moment decision-making of attacking Seoul Esports. Maybe they could have got something done, but...
And they've got some ults to work with, but this has still been comfortable for DRX. And I think that that'll be a breath of relief for them, to be honest. Having this kind of decent start to the game when you're running a team that you haven't been playing with in the lower bracket final and the grand final Pacific, and also a composition that you've only run once. Normally when they have Foxy9 and RB in here, they're going to play double duelist, something like that. Jet Rays or Neon Rays.
This is explosive.
Life's got it all to do on A.
Yeah, right through Sand. Life holds it. Has the dash, will not get much more though. Couldn't activate it, couldn't disengage. Again, that sight's going to be theirs. It's again, very standard from DRX. They love to do the splits into A, straight through Sand, normally with RB on the Neon, so...
Yeah, and
hide his presence with the fast lane a bit more, but... Yeah.
The fact that there isn't a Neon does offer more opportunities for attacking Seoul to find those timings and throw counter utility, hold their ground a little more, you could argue too, because you don't have that pace. I mean, you look at the way that Foxy9 is being able to entry, and he's sometimes quite far ahead of the rest of the DRX players, but we're not really seeing attacking Seoul try and stop the hits. They're playing retake every round. This is going to be a very difficult one again. I mean, Monk's got 5 health.
Yeah, just got to drop off there. You got to save the rifle for the next smart play.
And on a half-buy round, it stings a little bit when you're the player with the rifle and you haven't really been able to have any impact, but that's the way it goes. It is tough, though. DRX, they look very coordinated on these executes. The real part where we've seen DRX tested recently is when you're able to stop the execs, and then DRX have to go to their backup plans, slow things down, mid-rounding. That's where the crumble has started to occur sometimes, but in this game, smooth sailing. I'm looking for an adjustment. What I'd like to see here is, sure, attacking Seoul Esports are not going to commit heavily to hard anchor in the sites, right? But they have a breach ult to work with. And instead of playing that for a set retake where you all leave the site and then you go in together, I'd like to see them try and place one player on site and use the breach ult to flood back in and help the player that's committed. Now, weirdly, YH does tend to hard anchor on breach on A. So that isn't really going to help him if he continues doing that.
It's the same setup from DRX. I mean, you just go for the B split. No contesting towards tunnel or B main, so it's a free lockdown. There's no orbital strike in play, so it can't be removed. It's going to clear out the site. Look at life. I mean, the guy's none the wiser. Plan's going down, though. He will be detained. So maybe there's going to be a follow-up here from attacking Seoul Esports. Anything to try and offset it. Dodging, juking, weaving, the Rolling Thunder comes in. It's a little bit too late, close to Jenny. Nano Swarm in the smoke. Everybody's just wading right through it, and Buzz is eviscerating them. Can't withstand that. Across the ropes, even a hop, cheeky movement. HFMI, how's he getting away with that? Plan goes down, and now you're really feeling the heat, but all revealed from the haunt. The spray transfer of Mako is immaculate.
There he is, the closer, the most consistent player, and arguably the best controller we have in the world right now. Just cleaning things up towards the end. And that's a nice idea from ASE. They did what I was talking about in terms of trying to support the players by popping that breach ult as they're getting back in. Unfortunately, they just hard committed to it too much. When it's countered by a Nano Swarm, you can't just give your life by running over the top of it. You've got to pause and respect that. Bear in mind, too, that with Mako getting those last couple off the Haunt reveal, this is only RB's second time ever playing Fade. The only other time he's played Fade was when DRX ran this against DFM.
Yeah.
He is hyper flexible.
Being asked to step up as well. You know, not too sure how much time they've had in terms of practice, but having to fill into these roles.
I mean, that's a very good question, Brent.
Yeah.
How much time have they had to practice, and with what team?
Exactly, or iteration of the roster, because it has been chopping and changing. This time, look at Buzz, he's learned his lesson. He's like, okay, well, you contacted that one round. I'm gonna hug close to the rope this time, so I can't give anything away.
Yeah, I mean, Buzz is not actually being required to lurk here at all, because the site execs are working so well. So why not? I mean, play it as safe as you possibly can. Just give info to the rest of your team on where to react to in the rest of the map. I think this makes perfect sense from Buzz.
DRX not willing to overplay their hand. It's been very slow at the beginning.
And attacking Seoul Esports need some information here. They need to find out where the exec is going to come through, but nobody really looking like they want to take a push. They don't have any information agents either, so that really comes down to life and HFMI to take more aggressive duels.
Prowler fight retake. Foxy's right across there, Rolling Thunder. It does clear through, but it's a 2 for 2. 3-on-3 action through the smoke there. Bun takes great timing as the spike drops down to the floor. Control gain for it. A solo fight by HFMI. No one's ready to follow up. The time is running so damn short, and Mako, when he's cleaned up, it's all up to Buzz. He does not have a lot to work with, does he? The resource is running out. 6 seconds remaining. Has to isolate and force 2 of those fights. He will not get it. So it's going to be that 4th round on the board. Attacking Seoul Esports.
That's a big one. It really is. That's the first time where we've seen attacking Seoul Esports be able to stop a push when it's happening by isolating Foxy9 from the rest of the team. Now, Foxy9 is in a different zip code from the rest of his team there on the entry.
Earlier, man, he's way ahead of his team when he's going for these entries.
Right, and that's the kind of thing where when you play against a team that doesn't punish it, it looks like he's, you know, a fantastic entry player, but has been something that's tripped them up and lent them more towards the Zest iteration of the roster. That time getting punished, but mostly in this map, it's been smooth sailing. Can attacking Seoul Esports take that and make something of it?
Stun, close to the side, just spotting the shoulder. Foxy9!
Beautiful.
Lovely reset. He's 2 collected.
And his mechanics are never in doubt. Bunt is in such an odd spot here, just hiding in the smoke.
In the main smoke. He knows he's surrounded. Locks onto it. Mako's taken out. Have his util there, and A main controls also there. There's a fight to be taken towards B main, but all is happening. Orbital strike clears through, no kill to be found off of it. This positioning is so awkward. Stacks, it's brought down low. Only close to the corner. Angles here, wide fight, and they do double face it. At the same time here, DRX need to get a bit of a move on. They don't have control of any of this. What a position. What a kill to find. Nano Swarm, it's too short. Doesn't land onto it, damage done, still spamming. Stops to the fuse, and Buzz. He contains. Safe hands from him, and it's a Red Bull clutch.
Oh, what a play there towards the end from Buzz. He knew that his Nana Swarm had failed. I thought for a moment he would rely on that piece of utility too much, not be able to win the 1v2. But his spam, perfect. And Foxy9 sets it up with a double kill. Buzz closes it. That was almost Bunt's round. He hid inside that smoke, got a kill, got his orbital strike online, almost got stacks. There were so many good things in that round, and yet DRX, the player quality, just drags them forwards.
Final round of the first half. That's again a very similar beginning here for DRX. I mean, they love to do it. The splits into B. This time though, they dump a bit of that util. They are biding their time, wetting it out, but they still have control of tunnel. So there it is, laying down the ult. Orbital strike was used prior, so again, nothing to break this.
This would be a good time for Monk to use his ultimate and deny their entry.
Oh, Bounce! He just wants to take the fight. Life up into the corner, double up trap, he's avoiding it, dash, disengage, lead gauges all over the place. What a kill to find the Bucky. That's 2 in tower. Mako, rocket to the side, dodging, juking, trying to avoid it, damage is done, and the kill and the round is theirs. Attacking Seoul Esports, making it respectable.
And Brent, can you tell you're watching Chinese Valorant? Because I feel like I can. Life's play there is ridiculous. Bunt just decides he's had enough of letting them get free execs, and Life double up, draft into the corner to dodge it, and then gets a 2K with a Bucky.
Yeah, I mean, what are we watching? The Fortnite World Cup? It's like some double pump action or something, man. I mean, he's just got the shotty up there. It's crazy stuff. What a beginning here, the first half of Fracture. Mac obviously leading as well, but yeah, listen, maybe more than respectable here for attacking Seoul Esports. Let's send it down to the desk.
Thank you very much, you guys. What a half. That was so much fun to watch. Kuka, we're not used to Valorant this fast, I feel like.
I come from EMEA. That was like 1.5 minutes for me. Like every single execute, every single thing in the round was happening so fast. And Fracture is such a complicated map to follow that some moments I was getting.
I mean, let's talk about those rounds, because Mimi, we hyped up Mako as the guy that could pull DRX out of difficult situations, and my god, did he do that.
Yeah, I mean, he absolutely did here. Their game plan on this one just seemed to be do their classic. We're an execute-heavy team. We're going to hit the sites. ASC wasn't really ever able to shut it down, which meant they were consistently playing retake against this double molly comp. And Mako's just a lineup player. Every round, he's just sitting spawn, has his molly come in, he'll come around the corner, and clutches out. It's so incredibly consistent for him winning in these late rounds, which allows DRX to stay in this execute-heavy style. It works for them.
Yeah, there's definitely nothing wrong with playing retake every round. I felt that if you want to play against DRX, you have to have a much better protocol than what ASC had, and they had to flank the mark and play them post-plant.
You think with their competition they would do that. Most teams with the double duels are so proactive pushing those extremities, but after it was shut down a few times, they really slowed down those pushes.
Yeah, exactly. I think that they were caught off guard. Like they wanted to try and make DRX play a little bit of their game. I think that still, I think that they found enough success. Like if you look at the score at the end of the half, I think that they achieved a lot so far.
I mean, Benkai, what do they do ASC as they switch halves?
I feel like they really have to put their foot on the pedal, man, and just really like gas it up against DRX.
More?
Just like bring the pace to DRX even more than what we saw in the first half.
He plays for Paper X, Kakuka. Of course he wants more.
Yeah, what else is he going to say? That's good advice, honestly, for this team. I think it's about reinstilling confidence, continuing to play your own game, because 5-7 is impressive, because DRX is playing well.
Yeah, well, Benkai wants more aggression from ASC. Saito and Brent, let's see if we're going to get that.
I certainly hope so. I mean, listen, it's been electric so far. Really just, you know, that sheer impact that Chinese Valorant has, man. I mean, they are so willing to take fights. The unorthodox play is sometimes the best one.
I don't want to put a damper on it as well, though, but the last time DRX were on this comp, they only ran it once against DFM. They had a 5-7 half, and then they won 8 rounds in a row on their defense side. So, you know, DRX potentially set up for absolute dominance if you look at the sample size of 1 that we have in the past for them running this comp.
Yeah, I think it's a decent point brought up by Benkai about increasing the tempo, increasing the pace a little bit, disrupting those timings. Don't let DRX set up themselves for any sort of retakes, and that is a lovely fight to be taking.
Yeah, also though, Foxy9 peeking in front of the stun, right? Zest, Stacks. Zest isn't in the lineup. Come on. Yep. All right, Stacks is throwing that fault line through there so that Foxy9 can set up on a peak, and he's actually peeking in front of when that stun is going to hit. So that gives Life the opening kill, and attacking Seoul Esports are really slow here. They're trying not to give anything away to DRX. And I don't mind this as long as it ends in something explosive onto the site.
45 seconds, roughly. Smoke's going to be dropped down. That's going to be the indicator. Buzz is feeling it. After to the side, flash as well. He dodged it, jumping all over the place. The right clicks eventually. Ready Supreme. No bullets in the clip. It's back and forth. This way, that way, in and out of the smokes. Providing that coverage. Obfuscating. A bit of a transfer attempt there with a frenzy all up to YH. Picks up the Ghost. Reloads.
That's the same Ghost that had no bullets in.
Now, already punishing two of the players. Still, what can YH do? Over the top of the horn, wants to isolate one of the fights, but can't land their shots. Tried to reset it, tried to calm it down. Pissed around, DRX.
Great play from Stax there. I mean, he's had so much on his plate as the IGL recently in terms of the roster being moved around for DRX, and I think there's fair criticisms to level at how he's leading the team, but his breach on Fracture, there are never any criticisms that are fair of this. The way that he plays out through this smoke, jiggling in and out, realizing he's not being held, and all of the stuns that he has to be able to punish. The one for Foxy9 to peek, one that goes into heaven or that disrupts hits from coming through. He looks immaculate on the breach on this map.
Yeah, it's all really nice. Big group up here. Attacking Seoul Esports. Knocked down to the eco on the north side, but they are steadily gaining control. A drop here.
I like this. Throw something funky in there. 4 players from drop.
Fault line, smokes. Dropped across here. Foxy9 in a bit of trouble, yet nevertheless still able to click those 2 kills.
Where are you going, YH?
Just waded into the spawn, hoping that he wasn't spotted, but no, the tail end of him caught out in the open. It will be that plan, and push that one back. So, get themselves into the post man. There's a Bulldog in the hands of Monk. Maybe we'll see something. Reposition here. One of them now help button. Force that fight. That is lovely. Real precise there. Snappy. That's how RB's looking for the form currently.
So clean follow-up from DRX, and they keep 4 Bulldogs in there. A bit of a different way of approaching the anti-eco round. I wonder if that's because they're giving maximum respect to attacking Seoul Esports' chances of going for something ludicrous with a force or buckies all over the place or whatever it may be. But it's going to give them some decent riflery to be able to work into the next round.
Placing swarm grenade.
And you heard Ben Kai on the desk talk about it. He wanted the pace to be increased for attacking Seoul Esports. Normally the double duelist comps are going to want to fight very aggressively once they get to a site. And so far we've seen attacking Seoul kind of slowly get their way to that exec space and then burst.
Placing alarm bot.
This is their buy round.
It's going to be the same again. Quite slow, contacty, not really using any utility at the beginning to fight for map control. And that's going to give DRX so much kind of info around the map here. They've got an alarm bot deep towards tree.
Smoke's held. No util to really just supplement that swing from HFMI. He just wanted to take the fight.
There was a fault line actually thrown from YH, but it only went towards one side of Halts. And that's the problem with using it 20 seconds into the round, is that you just don't know where people could be positioned. If you do that at the start, yeah, they have to be there.
Smoke's in his hand, drop down now. Flash as well, Buzz still looking to try and anchor. He knows the tower is compromised. He's holding that. Will there be a swing together? The timing is taken and the smoke is watched for. Barreling through, they do gain the site, but you better get that plant. You don't have control of B main anymore. It's a big wrap around, a whole large flank, so Foxy9 looking to try and take control of this with Stacks. A ton of util left at their disposal. And here's the first part of it. Fault line. Into the corner. Flash. Catch. Foxy9's weak. Stunned up though. There's a counter stun. That's quite nice. Post plan positions though. That's the aftershock to push them out into the open. It's up to Life to contain, and wow, does much more than that. 3 in the round. Basically wins it for them.
Great work. I liked his pathing on the execute itself as well, going up through tower, applying such a pinch on any player that was deciding to anchor on the site. He's a top fragger from the team, and we heard the desk talking about the fact that they think he's brought some experience from EDG too. Remember that this is a player that, while he was playing for a long time on EDG, the best team in China, he actually only got really half of his opportunity to play at a big global tournament like this. He ended up falling ill, missing out to Smoggy, who ended up subbing in, and then eventually full-time replacing him. So, Life should have perhaps more experience under his belt at these global tournaments than he does. He made the trip before, but only ended up being able to play 1 match. So this will be a great opportunity for him to really show what people were missing last time around.
Absolutely. I mean, we know this guy's got firepower. I'm telling you, Josh, the amount of VODs I watched where he was just absolutely dry swinging through smokes and killing 3 was unbelievable.
I mean, the combo of Life and HFMI, they love doing that.
Yeah, it's a speciality.
Or just with a single piece of utility, so that they can prove to the team, look, I didn't dry swing. It was supported.
It was supported. HFMI pushed up into the 4 position, but he's spammable behind the box, so has to disengage, reposition now, and he set his team up now for a bit of a B-pop.
Exactly, but Buzz has spotted the information. This is going to call the rotate very quickly.
Yep, Smokes immediately dropped down, look at that. Quick to support, playing inside the Smokes. Buzz wants to try and hunt him down, and indeed he does. Life, he falls. Don't get past this smoke. There's a molly drop down at the feet, so nobody could follow up off of that dash.
And look at how good DRX are at stopping the execute from coming through.
Oh, they just waited out though. They want to take the fight anyway. Swinging through, they bide their time. Stacks attempting to adjust as well, but the aim can't quite land that spray transfer. RB just wide out into the open. He'll fall. Lovely little switch up, I think, in terms of the timing there for attacking Seoul Esports. Foxy even denied as well the chance to grab the orb, and he's essentially forced to save here.
Yeah. So, a couple of things done really well by both teams. DRX showcasing how you stop the exec from coming through, throwing down Mako's molly very early on, and then Buzz goes into the Cloudburst to try and hunt down that duelist that's ahead of the rest of the pack. He knows that the rest of the pack is being blocked out by Mako's molly at that point. But attacking Seoul Esports have this double pump. So there's 2 waves to the aggression. First wave, Life goes in. Second wave, they go in with the rest of the pack and all the rest of the utility that they have. And that completely caught DRX off guard there. And that's how all of the top teams are playing at the moment. If you watch them, you know, the best of the best, they tend to have this 2-wave cycle of aggression when they push into sites. One to bait out the defending utility, and one to actually get bodies into the site. Well played there.
Yeah, and with a team like DRX, when they're so purposeful, they're disciplined, they're regimented, they like everything to be quite precise in order when they're taking these fights. When you throw in that little mix-up, you know, like you said, the first bit of waves of utility use, and the second one as well, just when they're not quite expecting it, it really does throw a team like DRX off guard. Kept off balance. Now, can they equalize in the map?
There's a 4-player stack on A, and I think it's all to set up Foxy9 for duels. There is not a soul from attacking Seoul Esports wanting to go into halls right now. They've all got their beady little eyes on it, just watching over in that direction, waiting for someone on DRX to come out, and instead pathing over towards Tree. It looks like ASE are very aware.
Buzz has been just jiggle spotting that angle as well for information. Backs away, does have the judge. Full contact, breaking the turret, waiting to see if there's any form of utility that's going to be used by DRX, but no, there's not. So now they can lay down these smokes. Still have to clear out tower, and it could become a problem for them. Nade to the back, plan starts to go down, a triple face, triple flank all the way through, but just wasn't quite ready for that one, and still, tower control is theirs. A fight to be taken by attacking Seoul Esports, trying to match them. Flick to the side, lovely reactions. YH doing the most there. They know that RB is contained. Isolated, he's alone here, but beautiful, and he survives. 85 health. Maybe make another go of it, but eventually shut down. That's nicely handled, honestly. They didn't rush into that. Not trying to take control of tower. They knew that they didn't have it the entire time. They set their sights on that flank attempt that was coming through into B main, the tree area. Dealt with that first, and then circled back to try and take care of us.
It's clean. It's also an anti-eco. DRX didn't have any weaponry to work with there, and that puts all of the emphasis on this round coming up. This is going to be the most important round of the map right now, round 18, because it's a swing round economically for DRX. They don't have enough to be able to buy next time properly, and there's tons of ults to play with. This looks like a fast-paced play. This molly goes into tower.
Backside of tower. It's all being synced up though.
I mean, Foxy9's just going to get trapped here. He's going forwards.
Yeah, well, a showstopper in his hands. He's just ripped right out of his hands, out of the air. The kill is claimed. Decide of attacking Seoul Esports. Util now being dumped forwards. It's RB who's left again to try and survive against this onslaught. In and out of the smoke, spamming through stacks. He does seek to help out. He does assist as well onto the site left up to that one play. It's bunt. Rifle, orbital strike, but the spike is in the middle of nowhere, and he doesn't really have a clue as to where the positioning could be. One smoke left. Drop down. Cuts up one of the sight lines, one of the angles, the potential was there, but Buzz does shut it down.
So that's a major win for DRX. Like I said, their economy would have been in shambles had that gone the opposite direction. And here's another big theme of how DRX are playing the B side. They're just walking through these smokes. I mean, see if we catch any of these in the replay. Yep, there goes Stacks. 2K just walking through the smoke. Nice! And Mako did the same thing on the other side too. So in terms of these small adjustments that ASE need to make, when they're doing the B execs, they need to leave somebody on permanent, just watch the smokes duty. And even more so than that, maybe they need to invest a molly into there or something. Throw a nano swarm, a nade, a molly. Sure, I know you want to save those things for post-plant instead, but at this point, Stacks and Mako are being able to win those rounds just by walking through your smokes. So this, I believe the first timeout that we've had, is it?
Not too sure. Definitely the first one in the series, right?
Oh, that's what I mean.
Yeah, that's what you meant. Yeah, I mean
in the tournament.
I was like, well, listen,
not in the
trying
tournament.
to make me keep track of the timeouts, Josh? Listen, it's a 3-match day, man. I've got to prep for the second one. We're on the desk for the third.
Not at all. Not at all.
Seconds ticking away. And there needs to be adjustments. Like you said, I mean, you've already called it out. It's when they go for these B-pops, the smokes as well. DRX are taking all the timings right through it, swinging. Normally you do see the nano swarms just lay it down as those hits are coming through to prevent anybody from really playing through in and out of those smokes. But we'll see what the adjustments are. It's getting dangerous though. DRX plenty of ultimates to work with now.
Life thought about buying an operator while we were in the tactical timeout. He had the op, hovered, purchased, and has decided to swap it for a Vandal. So perhaps aiming for something pacier, and it really is.
Yeah, here we go, stun close to the corner. There's an attempt again from Stacks. He tries to take that fight. He loses it, lined up! Away with Murder, disengages, but not enough round to the side. Life will chase him down and still has that dash in his hands, is activated. Maybe he wants to sync it up though. Monkey's gained control of drop, and he's watching it. It's pixel perfect. First kill's claimed. RB still left to anchor down towards the back of the side. He's left alone, no orbital strike. He'll clear him out. All the way right back to the side. Bullets raining down on this position. Down to Buzz. It's 1v2. One away from the lockdown, but probably not too many chances of using it. Turret spots him. Holds in, it's a wide swing and well.
Oh, that's so dangerous.
So dangerous. I like the attempt. I mean, listen, a 3-2-1, take the fight, but Buzz looked like he was cool, calm, and collected, almost ready for it there.
Yeah, and it wasn't off turret contact, so they weren't exactly sure where Buzz was positioned. He nearly got a lineup to spray them both down. My heart was in my mouth there. But they punish Stacks for playing on a bit of a weird angle. Foxy9 gets punished because he's not tucked around the wall. Mako goes for an info peek when he has Orbital Strike online. There is certain sloppiness gathering into the DRX play right now. And again, this with the context, the DRX have been in a bit of a slump at the moment compared to what you'd expect from them recently. And last time they played this comp, they were dominant on the defense side. So already, they're not quite finding the value that you would be looking for from them. And it's opened a door for ASE.
TRX dropped down to the weaker guns. Now I'll take an attempt towards tower. Bot spots that one out. Monk. That's a lockdown. What kind of timing is he waiting for? Well, actually using it.
Yeah,
an orbital strike, and look at the rest of his team.
I think this is great to just draw out the orbital strike from Mako on an eco round. Mako can't use that on a really important eco swing round now.
ASE have no intentions of landing themselves towards B. They're already making their way over towards A. Updraft dash towards the side. The trace is pointing out exactly where RB was. Rifle picked back up though. Salvage in the mix. Monk's catching all sorts of lurks as well. He's be that thorn in their sides now towards the north side. The map left up to just 2, and DRX left really scrambling. They don't have the guns for this. Over towards the side. That is really quite good. Flawless.
Well played, some great shooting there from Life and HFMI. We're yet to see the birthday boy really getting online there, Alphabet Brother, but Life has certainly got his legs underneath him. And we're seeing him, obviously that one, through the smoke. But just in general in this second half, I really feel like this Jet player from ASE is finding his moments, take duels, and deliver impact. And now we see tactical timeout being called by DRX. Now, if you've been watching the Pacific region at all this year, you will know that these tactical timeouts have been a major talking point. I mean, Termi's been not calling them in some important games. He's been, you know, messing around with the roster as well. There's been a lot of talk about how they're going to use them, when they're going to use them. This one, I believe the first call by Termi at 10-10. And it makes sense because DRX have only won a single rifle round in this half so far.
Yeah. The attacking rounds, I mean, you just look at the timeline, it is so one-sided right now. Attacking Seoul Esports with a great read. I mean, really just the pistol round and the follow-up is what DRX are really working with, other than that one rifle round that you're talking about. Now they're going to have a good... It's going to be the buy round versus the attack.
Becomes so important.
Exactly.
They need to figure out what attacking Seoul Esports are doing that's working well. And to be honest, you know, I'm talking about how DRX have only won one rifle round. Attacking Seoul Esports have also only won two, but they've won the really important ones that have pushed DRX on into bad buys. So even when DRX are winning, it's scrappy. They're not getting the clean ones to build up their economy. Sliggy's going to be having a field day at home, just circling people all game. Look at this guy, can't buy. Look at Mako.
Yep. Economy management, financial advice. Sliggy.
So this looks like the same molly. Yep, here it is. So this is just going to be an all-in piece, and now the pressure is on Buzz instead. Again, it's the player in tower, but different person this time.
Fault line.
Buzz gets out.
Yeah, there you go. Seeing it all synced up with the util. And a Swarm to try pushing it back again, close, anchoring towards the side. Buzz needs to land a shot again. Mako! And Stacks to follow through. Huge plays. Crossfire set up. Oh, that's messy.
Why is he taking the fight?
Scrappy. Spike dropped down in the smoke. That's where Stacks, he was looking for something else entirely. The reposition, Spike still dropped down. He's left it into a 2-on-2. Mako right through. And my God, just bailing them out of that one, wasn't he?
If Mako is not perfection in that moment, DRX have thrown that away. Because he was getting pressured from so many different positions and spammed through the box.
And yet still.
And he just had two of his teammates losing in positions where they could have played the situation much more safe. And yet he still stands as an absolute pillar. A rock, an island against the Tempest.
Can always rely on Mako. Can always rely on him, man.
Ooh.
The fact that it gets that close.
Here it is again.
Feels nasty. And yeah, same set of util that gets dumped in through.
They're not faking it either.
There's the attempt by Buzz. You can see him. He's trying to get his head on it, I think, as well.
The molly
missed. The molly. Yeah, he knocked it out. He used his body to body block it, and he's still got tower control. They know exactly what to expect. Reinforcements have arrived right through the smoke. The Horns as well follows that one through. Now they know tower's not theirs. Round the side with the shorty, making the most of it. But the smokes will watch this time, and DRX. 4 players left standing versus just the one of YH. You know exactly where he is. Have to isolate so many of these. It's not likely. No crumbs. Nade pushing him back, 2 HP and a dream, but DRX purely set up now for that one. Towards that map point, that 12th round.
And once more, Mako and Stacks combining together to destroy a B hit from coming through. ASC need to give up on this play. I'd love to see the highlight as well.
I mean, it's purely being disrupted by Buzz just playing a game of football. Yes. I mean, he's literally just he's getting his head on the molly and disrupting it.
I think back to that Lothar tweet from like 2021 or something, but he's talking about body blocking utility and everyone clowning on him. Boaster doing a TikTok of him headbutting stuff out the way, and here we see it. Years later, Lothar was just ahead of his time. But this is going to put pressure on ASC. They've run this B play now a number of times. I'd love to see them try and fake it. You know, send they breach Flash Arcade and they send a piece of utility through there early, and then they also have that molly. If they just do those and go back into an A split, I think they'd have a really nice fake potentially set up. But this is where your strat book gets tested, okay? DRX have actually had some sloppiness here. So you've got an opportunity, you really do. 2 more rounds after you've had such a good attack half, and you might be able to take this into OT, possibly win, and start generating some momentum for yourself. This is, you know, I know that they've come into this thinking about it being a learning moment, but you've got to take your opportunities when they're presented, and this map feels like one.
Can't let it slip away, that's what the timeout's for. Throw in that mix-up, but teams like Attacking Seoul Esports, you turn up at the big international events. Sometimes you just need a couple more reps under your belt before you start throwing in the mix-ups. Getting that big stage experience across the board, but They have 2 chances to do it. DRX just need the one to try and close out this map. Ended up.
They'd also benefit from Life hitting some good shots. He's got his Bladestorm online. He's been quiet in the last couple.
We have flash fast towards Sand again. Prowler or the Boombot. Holds us back. Down a little bit. Slight chip damage, but they're going to be taking that Sand control. Now they slow it all the way down with the smoke in their face. It's left a lot of confusion, hasn't it?
I promise you, Monk, they can't hear that at LAN.
He's worried about it. Stack's still holding this Rolling Thunder.
Mako went for an info peek earlier that got punished very heavily.
He's gone for it again. It's a slight jiggle. Doesn't get his head ripped off. It's a flash repeat. Play being made. Wow. What? HFMI, I mean, the reactions from that man, he increased the DPI of his mouse to dodge that.
And Life did the same.
This way, that way, does not matter. Now the rocket. Sent flying down to the close corner. Foxy9, he's got to try and anchor. He's got one of his own. The ult, it connects, it lands, and just like that, they all fall down. It's up to YH. Can he salvage the round? Can he salvage the map? It's a 1v3, no more util to work with. There's a lockdown there. There's one. Will not get the second. Shut down. And it's DRX. Listen, it's shaky. You get that map #1 in the series.
I think they'll be feeling happy about it, and honestly, I think both teams can come away from that map feeling pretty decent. DRX had some big moments from their players, and they were able to pull through, persevere with a team that hasn't got much experience on Fracture. This is one of the shakier maps in their pool, and they still managed it with some big plays. And for Attacking Soul Esports, they got Life online. They had some moments there, they had a chance, and they put the squeeze on. They even forced a Termi timeout.
Yeah, they really did.
So, there's good things to go and discuss in the locker room heading back into map 2.
I'll be looking forward as well towards that Pearl game, that Pearl map. That was DRX's pick. A lot of footage for how they like to play that one as well. Plenty of opportunities for them to maybe pick it apart and see if they can.
Yeah, but I don't think the world is ready for what Attacking Soul run on that map. I mean, they've got some mad ideas.
Yeah, it's quite ludicrous, isn't it? But yeah, despite the rocky beginnings, it is DRX who still maintain it. They get that map win. The Giants at the group stage, you know, we were talking about it earlier, 78% in terms of matches in the groups. That's their win percentage at these big international events. Looking to not drop that number down.
Nice! And they had some huge clutches too. I mean, the individual form from some of these players looking very good. It's all just been about how they put it together and which roster they put together. So today with Foxy9, we saw some great moments from Foxy, a little bit of that miscoordination and spacing. You know, you got the good with the bad here on map 1.
Yeah.
And that, I think, is what you're going to expect from DRX throughout the tournament, to be honest. But it's going to be fun to watch, and I think this game has still got a lot of fun to deliver. Still, DRX, major favorites, even in map 2.
Major favorites, we'll see just how the series really does continue as well. But yeah, explosive start, really magical stuff all the way through so far map #1. We'll see if that keeps going as well. Going to a short break on the other side of things. We'll be seeing the continuation of the series. Don't go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
moment to make this series a 1-0 against attacking Seoul Esports. I'm your host Yingsu, and I've got Mimi, Benkai, and Kukuka back here with us. Benkai, for a second, did we think that maybe there was going to be the upset of the century that was going to come true?
We were really that close, I feel, but I'm so proud of like attacking Seoul Esports for even like trying to really bring that pace to DRX. I felt that they had a really good game plan going into it. They showed really good initiative at the start of the game with like early round aggression and things like that.
Yeah, and also on the second half, I feel like they did try a lot of things. We could see it in the way that they wanted to treat the map. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough. But as he said, we were insanely close. And at the beginning of the match, I was saying we need something different from DRX. We understand that they're going through, swapping the players and whatnot. But we need to see the DRX that is not only going to make it out of groups, we need to see what look forward.
But what has been working really well for this team is their ability to shut down these hard executes when ASE is committing into it. A lot of their game plan with the double duelists was to go for these hard side execs, especially towards B, and the anchors from DRX were so consistent. Hard his team ASE is.
I mean, they did what you wanted them to do, Benkai, but it's just that DRX, it felt like in the end they knew how to counter it.
Yeah, I felt like after that pause from Termi, I felt that he just told them to be a lot more disciplined and just let ASE execute into the bomb site first, and then just find those small little gaps and just push out together and just take those chaotic fights, because ASE doesn't really have that much experience in those situations.
Yeah, but even not having that experience, I don't feel like they were scared at any moment. We of course saw them taking those passes and whatnot, but I saw a team that definitely had an idea, definitely knew who was in charge of what. We saw Life actually having a very good performance in those opening duels, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. Again, very too close.
It was very close, but the thing is that's one of ASC's best maps. They love playing their Fracture, and for DRX it's been consistently at the bottom of their pool. They haven't played a lot of it with Foxy9 on the main roster, whereas on the other side for Pearl in the future, it's way stronger there. But seeing those opportunities that DRX gave them, seeing those gaps, I think ASC did a really good job of adapting, exploiting those things to make it as close as it was.
I mean, it was not easy for DRX, as we are about to see here from the HyperX reflex moment. Buzz and everyone else on that team, Mako, every single one of Foxy9, Mimi, they had to pull out some exceptional stuff in order to win.
Yeah, it had to be clutches. It had to be crazy individual moments to get them to this point. But the fact of the matter is that DRX is still so good in these moments. The experience of these players cannot be denied.
Yeah, it really felt just like a textbook type situation from DRX. I felt that the only way that ASE could have won that situation was if someone stood in front of Buzz's spams and died, so that Buzz would think that he killed the diffusers, and the guy actually diffusing would have just like just stuck it, you know.
Big brain.
I felt like that would have been the only way that ASE would have won that round.
I think that also in the previous series, we had a lot of clutches, but it wasn't like this one. So every single round was so close, it came to 1 or 2 players top being alive.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, Mimi, as we move on to map 2, maybe things are not going to be as exciting if you guys are supporting ASE at home, because the stats dictate that Mimi, DRX, they're just a lot better here.
Yeah, they are very strong on Pearl. Well, they don't have the same credit that Loud does for really pulling out the Harbor Viper meta. This is one of the early adopters of it, back on Icebox, at Lock-In, on here on Pearl as well. And they've been consistently playing this comp. Well, as for their Fracture, they have to switch back and forth when they sub Zest or Foxy. Here, they're just playing the basic meta comp with Harbor Viper Sky that pretty much everyone is right now.
Yeah, but the problem is that whenever you swap Zest for Foxy, everybody else has to swap the role. So it is a composition that, of course, they're familiar and they can understand what everybody has to do. But if you have Zest, then he will be on the Harbor, and then Buzz has to be the Jet, and then RB has to be the Killjoy, and everybody has to, not everybody, but 2 players have to swap around and kind of accommodate. And obviously you cannot expect the same performance. We just want to see them comfortable.
But compared to their Fracture, they have had a lot more reps in this edition with Foxy9 playing. So either way, it is comfortable territory for them. And Benkai, I kind of want to ask you what you make of the comp that ASE has been playing on this map, because they've been somewhat off meta. They're playing like a double initiator, leaving out the Sentinel while still running Harbor Viper.
I mean, maybe they're just gearing up for the new Pearl changes coming in. And I'm actually not sure what ASE actually cooking right now, because we've seen them run this comp in the past, and it's worked to like a sort of degree, but maybe they're just slowly ironing out all those mistakes, like having more and more screams over here. So maybe they really figured something out against DRX. But DRX has a pretty extensive playbook on this map especially, and I feel that slotting in Foxy 9 in his role over here won't be that much of a change for DRX.
What I will say though, on the bright side for the side of ASE, Life had a lights out game on Fracture, 9-2 first blood, a success rate as well. He's going to be most likely playing the Jet here, and if he could pull out a performance he did on Fracture on this agent that Kukuku, you said that he just plays like 24/7, that could be the win condition for them.
Yeah, exactly, and probably is a little bit of the reasons why they decide to just scrap the Killjoy from the composition and run that double initiator, not only double initiator, but double information with that double controller. Do I think Life needs it? I don't think so. I think that they are already set for success with their attack. I think it's the defense that I'm more worried and concerned about, because there are so many ways that an aggression can be shut down that you cannot rely so consistently on it.
And even regionally, teams were finding gaps in this composition. Pearl is a hard map, particularly to contend with mid when you don't have Sentinel utility to hold that. So it has to be really proactive re-clears in that space and knowing what gaps you've left, which can be quite hard to do.
Well, let's have a look as we have a look at the Prime Gaming agent select. As you guys predicted, there's a tiny bit of a shuffle here and there for them, and ASE have decided to stick to that Harbor Viper against DRX.
Yeah, I guess not having the Sentinel would mean that they have to be, ASE has to be very proactive with watching their flanks and knowing what map control they have and what they don't have. And I feel like a change that we hope to see from the last map is that ASE didn't really flank DRX as much on their retakes on the defending side. So if they want to beat DRX, I feel like they should have the initiative to flank them a bit more and maybe prevent those Marco after plant lineups from ever happening.
Yeah, of course, and also I think that has to do with the fact that Pearl is a very different map from Fracture. If you try to flank on Fracture, many things can happen. For Pearl being more linear, knowing that you're playing with this composition, knowing also, because I assume that there is some kind of a study onto DRX, you need to know how to read onto this.
Yeah, and also, oh no, never mind. Ignore me. I misread something. Okay. Ignore me. I was so excited.
I'm glad you had your moment of excitement. But for DRX, I mean, I'm sure they're excited to be getting into this map. 85% win rate regionally in Pacific. They've been so strong here, consistent in playing in this comp, even when they're switching up. And for ASE, well, I agree with you. I think kind of multi-reflanking with this comp can be quite strong. Another thing I like to see teams do when they play the double flashes is going for more flood retakes instead of these set retakes, using the double flashes to get your Jet into a cove, be super aggressive on these B-site hits instead of letting it get to that post plant.
Well, great showing from ASE on map 1, but I feel like things are about to get a lot harder, Josh and Bren. Let's see what they got for us here.
Let's head into it. Pearl as well, being that second map as well. And listen, you know, me and you, Josh, we're familiar with this comp as well at DRX.
Oh, I love it.
We've seen it over and over again in Americas. Listen, I'll be ready to start casting running minimap at some point as well when they start getting those spam kills through the smokes.
This is why I appreciate Attacking Soul Esports. They're doing something different. They've taken the Killjoy out, replacing it with the KO. The thing is, within China, it hasn't actually worked that well. They've only run the composition once on Pearl. So again, this is their second time running it. But they've been running the KO for a long time. Before this, they were running KO Fade, right? Rather than running the KO Sky kind of stuff. So it's not exactly the same. But in their last 3 matches where Attacking Soul Esports have played Pearl, they've played 22 rounds of attack and they've won 5 of them. So their attack side is really looking rough. And they're going to start on defense here. So that's a conversation for after the halftime. But that's kind of setting the scene for how heavy favorites DRX are in this. They're obviously favorites for the match overall, but part of that is because they've just got maps like this where they should be dominating.
Let's get it going. Explosive now towards A main. Walls rip across, flashes on top of it as well. Mako is keen to take up some space towards B main as well. DRX is doing this.
Yeah, they look like they're really aware that this comp can fight aggressively. They've got a lot of flashes to work with.
Here we go, Wall, straight up life. Right behind screens. Still has a dash, he's really just making the most of this, look at that. Spam into the corner. Quick reload of the Sheriff, but a great opening pick for them. Can they convert it into anything else? Foxy 9 So separated from the rest of his team with that dash deep onto it. The Cove also still up for now. RB just running right through them. To the back of Halls here, needs some help from the rest of his team to try and collapse and collide. HFMI, what can he do? Still right through the pillar. Everybody going to be falling who tries to flood into it. Spike still not down, Monk. It's a chance. Spike starts to get planted in the default spot.
Spike planted.
Snakebite, drop down, reload the gun.
Wow, Mako has just done him.
Yep, the wall gets used to reposition, and it's just a crossfire setup.
I mean, it's Buzz that ends up getting the kill, but look where Mako was. He managed to get the plant down, wiggle around behind the wall, and get into B-Link before anyone even realized what was occurring. So, I think ASE had their chances to be able to win that round. It just comes down to those kind of duels, where RB's going to be able to pick up 2, and then Bunt gets stuck behind the pillar. They had people in position to be able to defend, but not quite able to win the gunfights once Life went down. Life is going to be an incredibly key player for them on the defense side. They need to get really aggressive on defense like Life. I think he's going to find a lot of value out of that.
This comp, you're playing against the Viper in the Harbor. It is brutal to play against if you're a Jet player.
Or you could just try this.
Yeah, Life is close to the corner, but like you said, Josh, it's the Trailblazer. It's used really far back.
Oh, he dashed into the door.
Dashed into them. I mean, he's trying to make the most of it. I respect it. I appreciate it. But close corners cleared now. Barreling forwards from DRX. Flash over the top does connect. Will they catch this close corner? YH is there. In fact, they've got 3 players all stacked up. It's been slowed down a tad. Is there going to be a hot flash play? Well, with Yuchen dying, not quite. It's not going to be likely. No more flashes now to play with, but I feel like the tempo switch up. There is a flank attempt that's also happening as well on the opposite side of the map. I mean, HFMI waiting for some sort of timing. Cove, though. It blooms, it blossoms, it gets the safe plan. Set themselves up now.
For the classic DRX post plan. This is what Benkai was talking about, how important these level of flanks are going to be. I mean, you can see HFMI.
Team wall drop forwards. Wide face as well. A couple of players falling, but otherwise quite safe.
I think though already you're seeing that, you know, when your Sky player is going for a flank in the post plan, that kind of implies to me like Attacking Soul Esports have sat down and they've said to each other, right, we need to be able to flank on these retakes. We've got to stop allowing Buzz and Mako to just play Snakebite and Nanoswarm lineups from the back of B-Long. So I'm not mad about that. As long as they have the right idea, the right approach, I think that's going to bode well for the tournament overall.
It's all about those timings, though. It's so tricky to find them against this comp because those windows of opportunity that you get when you're playing against the Viper Harbor on Pearl, you let them set up a post plan, it's brutal. You miss those chances so easily. So standard affair, Cascade pushed up close now. You see the Reckoning, this was built up prior. Clears out towards the site. YH really wants to try and fight for this one. The knife does get a decent tag with Foxy9. He is landing his shots today. Nothing to offset him.
Got tagged up inside his own Cloudburst as well and was still able to go for the wide swing and take down YH. Unfortunate there for Attacking Soul that they weren't able to find a pick early.
Now forced to try and take this fight into them. Well, okay. Phantom spam onto it. Foxy9's dealt with it towards the back of Halls, but again,
he's the only player.
Remember what I was talking about. It's time pressure. It's the biggest question mark when you're playing against this comp because they're going to have Snakebites, they're going to have Nanoswarms, they're going to have the whole kitchen sink being launched like a trebuchet from range all the way through. RB playing close to the pillar as well, an attempt to try and push them back here. Live, he's got the dash back, 5 bullets. No easy fight. Not in the slightest, and with 1 health remaining, Monk cannot withstand it.
And that is the barrage of utility that ASE need to somehow navigate their way around. And we've seen two different approaches, you know, one on a round where they only had classics, but still a viable approach of being able to flank and create pressure from behind. And the other approach that Life tried to go for there is to go aggressive, push forwards, and take duels. The issue for me is Life didn't have that aggressive high tide to play with. He's not being supported by smoke utility, or really by any utility. They're just trying to take the fight. That's going to make things much more difficult.
This is the way the DRX love to play this map. Attack side and the defense side, it's heavy prioritization on the extremities of A and B. They want to farm up the orbs as well. The Reckoning is so important just for how this entire composition is played. So you can see that's where they've been prioritizing it. RB is 2 away now from that ult. He's just used it.
Careful here.
It's crazy how quick you can get the ult online.
Yeah. When you're putting a plan on him as well, just all the ults being funneled. Dash forwards from Foxy9. He's trying to cut this one up. No one was watching it. Stacked. Beautiful trade. Like his aim wasn't going to be adjusted in time with that one. He was just popping out of the smoke, but still they haven't cleared towards the back of the side. It's a Kogan away though, and when you're spamming it through the wall, Fragment nade drop down on top of it, it's all just a little bit too late.
And you get both of the post-plant agents playing over towards Art. So it's kind of weird what Buzz and Mako are going for right now, actually. They were both playing Art, and now they're so far away, anticipating some people to flank or be pushed.
Lineups from there?
No way, surely not.
I don't know.
Wait, there it is.
Really far back. Yeah,
There's
they are.
Snake bite.
They're just playing lineups from absolute Narnia, man. I mean, they are miles away, but the fight taken anyway. ASC, they realize it. Time is of the essence. Got to be playing towards it. The defuse as well. It's denied. There's only one player left. It's Buzz. Can he win his fight out? He can. The knives not paying off. Defuse has to be stuck. Has to be covered. The players are low, but they do just that. Okay. ASC round on the boards is ludicrous, isn't it? It's crazy.
I mean, when you think DRX are going to, you know, fight something aggressively and support each other, you see you see Buzz and Mako just evacuating into mid to play lineups over into A. And really, that's what ends up hurting them. Like, there's a certain line that you need to tread between being in position to actually spam the plan and being in safe positions to unload your utility. That, I think, was a little too far in one direction. But very funny.
We see it again.
You don't get more of a DRX post plan than that.
No, you don't. I mean, it's so passive all the way back. Deep knife. I believe they're getting any tags on that one, but again, when I was talking about the Reckonings, it's online and it's critical. Life is close, didn't get tagged by it, but again, he's running out of options now all the way through. It's why AG bails him out. Close to the screens, running right through. RB tries to adjust the aim, but 4 for him. Will he get the ace? Pop flash play, he's hunting for it. He wants it, but he's up against Mako. He's ready to deny. No clip inside, a reset potentially there for the third, but shut down. Safe hands, second round now on the board, earned for ASC.
And that's 2 in a row. One with a retake as DRX play passive post plans, and one just shutting down this B push. And we talked about the fact that YH almost caught Foxy9 on the entry last time. And Foxy was able to swing out through his cloudburst and get a really wide peek onto him. And I thought even in that situation, the YH was a bit unlucky not to be able to get the kill. That time, as soon as YH is picked off, Stax is too slow to be able to trade. And that gap between Foxy and the rest of the team rears its head once more.
It's knocked DRX down to the weaker guns, just the rifle for Buzz. Oh, yeah. Spotted him, didn't he? Mako's going to be seen, and now they're converging on him. Heavy in mid. Mako with the Sheriff, can't quite hit the flick.
And this is a serious theme of what we saw on Fracture 2. DRX losing 2 rounds down to an eco. And this is how ASE started that crazy run in the second half, was by winning crucial gun rounds and then knocking DRX's economy down into the dumps.
A lot of ults that they could utilize here. Try and push them back. Lockdown's going to be used preemptively. This is timed up though, yeah. YH uses his no command, but he didn't get off in time, so now they've got this ult to really contend with. No way! You got to turn around, man! Foxy9's getting away with it.
YH had the nade!
Just murder!
They wanted YH's nade to deny the lockdown. That's why he didn't turn around and try and deal with Foxy. But it's all gone to chaos.
Re-detained! The players skipping, hopping this way, that way, not a gun in their hands, and the time is just being bled away from them. Cove, it's shredded to pieces now. Time ticking, no one's sticking. Smoking away, it's raw spam. enough to get the job done, but yeah, just slight miscoordination there.
I mean, a bit more than slight.
I was being polite.
That's very polite of you, Bren. I really appreciate that. The players will love that when they listen back. But that is chaos, and that is a disaster for attacking Seoul Esports. So the idea is YH is trying to run forwards with his null command, get the nade onto the lockdown, and they can actually start this retake properly. And he must be begging for his teammates to deal with Foxy there. And Foxy's stunned up with the frenzy. Is able to knock him to his knees.
Should have been dealt.
And that's so unfortunate for ASE because they got themselves into an economy advantage, and yet once more, DRX are able to fight their way out of it.
Slips away. No pushback again from this extremity control of A main. I said it before, DRX, they love to do it. They love to farm these orbs up. RB, he's on for his 3rd reckoning.
That's very quick.
Good information gain, though.
It is, but it hasn't actually pulled anybody over.
Oh, I mean, the flash didn't connect yet still.
Wow.
HFMI takes the fight.
Doesn't care. He just doesn't
care. Swings right into it. Seekers now popped off, though. DRX, they want to barrel forwards. They're going to take this site. Brute force. Cove's dropped down. Snake bites. Spam. Will it be enough? Still gets the plan down. And the Viper's Pit as well. Layered on top. How do you chew through this one?
Buzz is falling back into that post-plant position again.
Yeah, he's really far back. Only this time they haven't given up Arc completely.
Oh no. Tell a lie, Buzz is going all the way back to A main.
Stacks is going to be the one to hold down his position. Retake money up, never ideal. Dash away to cut it up. Left to just life again, and he has to run away. Got to save that gun. Operator needs to be kept into the next.
And Life really wants to try and find value with the op. He's got 5 kills so far in 7 rounds. It's not bad by any means, but he's really struggling to find value early on. And that's just a little bit of information. They're happy to give their lives away.
They're hunting for it. They got the money.
Get the op. Can Stacks punish this?
Yep. 2 seconds remaining. There it is.
They'll take that trade.
Can't carry that one forward. No family heirloom. So 2-5 being that scoreline in the map now, Josh. DRX.
And that is so bold from HFMI. So bold.
I really do love it, man. I mean, the timings they get taken. Yeah, there's no noise cue off the flash connecting. He still swings for the fight.
What's even more insane than that as well to me, Brent, is that the 0 point from the KO had identified that there was like 3 players there. And so he knows he's going to be swinging into a stack of players. It's not a coordinated push. It's just him on his own. Chad. Absolute Chad.
Still makes the play.
That's the kind of stuff that really will catch off some teams that are looking a little more shaky. And yeah, we're talking about DRX being in a bit of a slump, but that's relative to their normal expectations, where they're going to dominate groups, look like a title contender. Them slumping is still being favored over quite a few teams in this tournament.
Just the Marshall, that reckoning. Again, makes his way through onto the side, clears it out. Clear indicator here that ASE, they want to try and fight the flood back into this one. Denied a chance to even let DRX get that post plan down, but time has been bought and a bit of a distraction. Mako from the back, and yeah, Bunt is none the wiser. All the way through, counter spam, flash round. It's Buzz. He's this way, that way. Spun still want to go trying to adjust this, still trying to go B. They've lifted up to just RB. And it's a thrifty win. I mean, it's all over the place there. It's all over the place, man.
Attacking Seoul, they stack the right site. But what on earth are DRX doing just hammering their heads into the B site when they hear a musket line? They hear 3 lines of infantry just lined up. And they still decide to send it back in with no utility just based off the lurk. I think that's an incredibly optimistic and ambitious play from DRX there on an anti-eco. Exactly the wrong way to play it. And attacking Seoul Esports will take those.
Absolutely. Got to jump on them. Opportunities like that. So maybe it's not looking too dire.
Right. Now Life tries to punish Mako.
And here it is. Mako's been doing this lurk when they've been doing this 4-1 split. Mako's been trying to take that space, punish. Immediate reaction into the smoke. HFMI goes, and there it is. The return of the fire. This way, that way, just up to Buzz. It's a 1v3. Picks up the spike and now repositioning, but he doesn't know where anybody is. Lack of information. He's got so many angles to watch for and play for.
I just don't think this is even possible. There's no way he thinks about YH being behind it this time, does he? He looks like he's
holding it. He's holding it. Spots him. YH running back as well. Waiting for the rest of his team. Fight's taken though. It's a little bit disjointed. Dodged Buzz. Is he really going to be that guy? Pushing forwards all the way round. Buzz nails the shot. Are you not entertained?
That's exactly what the crowd is looking for. A 1v3 like that, played to perfection, and Buzz knows it. He was asked in the press conference who he thinks the most important player is going to be in this game, and he said me. I think it's going to be me. I'm the most important.
I love it.
Yeah, I mean, he's showing why.
Confidence. I mean, you know, this guy puts up monstrous performances. You talk about Mako as the safe hands. The player is always able to just keep it calm in the clutch. But yeah, Buzz is good for moments like that too, playing a variety of roles.
And we're just seeing so many individualistic situations from DRX. That was carrying them through Fracture, to be honest, in a scoreline that was closer, I think, than a lot of people would have been expecting. And now here too, Buzz saves them. Perfectly for them.
Again, life pushed up deep.
And look how much safer Mako is playing this time around. Not looking to get punished by life. DRX have been very heavy over towards A because they know they can take A main for free.
But the reckoning again. It's going to be forcing them all the way back here. Monk, dodging, juking, weaving in and out, not stunned up. Good job to stay alive towards the back of the side, but it's eventually traded. Buzz is there. Swings right the way around. Seekers, they all go. Fallen down, broken apart. Mako is on that flank, and that's going to be important now. With the lockdown at play, it's pushed them all into very predictable angles.
Life could double updraft this, and he might have a chance, but that would give away where he's flanking from.
And he's just waiting it out. Very intelligent. Fight taken. Mako as well. Flanks on flanks. And life has been noted. Nobody giving him any sort of angle, any chance. Does he need it though? He's almost making his own opportunities.
Good
high
try.
tide. RB cuts himself off there, maybe looking to try and spam. The cascade of advantage, synergy. Bunts up close, stacks, returns the fire, swinging all the way through. That is 3-7. It's scrappy.
And tragic there as well, you're right. It's the cascade just blocking their own flash from YH. I like it. And a timeout here, tactical timeout being taken by Attacking Soul Esports as they tried to right the ship. There's so many different things that they could be doing here. And the biggest one that comes to mind is contesting for A main control. DRX only have one initiator here. They've only got one set of flashes, and they're unlikely to want to use the Trailblazer that early to contest over a piece of map control like that. So I'd like to see ASC play with life over at A. You know, set up a flash for him. Go there early with the Sky, flash him onto an angle. If there's people there, fight it with him and the KO. If not, leave him. You can maybe push him a little deeper with the KO knife, just to grab a bit of extra info. But there's ways of forcing fights for life where he doesn't just have to be playing B all the time.
Yeah. Just solo trying to catch the Mako look.
But trying to figure out the best adjustments, it can be simpler in a scrim or when you're at home, you know, you're in your own comfort zone. Here, where there's a crowd staring at you, cheering on Buzz winning a 1v3 against you, and you're staring opposite a team that has experience at Masters, at Champions, deep runs, big tournament placings, then it can be harder to come up with the ideas.
Oh, it's daunting. A lot asked of them to try and adapt. But 2 more chances in this first half to do so. Maybe they can again even it out. We saw similar scenes really on Fracture. Intermittent with them winning their rounds. Pushing forwards though, they want to make a pop flash play. Over the top towards A. Buzz, he watches for it, he calls it.
And they do fight for A control. But this on their eco.
Still wants to try and fight for a little bit more. It's mid being explored. Swing that way, it's returned with the fire. Bun gets the trade.
And Bun's got his reckoning online. That push over towards A got him the ult orb that he needed. And the weaponry's not looking that bad. I would believe in HFMI with a Bucky any day of the week as well. So,
what can he do?
As long as HFMI is able to hold on at the back of the B side. Now, having said that, DRX taking the spike and heading towards A main. The reckoning, though, is such an important tool, and ASE are getting good in information in mid. Unfortunately, they believe that it's heading to mid.
Yeah, they think it's a B push just because they spotted out Mako. And look at the util. Expended out towards B, expecting there to be more players behind Mako. Instead, it's a vacant site onto A. DRX realize it.
They've just over-rotated. The problem is, if ASE had one player here, Buzz wouldn't be able to take such an aggressive position. And now, ASE have got to re-clear all of these spots. It could be A main, it could be Art, it could be deep into Secret, Flowers. There's so many places that they have to clear. So that Reckoning doesn't work as well.
And they fight over this flash. Dissuades them, running forward. It's a run and gun with the Stinger. Why not? If it does the job, if it works. Still, time is really running short here. The Nana Swarm's deaded close to the corner. Buzz forced to dead it out, and that's all of them cleaned up. Time, plenty enough available. ASE take the necessary fights.
And even with a live buy, are able to convert that one. So finding a retake there, even without using, major ultimates, that they'll still have availability for next round. The Reckoning is still there. They've got Null Command to work with. They're set up actually for quite a decent half. On a map where we expected DRX to absolutely come out and dominate. I think there's, again, been enough gaps in how DRX are playing this. To offer ASE these opportunities.
Here we go, last round now with this first half.
I do really like the idea of fighting A here, but Life is on the opposite side of the map. Are they going to send the Reckoning and just make DRX pay for every inch?
Yeah, it's a flash.
No, it's just a little passive. Yeah. They've given it up.
Snakebite as well, maybe to just fake like they were disrespecting and holding that space, but instead now, again, same game plan. One step closer to the Reckoning. Back over towards B. Maka's been containing, so there's been no deep lurk, but again, it's Life who's playing close to this position. What is the call here? Looks like DRX is still discussing it, because back over towards A. Like this refight towards A main, but now there's another flash as well. Will there be the swing and the peek off of it? Yes, RB lands it and sprays him down.
They go 3 for 2 there. Attacking Seoul Esports still with a chance, but Life is a long way from the action. He's just waiting for the information. He's so scared of getting caught by Mako and losing the round completely. So once more, DRX have positioning everywhere that they would want over towards A.
This feels so awkward now as well.
And recall that Mako has these Snakebite lineups from mid.
Yeah.
So his positioning might look disconnected, and it is in terms of trading and fighting, that kind of thing. But he's going to be able to send Snakebites.
What YH has to do. For half.
All in all, DRX able to contain that, and Attacking Seoul Esports now go into the side where they've had such little success recently. Like I said, in their last 3 matches of Pearl, although with some different compositions, they've won only 5 out of 22 of their attacking rounds. So this is going to get even more difficult for the underdog team.
Be that much harder, isn't it? We'll see just how they can really take it, but yeah, going into their attack side, it's not going to be their favorite half. Let's send it down to the desk to break it all down.
Thank you very much. Dominant half there from DRX. I got Mimi, Benkai, and Kakuka with me here. And Benkai, you were talking to us a little bit about how you felt like ASE were making similar mistakes on this map as they were on Fracture as well.
Yeah, I feel like I was watching a replay of Fracture again because you saw like good aggression from ASE at the start of the round. They took that A-main fight very early on that pistol round. And even though they have 2 initiators, it just felt like they had no info on what DRX were doing the entire half.
Yeah, it really did seem so. And, well, we thought with this double flash composition, they would do a really good job with these retakes. Consistently, DRX was finding success in the post plant. And I think a big part of that was how disjointed a lot of these look. You'd have one player fighting on site, and players not really set up to flood to support with utility. So you could never have either those fast retakes together where you're actually flooding to support, nor could you have the more set retakes that are more normal on this map, which meant it was very inconsistent to try and win those rounds.
Yeah, it was only in those later rounds that we can actually see them making that comeback and actually leveling up a little bit. They did not quite understand what to do with the composition, where their strengths were, into how to use that double flashes, that all the information that you can gather with all of that.
I mean, we talk about Mako, we talk about Foxy9. Buzz, we've missed out on him. He was on the HyperX Reflex as well in map 1, and what a great performance from him. Oh my goodness, 317 ACS, Mimi.
He said in interviews that he's the player who needs to step up. When he plays well, he can propel the team to greatness. And on the Killjoy, he's been fantastic thus far.
Yeah, exactly. We were talking about those retakes without all that utility, both in Fracture and now in Pearl as well. I think it's been so important for his team that he's performing. And now that we're talking about the defense, with all the initiation power that we see on the other side, we need those setups to be strong. We need him to save utility. We need him to be very smart to where he's positioned his pieces.
I mean, we're loving him, the crowd is loving him, and he's having a great time. But Benkai, what about ASC in the second half? You said that it felt like they weren't even getting any info with a double initiative.
With the KO knife as well as double flashes, it's really hard to anchor again. So they'll be forcing DRX to play retake a lot of the time. And I think their win condition comes down to how strong they can be in the post plants. I'm fine to see them being aggressive, pushing life forward in those situations to try and get an advantage.
Yeah, not only that, I think that you're talking about utility. I think that I'm looking at Mako again. I think that he's going to be a very strong stopping power when you talk about those executes and the way that he's going to be using his utility. I think that definitely DRX can close it easily, but I would not be surprised that this gets to overtime, actually.
But as the casters were saying, in history, ASC has not been as strong on this attacking side of Pearl. They've been back and forth on the compositions, and they've really struggled to find their stride here. And on the other side, DRX, if there's one thing they're good at, no matter the roster, it's setting up and taking their time with these set retakes, which really are the win condition in the Harbor Viper meta here on Pearl.
Yeah, but also the way that ASU were losing some of those rounds. We saw Buzz standing up, the entire stadium were kind of cheering for his name. Benkai, talk me through the crowd buff. Is it a thing? Is it a myth? Is it real?
It definitely is, and it just gives so much help when like Japanese fans are just crazy. They just love Valorant here. So it really helps when you don't even feel like they're biased against like any one of the teams. They're just cheering because they love the game so much.
So both teams have the crowd buff?
Yeah, I would say so, yeah.
I've been told that we are going through a little bit of a tech pause right now, but it's okay. Pansy and Hypok are casting a little bit later.
I think that they just got into the building.
Yeah, so we're warming up.
It's the Panpok buff.
A little
we
bit.
Get a little bit more time.
But I do like the crowd buff point, though, Mimi, of the fact that both teams have it. They got the entire venue just cheering for them no matter what they do.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And this is a really new experience for DRX. They've been on this stage before. Even Foxy9 has competed within Pacific, which isn't quite the same, but he's had the opportunity to have that crowd behind him. But for these Chinese teams, for ASE, this is something new for them that I think can get you excited. You can channel that momentum and start to push this game closer, as we did see on Fracture.
Yeah, and if we talk about the trajectory, there's also this team has to have an international stage. They need to learn to live with this pressure.
Well, everything is good in the game, so it's time to jump back into the second half with Josh and Bren and see if ASE can pull it back.
Yeah, let's find out. I mean, listen, you look at the statistics, you track it as well. Their attack side on Pearl hasn't been good for ASE in the domestic region they've been playing in China, but who knows? Listen, it's always a chance of that step up as well. Maybe the preparation is there. Maybe they've spotted some of the weaknesses in the way DRX do play this map.
I mean, you look at the minimap, it looks like we're going to have a massive clash in A main. DRX going for something that Attacking Soul Esports didn't show us too much of, which was those big clashes. They fought for it occasionally, but we'll see what the difference is like.
There it is, the exchange as well. Birds flying right past one another.
Yeah, they give it up. They don't want to fight with the Cascade at their back. So DRX doing the same thing, giving over control of that alt orb to HFMI.
It's interesting, isn't it? You know, the full prioritization, DRX trying to get the Reckoning online ASAP. Instead, it's ASE prioritizing the Seekers.
I mean, it wasn't just the ult orbs that were helping RB get his ults online so quickly. He's got 20 kills.
Yeah, he's 20 and 9. That doesn't hurt at all. Use a little bit later. Smoke forwards, nanoswarms as well popped off here. Just an attempted delay by DRX. Gathering up now with reinforcements. Will they try and flood, or are they just going to be trying to wait as well for the plan to go down? As a flash, it is an attempt. As the plan goes down, Mako is not watching for it. The reposition, life eventually dealt with, but it's all down to Stacks. He's low, 20 health. Shots firing straight through, blind as anything with the smokes, but it's dealt with, it's traded, and so the pistol goes to ASE.
Got to see whether ASE continue playing those aggressive post-plant positions. The difference in post-plant spots, so drastic between those two teams. Point is going to be a really important post-plant tool to stop retakers from taking space. This is strange, they just allow RB to take the orb. Everybody from ASE around that area, but none of them choosing to fight over it. Yeah, worried perhaps about a 5-person stack.
Worried potentially as well of any pop flash plays through it, but no. It's given up. Mid starting to be explored, but splitting themselves up.
This is where the lurkers can't be too fast.
Shots here.
They go for it anyway. It's dangerous in those kind of situations. You can definitely get caught.
Damage was done to Monk, but of course, Feel in the back pocket. They've really slowed this one down and given DRX a full read because they've got nobody stacked towards B. All the way, running through. Foxy9 attempts to disrupt again, and there it is. Backup is online. Mako pushing all the way through with the classics making short work of them. It's turned on its head just like that. It's up to HFMI, the 1v1. RB picks up the Bulldog. Cove to reposition. Watching on the edge.
That's so bold. That is so bold from HFMI. At any point there, RB could swing through his Cove. But RB's gone for the reposition.
It's still available. Of course, HFMI does not opt to use it. Needs to keep the gun out. That's roughly where RB is, but again, could have repositioned anywhere. Will he guess correct? It's all about the timing. Spots it, lands it. Beautiful. Lovely clutch, and listen, maybe it shouldn't have got that close. Maybe it shouldn't have come down to the 1v1, but it's a round on the board, nevertheless.
We saw one of these situations on Fractured too, where DRX were very, very close to winning the eco situation straight after the pistol round, and it damaged the option for ASE to go for an effective bonus. And I think that's what we're going to see again. You know, you think about how you're going to generate a comeback here. You need the pistol, but you really want to start doing damage in rounds like this, round 15. It's going to be hard for the Chinese squad to do that here.
But he still can. Flash over the top there.
With the 0 point.
Control here, yeah.
Trying to find Mako and stop the one-way and stop the snake bites from being a thing. Instead, Mako, he didn't even deploy them yet.
I really like this. He's spotting a bit of a weakness here in the defensive setups. It's, again, bring them all the way into the sides. Fragment nades, snake bites, everything. Tossed into the back of Horse to clear it out, so the site should be theirs. Inside the orb, though.
And now the aggressive post-plant positions of ASE should be great.
Oh, Bunt is taking so much damage from that. Does stick it, though, so they get themselves into the post. And it's aggressive. Like you said, Josh, Trailblazer leaps it in. Dash forwards from Foxy9. Cuts that one forwards. Where's the rest of the help? It's a team flash, but yeah, okay. The fire is returned. RB's quick. Just help out. Left up to Monk. No snake bites. Got the angle watched for here, but with just a Vandal. Trying to spam is dangerous. RB sticking, already gaining half. Can't quite land the bullets, and yep. Just all the way through.
Monk will be happy to save the Vandal, but also if he goes down, still enough money to buy for the next. And in that situation, DRX anticipating those more aggressive post-plant situations and getting Stax' utility in the right place. And you take a look at this from Foxy9. He's got that flash around the corner, and they're able to clear people out. This is what they didn't quite realize was happening on the pistol. And honestly, about half of winning a Valorant round, any Valorant round, is getting a read on what your opponents are doing.
Yeah. Gonna have that appropriate idea. Obviously, it was that half by 6-9 being that scoreline, but finally some rifles in the hands of ASE. Deep high tide dropped across. Stax was not contested on that spot, so he's picking up one step closer now to the Seekers.
Yeah, when attacking Seoul Esports are trying to take B control or mid control,
having fun with it.
They don't really have anyone deep in A. I think that's a good idea. That's what Life was saying at the press conference. You know, they were coming in to have a bit of fun with it and to learn.
Yeah, I think that's wise.
Before they arrived and before they scrimmed, they said they wanted to win the championship. But I think expectations were readdressed somewhat quickly after they got the chance to
maybe
play a little.
Practice, yeah.
Which is not a bad thing.
Reckoning through. Okay, what a shot to land with the updraft. Michael was not ready for that one. Could not reposition in time. Seekers let loose and across here. It's a pivot. Just two players. No one's watching main this entire time. It's been contained. Foxy9 still there. Smoke dropped down. He repositions. Watching. Still containing. ASE, do they really still want to commit into this one? They don't have any control of the site.
Foxy9 is going to hear them coming like a herd of elephants.
Oh, and the shot's just not quite landing here still. He's still close. Foxy9. Dash now active once more. To the back of that kill.
And they didn't leave anybody be as an option to go back in that direction.
Yeah, 15 seconds left. One to the reposition, on for the ace. And the time pressure, it's all there. Seconds ticking away, the crowd chanting, the crowd denying the chance. We'll be seeing a repeat of what Boostio was achieving, but the DRX, they can be pleased. 6-10, starting to now sail away with it.
It does feel like that. And just some unusual decisions in terms of committing to the side, but to be honest, we saw the same thing from DRX. They had that round where they almost assuredly should have taken an exit and pivoted in the first half, and instead just forced their heads into a brick wall over towards B. So both teams finding it a little hard to find the weak site. And attacking Seoul Esports are going to take a timeout here. It's 6-10. They've got a deficit. They've also got no money to buy. So this one likely to send DRX up to 11. And this is where you really get to see a bit of the tier difference that we were expecting between the two teams. It's not been completely clean sailing here for DRX. You know, sometimes we've seen them in the group stage and they've just battered teams. 32, 33. Yep. Goodbye, wham bam, thank you ma'am.
Other times they have been a bit more shaky. You know, they've still been able to sail through most of the times that they've been in the group, but you know, every now and then you just see the form, it's just not really up to par where the expectations are. They are a team as well that, you know, we thought that they kind of broke through the hurdle as well, you know.
Yeah,
Champs last year, being able to make that deep run.
And then everything after Champions has been them in a bit of an identity crisis, I would say.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Maybe this is the tournament.
To run.
Maybe this is the tournament for them to figure it out. And you know, it's not just which roster to run. I think it's also like how they want their style to work too. But they've got some time to figure that out.
Yeah.
And they're not looking like they're in danger of losing that. Whoops! That 0 point went miles away. So RB escapes, and he has all of his utility online.
Yep, still maybe intending to catch on to him. Foxy9. Dash is there. He realizes they're running right all the way through. Oh my goodness, you're body blocking me. Get out of my way. Shot. Didn't quite land there. Maybe just the movement and accuracy as well. It went wide. An exchange of the gun. So, rifle in the hand. Want to try and see that initiation. Dash to disengage. There's a judge up top, but now that threat is no longer there. And still that aggressive post plant.
Yeah, really, really aggro.
Deep smoke again. High tide now there. No command. As soon as the first layer and wave of that util is used, it's enough to really bog DRX down. They can't use anything to break past this chokehold, this crossfire setup. It has to be the raw duel. It's taken, and Foxy9 swings into it. There's nobody to help him. Where's the cover? And fire, Monk! It's raining down lead. Kind of that perfect chance. Potentially got a little bit more, but he does spot out where Stax is, and that'll be easily done. So, get themselves a 7th. Massive round, yeah.
They come straight out of a timeout with bad weaponry, and they still manage to get the site and play another one of these really close post plants on B. Very much not how any team is playing this map at the moment, in terms of, you know, post plant positioning and the composition that they're using too. But it does make sense for what they're running. They don't have those nanoswarms to be able to work with, so playing passive positions, not going to be as useful. And here we see YH, the player that helped take all of the utility offline, now pick up and operate.
He's still got
on
the
attack.
Yeah, I mean, they exchanged the weapons around like did. Well, that was from DRX's side, excuse me, but yeah, picks up the operator for attack side now. I mean, it's intriguing. Definitely unorthodox. Viper's bit. Laid down at their feet through the choke point. There's a lot of util to slow them down. Trailblazer had to wait out a Nana Swarm, and there's a flank, this deep push from Foxy9. He's got all the information in the world for his team. That's how they can afford to stack over towards A. But it is being watched for. And the shot's there.
Who needs a Killjoy turret?
Yeah.
Got a KO with the
YH with the off. Magical stuff. Plant still needs to go down though, and they want to play up close inside the pit. They deny it. Chance to get into the post plant. Still, 50 seconds remaining. How does this get offset? Spike picked back up. Life's still close here. He's got the judge. It's a bit of a team flash. Up close. What is that? He's updrafted.
Oh, that's
gonna take him out. Stacks hits a nasty shot with the reactions, and the spike eventually planted. Mako got himself a judge now as well. Himself falling from the main position. Fragment nade will push them off from the tap. Initially, a flash play to attempt a sturdy operator.
I'm back, chat.
To try and spam with, to try and play the
Okay.
boost, the shorty
Stacks
as well.
on defuse.
It's not the right tool for
No!
the job. You just have to back away.
Okay, next one.
It's all over the place. It's carnage at its core, but gets the job done, doesn't it, for DRX?
Back-to-back teams with the worst economy winning here in round 17, round 18, but flipped in the opposite direction. What is this shot? Lovely from Stacks.
That is disgusting.
Lovely. And then the rest of it, ASC just struggled so much in terms of getting the plant down. They had the pit, but it didn't extend very deep into the site. Serious difficulties there, being able to get into a comfortable spot, especially with YH using the operator instead of buying himself a rifle. Trying to get value out of the op that they'd picked up.
No nuance in the play though this time around again. Straight forwards to the A site.
It feels so similar to Fracture when they just got to the end of the game.
Flash in the back.
Hits constantly.
Life trying to set up off of it. Wasn't supported though, wasn't timed particularly well. The reckoning's there, DRX. Watchful eye with all the rifles. No attempts to push through into Art, into the back of the side, and again they can't get that plant down.
Is this a playbook issue from ASE? Like I said, we saw the same on the first map. It just feels like it gets to about this spot in their attack half, and they just feel like they want to go for the same thing over and over and over. 3v5 now where they're not in a great spot. They've got enough money to be able to buy for next, so they might just want to try and send this. Their positioning is so committed.
Trying to send it here. Adjustment. Foxy9 with the operator. Swings the aim down through the smoke, pops through. Buzz is expecting. He's playing anti-flash. And yep, he expects it. HFMI was there. Plant's still being stuck though, but oh, Mako. Quick to adjust.
Ready for it.
Quick to run him down. So that's the 12th round gain here, Josh. One more step away from locking up the series.
ASE finding themselves in a difficult spot here. The economy is not going to be too bad. Monk, though, not with very much money. The rest of the team should be able to invest into rifles. DRX are going to be able to... Look how many players there are on the minimap right now for DRX. They have almost everybody over here. There's only Stacks that was playing towards B, and then even he ended up joining the rest of the team. They're just not afraid of ASE running any sort of fake or pivot on them, having a lurker. They're so confident that it's just going to be a straight up A hit.
Yeah, they know it's straight up. Again, I know one's not there. Again, deep flash. Blade Storm in his hands, ripping his way across. It's so similar, and allows Foxy9 the timing. He knows what they're going for. Orb's being farmed up, takes the peak. Dash to get out.
Happy birthday, HFMI.
Yeah. It feels like the DRX that are regaining a bit of confidence, you know. Often you see this team they play, looking at the cams afterwards, and there's a lot of smiles, a lot of exchange of fist bumps, but Stacks has been quite stern comparative to how he usually is. Life over the top, that was an updraft play, still the angles watchful. Foxy9, he lands his, comes down to this.
He wants to duel.
He wants to fight, and he will take it. 3 now for him. Set up again for the ace, the shorty out denied there, spamming through. It looks like it is finished. It looks like it's finalized, and that will do it. Series contained. DRX, they get the 2-0.
And that's the expected result here for DRX. The manner in which they did it, they had a couple of shakes today, but they also had some things that worked very nicely. The individual form and the individual brilliance, never in doubt. RB ends that map with 25 kills, but I was impressed by moments like that 1v3 from Buzz. Mako's clutches on Fracture 2 was superb, and you had Foxy9 demonstrating his excellent individual skill. And remember, this is not a tournament like lock-in, it's not single elimination. We haven't seen the end of Attacking Soul Esports in this tournament. Now here is... This is... region.
Maybe this could be a bit of time as well where, you know, you find that footing, you are DRX. You've always been so consistent in the groups, but with all the questions just swirling around them, maelstrom of emotions, there's been back and forth, there's been rumors as well about all sorts, you know. Is it burnout? Is it them just testing different stuff? But they get their win in the groups. Can they keep it going? It's a tough task ahead. This is really one of the most hotly contested international tournaments we've ever had, I would say, in Valorant.
Yeah.
I don't think the level of play has ever been quite so high.
And also, I mean, the fact that they're going to be going up against EG, I love that idea. You know, DRX playing against Evil Geniuses, you get to see that clash. We've already seen this team take on something from PaperX. Now they face Demon 1. I mean, it's set up for a great battle there up top. And also, the questions were really not answered in this game, Brett. We're going to need probably the whole group stage, maybe even a bit of the playoffs if DRX make it there, which they're expected to. But for us to have an answer of what this team wants to do, has their identity crisis been solved? That's the kind of big question that isn't just fixed in one match. Yeah. We don't even know whether they're going to be committing to Foxy9 in the future. No, they could roll out with Zest for the game against EG and no one would bat an eyelid.
Could be all over the place. For Attacking Soul Esports, I think, listen, getting that international experience is more than valuable. Got that under their belt. They're not out of the action, not out of the fight just yet, of course. Knocked down lower in their groups.
And for China, they're here representing a region where the game hasn't even released yet, and the region itself is not as experienced. But they're also hunting for that first win for Chinese Valorant at a global event. All the Chinese teams, they've always won a map, but they've never won a match. EDG are going to see if they can claim that in the match that's coming up right after this one. But if they can't, Attacking Soul Esports could still be the first.
Yeah, there's still plenty of danger in the groups this way, that way, and of course, as you mentioned, Josh, the day is not finished just yet. It's 3 matches at play. There's plenty more Valorant action throughout the day, and maybe the possibility as well of that storyline rearing his head. China's first win, maybe.
I definitely think so. I mean, you look at Attacking Soul Esports here, they still had their moments. And you saw the individual ability of some of these players to still hang, right? We still saw big moments from Life and, you know, clutch plays, this kind of thing. So when you go from watching Attacking Soul Esports to the next match, which is featuring EDG, then that could be a serious step up in performance from China.
Absolutely. I mean, listen, maybe a preview of things to come, but enough from us. Let's send it down to the desk to break down the series so far and set us up for that last series of the day.
Thank you very much, Saisho and Bren. I've got Mimi, Benkai, Kakuka back here with me. You guys, we talked about how DRX, maybe they need a redemption arc. And Mimi, what a great way to start that redemption arc.
It really was. We get the answer to a question of who are they going to be playing. They come out with Foxy9, and they look solid. There were some issues on their Fracture. It looked shaky, but the important thing is that they recovered. They came out on Pearl and found a dominant victory. For a DRX that's in so much turmoil, I think this is exactly the win you need.
Yeah, exactly. And coming into the tournament, as we said, like everybody thinking that you're no longer the favorite, you're not the team to look at. Maybe they want to swift around, and maybe now that the pressure and now not every single eye is on them, is the moment that we get the performance that we have been expected.
How convincing was that, though, Benkai? Do you feel like now we can start talking about tournament contenders? Is it the old DRX again?
I feel like it's a bit too soon to say that they're going to win the tournament and that they're back to their old form. It's only been like 1 series and anything could happen after that. Like they have to fight EG after this.
Yeah.
And that's like a huge mountain to climb, I feel, for the current form that DRX is in.
Yeah, it is going to be a tough game for them up ahead. But for DRX, I think what this is going to do, particularly for Foxy9, I can just imagine the pressure he's under, being subbed in and out, not really knowing what his place on the team is going to be. But this is something where you can build off of this win. You can get that initial idea of, hey, we are still that team that is always so consistent at the top level. And in this one, I think what was best from them was they just did a good job of punishing ASC's mistakes. There was rounds where ASC looked really good.
I see a big mistake here. We were seeing just in the screen that ACA had 13 first kills, and most of them they were not able to convert into those advantages into rounds.
Yeah, I mean, I got to talk about the fact that they are able to come back from 3v5s, Mimi, and 3v4s, everything. Even when they're down, they're not out.
They absolutely are not. The individuals on this team have proved consistency, particularly for Mako. We always expect him to show up at global events, and he absolutely did here. A consistently fantastic game out of him. A great understanding from this team of how they want to play their retakes on this map. It's just fairly clean, as we'd expect.
Yeah, and Benkai, do you feel like maybe they learned from playing against the Paper Rexes of the world on how to maybe deal with this kind of playstyle from ASC?
I'm not really sure. I felt that there wasn't really like much variety in ASC's play on pole. Like, you just felt that they were banging their head against the wall and just trying to execute onto A and B almost every time. I felt that they could have used that middle space a lot better to play with DRX's rotation, because DRX almost had 3 on the bomb side every time ASC executed onto it. And I just felt that they could have done a better job with like pulling those numbers away to their advantage.
So not tested yet, you feel like?
Yes, but this will definitely give them the experience that they need moving forward. Yeah.
I mean, you guys mentioned the EG matchup as well. I want to quickly talk about it because do you guys feel like that's going to be, I mean, it is going to be a bigger challenge for DRX, but do you guys feel like DRX are the favorites going into that one?
I think it's actually really hard to say, honestly. Because EG came out and looked so good. A very dominant win for them against Foot. They have their full roster. I think for DRX, the questions still haven't fully been answered.
Yeah, completely. Because as we were saying, there were so many moments where ACA had the advantage and still was not able to capitalize on that one. So many times that they were just feeling flat. EG is not going to be the same. So even though DRX got this win and definitely is comfortable in leaving with that 2-0, in my heart, it doesn't feel like the game that we watched earlier today.
And for DRX, I think, well, the preset stuff they had was good. It is still a DRX that has their style and plays to it consistently. They're always doing these set executes, they're doing the same set post plans repeatedly, and it worked against ASC because they weren't able to adapt in the same way. But one thing EG is very strong at is coming in with the prep, coming in with the adaptation against opponents who can be a little bit more stagnant, as we saw them do against Foot.
I mean, on the other side, I am a little bit worried for Foot just because in the region they come from, DRX, they have a lot of experience scrimming ASC, playing against fast teams in the Pacifics League. Kakuka, as you will know, they never, ever encounter teams like this. What are they going to do?
Yeah, well, the thing is that they haven't encountered them this year, but when we take a look back at what happened last year when most of that squad was already Foot, I think that they have that probably upper hand coming into the tournament where they have been in that position where they're the fast team or they're playing against a very fast team. They just need to look back, you know? I think that is one of the powers that they have to actually be able to adapt to these things. And again, I think they're also going to be on top of those mistakes.
Well, let's get an interview. I haven't seen GB in a while. I don't know how you guys feel about this. I miss him as well. He's standing by right now with Stacks in the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, guys. All right, well, I'm joined here by Stacks and, of course, Jen, my co-pilot here for this one. So, first and foremost, Stacks, congratulations on the win. How did it feel to get that big win here on the stage?
일단 기분은 너무 좋고요. 그냥 너무 좋아요, 항상.
So excited. It's always exciting to win.
Yeah, no, of course. Now, you play this team a lot. Were there any surprises that you caught you off guard that you weren't sure? Because they definitely seemed like they had some counter strats.
일단은 스크린 많이 해봐서 비슷한 스타일이었고요, 일단은. 그리고 근데 챔피언 캐릭터 조합들이 많이 바뀌어서 그거는 좀 놀랐습니다.
Well, we scrimmed them a lot, as you said, and I think their play style didn't really change, but they definitely switched up their comp, so yeah, definitely was surprised.
Now, we had Foxy9 all game. Do you think we're going to get Zest? Is he coming out? You want to give me a little tea or something?
Might be sometimes. I don't know.
All right, well, Stacks, up next, though, you do have Evil Geniuses who have been on a hot streak lately. They've looked so good. What do you make of this team?
저는 일단은 이지는 진짜 항상 좋게 본 팀이었고 팀적으로도 저는 일단은 하는 게 좀 기대될 것 같고 좀 좋은 팀이랑 경기를 한다는 거에 저는 조금 영광일 것 같습니다.
I've always rated them as a really good team, as a strong team. So it would be an honor to take them on, and I'm excited for that.
Well, we're excited to watch you, brother. Stacks, always a pleasure to talk to you. Jen, killed it as always. And for now, though, we're going to send it over to Prime Gaming post-game highlights. And then when we're back, we got more action for you. Don't go anywhere. Thank you.
Wow, both of these teams, we have one that's on a redemption arc and the other that's just here to get some experience, exciting stuff.
Plan goes down, and now you're really feeling the heat, but all revealed from the haunt. Close to the side, just spotting the shoulder. Foxy9.
Beautiful.
Close plan positions, though. That's the aftershock to push them out into the open. It's up to Life to contain, and well, Sim flying down to the close corner. Foxy9, he's got to try and anchor. He's got one of his own. The ult, it connects, it lands, and just like that, shut down. And it's DRX. Listen, it's shaky. They do get that map #1 in a series. This way, that way, just up to Buzz. Fight's taken, though. It's a little bit disjointed. Dodged Buzz all the way round. Buzz nails the shot. Are you not entertained? Will there be the swing and a peek off of it? Yes, RB lands it! Mobility's being suppressed there. Life towards the side with a shotty, diffusing. Not going to be able to stick. Vulnerable, that 4 in a round, RB. 15 seconds left. One to the reposition, on for the ace.
Nice! Nice!
It looks like it's finalized, and that will do it. Series contained. DRX, they get the 2-0.
This is Sadie. She's on Verizon, and she has the new My Plan, where she gets exactly what she wants and only pays for what she needs. She picks only the perks she wants and saves on every one, all with an incredible new iPhone. Get iPhone 14 Pro on us when you switch. It's your Verizon.
T1, it's time for our third and final match of the opening day. I've got Bren with me and Clint. Welcome. Paper, how are you doing?
Yeah. The ball jokes have started early, have they? He hasn't even arrived.
He's not even here yet.
T1, it's...
He hasn't got here. We've got bold players everywhere. Boostio, Demon One. I mean, there's a lot of people without hair here, Yinsu. You can't single me out.
You feel represented.
I feel singled out.
Aww. Okay. I mean, I couldn't really say Achilles, because then he would have been really...
Right.
Really
No, I'll feel fine about it if I get to shave your head later.
Mine?
That's the only thing I'm taking.
I mean, okay, I'll think about it. But let's talk about T1 versus EDG before we derail everything that we're doing today. I believe that you guys did some predictions, bracketology.
Oh God!
Where, by the way, you don't know how to put a logo the right way.
I don't know how to do bracket predictions.
We need to
as
talk
well.
about that. We need to talk about that.
We can talk about a lot. There's a lot to break down.
Yeah, let's see how wrong you were and how that played out. Check this out, guys.
Welcome to Bracketology version 5. Let's get into this, Josh. Honestly, I mean, you guys know the drill. We've been doing these bracketologies for far too long now, and now, at this point as well, I'm tired of bearing the responsibility, the weight and mantle of responsibility that's been on my shoulders for all of these brackets. Josh, we're going to split this. You're going to do Group A, I'm going to do Group B, but there's a twist in this as well. We're actually allowed to affect each other's side of the groups, and we've got a little veto card as well. So Red X, if you feel like you disagree with any of my choices,
and you with mine,
and me with yours, I'm allowed to use the red veto.
May I begin?
You can begin.
All right.
Group A, get started.
The quicker I get going, the better it is for everybody, I think. So NRG, they're beating Na'Vi, I think.
I would agree with that.
And then, doesn't even matter who they're playing up
I'm
putting them straight through.
I mean, I agree with that. That's
fine. You
fine.
don't even know who they're playing against.
I would agree with that, though.
All right, so we'll knock Na'Vi down to lowers. That makes sense. And T1. I think T1 are beating EDG to start out with. EDG, they haven't been able to find their wins at international tournaments. And that puts, T1, I'm saying they lose. They drop down here to play this lower bracket game. EDG, though, they're in the game against Na'Vi. I'm going to see if I can bait out the veto early. I reckon EDG beat Na'Vi. EDG, they beat Na'Vi. You want to veto it?
I'm not going to veto that, no.
You're not going to veto it?
No, not yet.
EDG go through
T1.
against T1.
EDG go through?
Yep. Now what? Now what?
I'm vetoing that. Swap that around. Get T1 in.
So now T1 are the team that go through. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Oh, no.
What do you mean that's so unfortunate?
Oh, no, my bracket.
This is what I would want.
Oh, no, my bracket.
Okay, I mean, he's gaming the system now. The entire segment is going to pot. All right, I'm going to get started with this. DRX attacking Seoul Esports.
Yep.
It's got to be DRX going through.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, I think that's just understandable. Attacking Seoul Esports, I like the underdogs here.
Yeah,
I mean, they're
definitely
looking like one of the weaker teams coming in. Foot versus EG.
Close game.
Close game, but Demon 1 is in Tokyo.
Yep.
So I'm going to be doing Demon 1.
Yeah, I'm not mad about that one, honestly.
Yep.
I'm
going to be doing. I also just said I'm going to be doing Demon 1 for the team. I mean, just the entirety of the team as well. So that leaves us there. And for our number 1 seed going through, I'm actually going to have EG going all the way.
You're going to have...
I think DRX are looking a little bit weaker. Are you going to try and veto that?
I mean, I'm tempted. I'll let you get away with it because I think there might be more egregious stuff coming up.
Is the logo upside down? I can't really tell.
One of them is. Attacking Seoul Esports against Foot then in the lower bracket.
Attacking Seoul Esports. I mean, thank you for keeping me on track.
You don't know how a group works.
Yeah, I don't know how this is working. Foot down there, attacking Seoul Esports. I'm having Foot going through.
You're having Foot beat attacking Seoul Esports? Yep, I'm on board with that.
That's what I'm going with here, I think.
So that sets up Foot playing against DRX.
Yeah, Foot versus DRX.
Yeah.
And for this one, you're not going to like this one. I want Foot going through.
You want Foot going through?
I want Foot going through.
DRX for the first time being eliminated from groups?
Yes.
That's a red card. That's a red card. That's
you didn't
a
even give me time to put the
No, that's a veto. That ain't happening. That simply ain't happening. DRX,
DRX
always make it out of groups. They always make it out of groups.
I disagree with that.
Don't be
How
a
have we
fool.
managed to get a good bracket going?
I like it.
I actually quite like it. This does match.
All
no, it
you
doesn't
needed
match,
to do
actually.
was not have sole responsibility.
Okay, well, there we go. We split the responsibility and we've come up with a kind of reasonable bracket as well. We'll see actually how this one plays out. And we'll send it back to the desk as well. What do you make of all of this?
I like it.
I don't like it.
I like that.
I don't like it.
I will say that you've been right so far, which is scary.
Yeah, but we've only had 2 games yet.
Yeah, and you're
2 games.
100%.
A coin could do that.
Yeah, I mean,
a chicken could do that.
I mean, I feel like you and a coin have a lot in common anyway. So I mean, that's a big shout. But you also had T1 going through in this matchup. So let's talk about T1 and tell me why you had them beating EDG here.
Yeah, I think that they have surprised a lot of people and improved a ton. They're a team that Lock-In didn't look like they had too much going for them, but they've changed around their IGLing and added a huge amount of structure to the team.
Yeah, I think it's added a ton to this team. I mean, prior as well, you had, I believe it was Munchkin IGLing for the team. Doesn't have much experience when it comes to attack shooters as well when it was doing that. But at some point, they also switched it over to Zeta. Yeah. And this guy does have a ton of experience. I mean, we know he does. He's played for absolutely years as well in Valorant on top of that. And the improvements have been meteoric from T1. It's quite astounding, honestly, as well. There's not many teams that compare in terms of the trajectory that they've been on.
Would you say that they are the most improved team out of everyone, though?
That's more difficult to give them like the superlative of that, because you've also got like EG over there too, who I think only beat Heretics. Like, listen, we don't want to start ragging on the EMEA teams, but they beat Heretics, and then they've become this absolute force here to be reckoned with. So I don't know about most improved, but they're definitely up there as one of the most improved teams. I think it remains to be seen based on what they do in this tournament.
Yeah, well, they are in the arena, and Golden Boy had a catch-up with them. Check this out.
Hey, buddy, how you doing? Been a long time. Hey, quick question, Carpe. Who do you think is going to win Masters Tokyo?
It's all early Masters, so I'm not sure yet.
Okay.
But I want to say T1.
I think that's the right answer. Hey, brother, you have a good one out there. Take it easy, okay? Back to you guys.
He did say him, right? I couldn't really hear that loud.
Yeah,
he said
Golden
that.
Boy's also like a homing missile of friendliness. Yeah. Just locked in on him.
It's like he's going to be catching up with a pint after the game. Like he's just.
I would watch that content.
Friendly.
That is content that I would watch.
Content.
But let's talk about Carpe and Munchkin as well. I mean, you guys know Carpe for, I feel like, a very, very long time. I think when he started, I think people were not very kind about his transition.
Or Mega Lol Overwatch player.
Yeah.
I saw a lot.
Talk me through how much he's improved here.
It's been good. I mean, the improvements have been really nice. I think off the back of what I said prior, they switched the IGLing. Look, Munchkin is freed up in that capacity. Doesn't have to focus too much on the calling, which obviously improves his play. But also, Carpe has just been developing and learning the game steadily over the course of his entire tenure so far that it's been playing on T1. And it's been really nice, honestly. Not only that, I mean, the guy is playing a multitude of roles. Yeah. I mean, he's one of the most flexible players we have at this event, which is kind of ridiculous considering the kind of lack of prior competitive experience he's even had in Valorant.
Absolutely, and those aren't just normal roles. He also plays like Gecko and Bind and stuff like that, but he's also got that raw aim that carries him through so many sticky situations and wasn't really showcasing. Actually, at Lock-In, he ended up being one of their best players, which was weird because we were expecting big performances from Saya and Zeta, but those guys have been playing well, and you've got all the improvements coming out of Carpe and Munchkin. So I think it makes them a dangerous team currently.
I want to touch on that Munchkin point real quick because I feel like we've seen him before. He's not one of the ones on the team that haven't played international tournaments, but I feel like, Bren, this is the best we've ever seen Munchkin right now.
Yeah, and it's because he's been freed up, like what I was saying prior about the IGLing role. It takes a massive weight off your shoulders when you're not calling for the entirety of your team, and the stress of that goes away. You can focus a bit more on the anchoring, but he has had that massive uptick in terms of his performance, One
other interesting thing I think we should talk about with T1 is that they have not changed a single comp in the 9 weeks of Pacifics that they played. They stuck to 7 comps on 7 maps, and that's pretty much it. Do you think that's I mean, Fnatic also have done the same, but do you think that's a good thing for a team like this?
Oh, for Fnatic, you give them the benefit of the doubt that they could cook up other stuff if they really wanted to. T1 is still a team in development, and I think a lot of the meta does revolve around being able to throw different things at your opponents. And the fact that they didn't, even when they made it as deep as to have like a BO5 playing against DRX, pushing them to the very limit. I mean, final map, if they'd thrown something different, maybe they could have got that across the line. But also, Zeta in the press conference was saying one of the biggest differences for their improvement over this period of time has been at the start, they didn't feel comfortable with the comps that they'd chosen. And now getting their roles defined, getting the comps defined, and getting more structure have been the important things. You don't get roles defined and you don't get structure embedded if you're just changing things willy-nilly all the time. Ask DRX. Ask DRX.
I mean, I've watched Angel play for 9 weeks.
Yeah,
so I get you.
know.
I get you. I get you. What do you think, Brent? Are you down with a no comp change?
No, I mean, I agree with it. I think a lot of the problems that surfaced from T1 early on came from them really tunnel visioning, I think, on the execute aspects. You know, they were really trying to hone all those big site hits, and they were lacking the mid-rounding. They were lacking the really good adjustment to the calling as well. Players weren't comfortable with the roles. And now, once you solidify that, you can start to slowly, cross off on the list all the other improvements that you need to make, which they have been making over the course of Masters. They look like a real heavy hitter, I think, heading into this event. I've said it multiple times, but this Masters event, this international event that we have right now currently in Tokyo, is one of the most hotly contested in terms of the level of play. Across the board, across all the teams as well. I think most teams can do some real damage.
Anyone can win it. Anyone. Now, I feel a bit left out when you guys did your bracketology.
Yeah.
I want to do mine as well.
Okay.
So if we guys take a look at the bracket real quick, I'm going to give you a hot take. In fact, screw the other teams. I think no matter what happens, how it happens, EDG are making it out. I believe it. I fully believe it. I think they're going to win more than one game. They're going to get their first win. They're going to get a second win. And they might even get a third one.
Through the uppers?
I mean,
all the way?
If they get 3, then they would have to go through the lowers, right? So I think, no, that's a lie. They would have to still go through.
It's still 2.
Well, it doesn't matter how they get out of this group. They are getting out of this group.
That's a hot take. It's a hot take for a couple of reasons. One, because they'd have to beat NRG and Na'Vi, who've been historically good. They'd have to beat one of them at one point. And Na'Vi's not been looking amazing. But also this match against T1. If you go up to the uppers, then, I mean, okay. But when you go down to the bottom, then, you know, this match ends up being really important.
I mean, if we look at the roster now, let me try to convince you guys.
Okay.
Because if we compare this roster to the T1 roster, for the first time ever in an EDG matchup, they have more international experience on the global Valorant stage, Brent. For the first time ever. And I think that's going to play into their favor.
It's massive. I think the international experience, we can't offset how big of an advantage that is as well, because you learn how to perform on the big stage, all the little quirks as well of playing at these big international tournaments. You start to learn and have those moments as well from where you know, the shortcomings were last time, and you bring back that experience. Now, Edward Gaming have had, you know, ups and downs in their domestic regions as well, in their tournaments that they've been playing still, but they are looking like the best contender to get that first win for China on the big stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And last time, remember how close they were to beating 100 Thieves. Lock-it, right? It was OT towards the end. So this team has showcased an ability to push teams close before, but they've never been able to get over the line. And they've got more chances to do it here.
Yeah, I'm going to keep trying to convince you. I'm going to keep bringing stuff out, you know, more experience.
Still a hot take.
Stats as well. Stats don't lie, all right? Stats never lie, especially without context. The more we can have stats without context, the better.
Without context?
Oh yeah, screw that.
Better misinformation on the desk.
Exactly. I mean, wait, information on the desk?
Misinformation.
Never.
Misinformation.
Never.
Directed misinformation campaign that you're
Yeah. We never do that. But let's take a look at those stats, because not just Concom, but the team in general, they are up there with stuff. They're doing good. They look good. I mean, like I said, stats don't lie. And we don't see Concon stats here just yet. We're going to see that in a bit. But surely this is a good omen.
Right, okay. So I know your stats don't lie narrative is really powerful right now. But I'm going to apply some context to this. And I know that's
no context needed. Let's move on. Let's move on.
Reddit word. They have been flattening people in China, right? The Chinese scene, it doesn't have the same level of experience. It doesn't have the same level of structure to it as the VCT circuit that's kind of running in the rest of the world. And it's offered Edward Gaming an opportunity to absolutely be head and shoulders above everybody else. It's not like they've done that by gathering up all the best talent and making opportunistic roster moves. They've experienced, they were winning before, and they've continued to win. They had like a small blip in time where FPX qualified ahead of them, and they dropped, you know, like Act 1, if you've been following the Chinese scene at all. Don't know whether you guys have. But they came out and they just dominated recently. They're clearly the best Chinese team, but it's Chinese Valorant. It's not global.
I'm really optimistic, but we do have the EDG players here as well. Let's see who is Golden Boy's best mate on this roster.
Coach, after, come over here real fast. There you go. And I got Iris here, conveniently enough. Come right here if you don't mind, buddy. Quick question, real fast. Who do you think is going to win Masters Tokyo?
觉得2023年东京大师赛的冠军会是谁？
肯定是我们。
Must be us.
That's the right attitude to have. Back to you guys. There you go.
I mean, it can't be both T1 and EDG, right?
It can't be either of them.
It's going to be one.
Reasonable. Okay, EDG, before they even set off, we're talking about their expectations, their hopes for this tournament being that they win a match for China and that they make top 8. So I think Golden Boys put After on the spot there a little bit, because they had discussed as a team their goal being making playoffs. And as you said, it's a hot take, but I think it is like a reasonable goal for them.
What do you think, Bren?
I would agree with that as well. I think that they've got a lot to showcase as well. I mean, one of the biggest strengths we talk about with Edward Gaming, I mean, you were alluding as well to the Kang stats, but it really is that individuality that just really bleeds through and in their play. Oh, yeah. Even when Kang is playing the Gecko at times as well, and he's just unorthodox trying to play for the attacking op, but this is the best chance that they've ever had. Obviously, the improvements keep coming, the experience keeps coming, and yeah, I mean, this guy is an absolute menace when he gets an operator in his hands. The only thing is, sometimes they play comps where he's not quite suited to trying to play for the operator all the time and trying to force it.
I think the thing that impressed me the most, at least coming to this, is that everyone in the Pacifics that scrim them unanimously say that Kang is just definitively their best player.
Oh, he's a demon.
And also consistent as well.
Yeah, Kang's been a demon, and we saw it at Champions when they played. We saw it at Lock-In too. You remember when 100 Thieves were trying to defend B with 3 players and he just 1v3s them all? Like, he's got talent there. And it's not just him. They've got talent across the rest of the team too. Chichu was demonic in the clutch. They've got, you know, other people like Smoggy. I think Smoggy was actually the MVP when they were playing in China most recently. So they've got talent.
I mean, you can see Kang's stats are down here as well. He also has an insanely high just like number of first kills, or the conversion rate.
He's leading.
All that jazz. All the good kind of go in, do your job.
Yeah, and it's partly as well because, again, he's almost like just, you know, the big fish in a small pond of his domestic region where he is bullying teams, honestly, with his sheer mechanical skill.
But he's still like a small shark. He's not just a big fish like a big goldfish.
I mean, we should ask Mimi about this. She knows all about the... Oh, you guys won there.
Yeah, his play style is so unique, though. I had to pull clips for it as well. And we couldn't get the best perspectives. But he plays such a slow contacting style. He's playing an initiator. He's playing Gecko. You want to be active your utility. You want to be taking space. But he's always slowly contacting with an operator with a rifle, holding the space. And then once he gets a kill, he'll start using his util. It happens over and over again. And this is quite readable, I think. If you're going up against Edward Gaming, you're going to know how they're going to be playing because of this.
I mean, let's compare this to Carpe's Gecko as well as we... well, once this clip is done, Josh, talk me through what differences are here.
One of the most interesting things is that both of these...
no util use!
Gecko on buy. But yeah, Kang, they play it in the most opposite way possible because you have Kang defending on B with his Gecko without using too much utility. Attack like lurk, contact, opping. And when you take a look at how Carpe plays it, the most like classic round that T1 do with their Gecko is where they util dump. But here's him playing with a Cascade and a Dizzy. They take some hookah control, they go back, they exec down B long. Now I'm going to show you a different round here of their B long kind of play just to demonstrate what it looks like usually. But they throw the Trailblazer and the Wingman at the same time, so you can't break them both. And then he goes, he picks up his utility, and then he'll go explode into the site. You see how different this is? The way the Gecko is actually part of their map control play? Yeah, it's active, it's proactive. And then on the defense side, he's usually going to be defending towards A. So it's literally, you could not pick 2 Geckos on bind that play it the opposite way around.
Yeah, I mean, it's a complete diversion in terms of how they play it as well. And this is par for the course of some of these Chinese teams as well, because they do like to copy the comps over, and they have such a unique spin of how they want to play it overall as well. I also want to see bind. I want to see that clash of styles. I think that would be absolutely awesome.
I mean, I feel like bind will at least be floated when it comes to the maps they ban. And also, again, like T1, they ban split all the time. So if EDG are the ones that want to take them there, I really want to see it as well.
If anyone bans bind, they are a coward. I'm saying it now
so
before we
Potter,
get to max select.
You just called Potter.
Oh, no, in this match.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant in life.
No.
Well, I mean, anyway, we'll see if anyone is going to be a coward in Sideshow's books, because we do have map vetoes teed up right now. Let's send it down to our coaches and see which map we're going to and if we're going to see bind.
First of all, congratulations to both of you making it to Masters. So we'll start. EDG is the higher seed. So would you like to be Team A or Team B? So we will start with the first ban from T1. And EDG, your first ban?
Ban Ascent.
Ban Ascent. Map number 1 from T1.
Fracture.
Side on fracture.
Champion.
Attack. And then map number 2 from EDG. Haven. Side on Haven. Defense. Okay, we're going to go into the next set of bans. So we'll start with T1. You have Bind, Lotus, and Pearl. Lotus. Okay, so map number 3 will be Pearl. T1 side on Pearl.
T1.
Here as well. Do you guys think, though, that they could do it today? Can EDG finally get that win after seeing the map vetoes of Fracture, Haven, and Pearl?
Definitely. They've got T1 shook already. T1 got rid of Bind, shook, absolutely quivering.
They're the cowards in this match.
Yep. EDG are coming out. They've got the advantage in the map. No, it's going to be a really standard match, actually. Yeah. Both teams play very reasonable compositions on all three of the maps that are in the pool. And I think that's a big growth period for EDG. It's actually... You know, they come in with the Chinese meta the first couple of times that they've played, and now they've combined their style with what's globally accepted to be good, and they're coming out into a match like this, and it's just going to be them trying to beat T1 straight up.
When I was doing my preparation as well and watching Edward Gaming on Fracture, sometimes it felt like they were defining and deciding their strategies with a D20 dice. And it would roll it, and it would just be, sometimes they just weren't even applying to any sort of a conditioning that was against them. So they do have a deep playbook from what I've seen on this map. They have a lot of different looks at it, a lot of different takes at it, and I do wonder how prepped can T1 be for that as well, because there's a good chance as well, if the players aren't hitting on a given day for T1, they might just get ran over by that raw fire.
I have copium to the T coming into this. Hear me out.
Yep.
EDG, last time they played Fracture, they thrashed ASC, Attacking Soul. Yep. And Attacking Souls just nearly beat DRX on Fracture. They nearly did.
I mean,
they nearly did. It was 13-10 in the end.
It was close, but I think DRX
Therefore,
also... All right, yeah.
And then, you know...
Transitive property, yada, yada, et cetera.
Okay, let's talk about the Prime Gaming agents. So, what do you guys think here?
This is interesting. I mean, so Kang actually has been moving over to the Jet more recently. They've been putting him on the role where they've been making him play Raze in some circumstances, but I think this is, the move that they've been doing and applying most recently, and it makes so much more sense. I was molding out my mind when I'm seeing him up, and he has no escape mechanism. If he really wants to enable that playstyle, this is the way to do it, and it is a better look for Edward Gaming.
Yeah, and also T1, they just don't change their comp, right? They just don't want to do that. They are sticking with having just 7 comps on 7 maps.
I think in general, Edward Gaming composition is better. The question is how you actually use the utility, right? And also, when you have 2 initiators but only 1 duelist, it often requires Haodong or Chishu to be able to get aggressive to use the Sky util, because normally you're going to split those initiators up. So there are teams in North America, or in the Americas, I should say, though they are North American teams, that use Edward Gaming's comp very, very well. For T1, you're basically looking at Ban, and Saya to go off. The individual ability is always going to be hot with T1, and this is a map that's going to showcase whether or not EDG can hold on.
No, I completely agree with that. I think the double duelist comp is going to be pretty dependent on it, and it's a standing confident. It's interesting that they put Ban on that role as well. I mean, the guy has just been, building up that flexibility over the course of the season, whether they have him on smokes or whatever. But yeah, it's all going to be defined, I think, on a lot of the duelist play.
Well, I can't wait to see what they're going to give us here on Fracture and jump into game with your casters for today. Finally, it's Pansy and Hypok.
Thank you, Sue, and the desk. Yeah, quite the affair in front of us between these two. EDG still chasing that first international win, looking for a bit of that. T1 starting to look better and better here in various ways, but I want your expectations, because I feel like the agents select the veto somewhat safe, so let's go expectations wider than that.
Yeah, I think veto out the window for the time being.
Yeah, we can come back to it.
For me, it's always about translating or transferring some of those domestic records from Chinese teams across the international stage.
Let's go.
Advantage, but a benefit in playing versus a familiar playstyle, right? Against an opponent that maybe they feel a little more comfortable coming up against.
More awareness.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Okay, well, plenty to digest throughout this one, and the proof is really in the pudding. Do we get a little fiery game out of EDG? Do we get a little bit of that kindling from what we saw before, but maybe across the line? Or is T1 just that little bit better developed? as everything starts to line up, and we dive straight into the battle. There's no real messing with this. A little bit of a pinch towards A, 3-2 split, and the battle over towards A main is going to be really quite committed.
Actually, yeah, Sai is swinging all the way out. This is Spike is making his way off drop. The flank comes through. Ban actually finds nobody.
Okay, I was going to say the only exchange was for the site, but a little bit of a fight through there is going to help out. Give them a bit of security and instantly turn attention. Messiah player is just tearing them apart. It's down to 2. Smoy and Kankan, what are you meant to do with this? A frenzy, sure, but already going to reveal the position. Life up for Trade, tries to dip away. Still sitting pretty low on 22 HP. That pain shell could have been a problem. The fuse started, and that frenzy's just out of form in that sort of range. Great damage, though, but nothing more to be seen. Saya player so aggressive off the rip.
I mean, even there, a little bit of a panic there. Carpe comes off the defuse just as that 1 kill actually does come through for him, but a pacey hit here. T1, no secrets about the flank. I mean, no hesitation, I should say, to get that going. Almost conceding this up. They're happy to give up the plant, knowing or expecting the split to come through from drop. So really well navigated by T1 here in the pistol. Not really any investment on the other side of things. Chichu, just with a ghost. Actually 2 Bulldogs here and 3 Spectres, so a little bit of spread on the utility, but full shields across the board here.
And again, kind of checking in with T1 during their regular season, talking through some of their matches. This round shouldn't really amount to much. I'm looking at the likes of Bam. I want to see him get confident early on. It was something the players discussed themselves. If he has a good start to things, if he starts feeling out that game, he's going to be up there. Again, when you've got someone like Saya player as well playing on that duelist, that's some potentially heavy hitters if Ban gets activated. So I'd love to see him find that footing early on. But now, a little bit of contact, making no real subtleties about it, but they are working towards those orbs.
I was going to say, I was curious about the full shield purchase here from Kankang, but the fact that he had such a big start here in terms of the old progress towards the Bladestorm, he throws the full shield in. He's only 1 away from the knives here.
He's really
and they're retrieving orbs, so there's a chance. He actually gets this online.
Looking at nobody, kind of almost.
Yeah, he's secured this area.
That's huge, and Ban's gone down, so maybe that confidence gets muted for a moment. I'm waiting to see.
Munchkin has to police this weapon.
Yeah, this then kind of pulls another player away, but okay, so
this is huge, Lauren.
This is actually quite nicely constructed. They had that theory from the start. And they've got 35 seconds, to make something of it. Sitting super deep, they're going to hear this. Now, they've got to be aware of what's going their way. T1 has to know there's problems. Side player tucked in towards main. He's to be sitting deep on this one. I don't think he can particularly swing unless there's some nice utility work. And Kankan's on the hunt here. He wants a little bit of blood to be drawn. Barely gets across the line. Down to 6 HP. This has to be incredible. And it is! Nobody at the same time. Just found Side player. And suddenly it's just Munchkin in a 1v4.
In the blink of an eye. Again, that full shield purchase paying dividends here. Munchkin, 60 HP and a Bulldog. What can he get done?
I don't think much.
Oh my God!
Absolutely nothing. Perfect planning from start to finish. They had a goal in mind, and my God, they got it.
I mean, I was looking at it, I was thinking, yes, only a classic coming in. He's going to go away for the ghost to drop. There's no aggression, no proactivity on the side of T1 to deny these orbs. So, again, whether or not the awareness is even there, that EDG will try and pull this off. And it's huge for EDG to come back in here.
Talk about a tilter, though, for T1. That's
absolutely
frustrating. That's going to make him feel a little bit silly in that.
Left the back door open for Kankang to steal that round away.
On in, absolutely, striding on through. Now, Bai sitting nice and comfortable with EDG. Great start as well, going to continue that momentum on. Putting right back in, looking for that ult again. Spots another player, do they try and close down on it? No, the support system's there, but Kankan and nobody. Light work. No work coming through from the other side. T1 can't get that timing right, no synergy off the swing. So for now, EDG just taking their time, but again, Kankan is just building that ult back up. This boy is on a mission, finally put down. With a quick trade, now be T1 falling on EDG, connecting around together. So, as it stands, this is a very good start for EDG.
Kankang's 3 off the knives again. That's outrageous. Again, he will be the tip of the spear. Certainly for the next round, you'd imagine as well. And with the judge, maybe a pacey hit towards B here, try and close the gap a little bit. I'm seeing him on the south side of the map, so no chance for him to get up in towards tower, but maybe even just throw himself on site here.
Okay, so it'd be Munchkin and Ban to be the ones really put to task.
Is this Red Guard lineup?
Looks a little Red Guard.
Yeah, it goes all the way into tower here.
It is. So that does put Munchkin in a little bit more of an uncomfortable spot, forcing him forward or back. He goes for the challenge. This time it's Ban. He's Can comfortably, and Munchkin pushes forward. A little brazen on that.
Spike down.
Goes down to his own utility. But they do keep the numbers. 4 still standing to the 3 of EDG. But the site now looking a little bit more comfortable, maybe considering that plant could be coming through in a second.
Ban conceding a little bit of space as well. See if EDG can get anything done here. Almost a role reversal if you look at the minimap.
Yeah.
I think that's why Ban is playing this so deep.
Flash didn't find anything. Second, that's good. His turn, the Ban is ready, but he's just not on the case today. And they find success elsewhere as well. Zeta just went down too. So back down to a 2v2, but look at the HP on Nobody. Down so low here, but enough freedom to be able to at least forge their way towards that plant.
If they can get a comfortable post-plant position here, T1 all the way back through towards Halls. A chance here actually for Chi-Chi to find a position, but I think a little bit of paranoia is setting in here. Turret goes down, he's going to play off contact.
Side player's got so much to work with as well. Paint Shell. Boom
Showstopper as well.
Showstopper if needed. Still got the molly from Carpe. They know where they're somewhat coming from. At least one of the players now confirmed. Smoke goes in. Spots out the Paint Shell. That should be both players now. Chi-Chi. Hoping. Nobody's got a nice cross on this without smoke. It actually allows a really good angle, but he couldn't land it. T1 get themselves back in the picture here. Turning it back around.
Damage done. They don't draw out the Showstopper though. That would have been a crucial ultimate to take away from T1. Even early with that flip. I mean, look at EDG's financial position. I said Can should now be 2 away. Yeah, 2 away from the Blade Storm once again. Yeah, an explosive start here to Fracture.
Oh, the tempo is off the charts, it feels like. Very, very brawly at the beginning. I kind of expected a little bit more composure.
I'll be honest, in terms of expectations, you do expect that composure to come from T1.
Yes.
And EDG to be the ones to try and really challenge that, disrupt the tempo a little bit.
B-stack. That's leaving Munchkin on an island. Yes, he's got his kit put down into place on towards the side, but need a bit of value from this hearing this utility as well. I wonder what the plan is. When do they pull the trigger to try and hit that rotation?
We get both Nano Swarms down to deny. See the default plant and the open plant for main. And Munchkin turret will confirm presence here. Now actually, yeah, Chi-Chi's here to pick up the flank coming through, but Ban equalizes.
Yeah, that could have gone way worse, it felt like. Chi-Chi could have been such a deadly problem. For now, though, having to work their way through that utility has at least hindered some progress towards the plant, but they get back to it. About the minute marker now. Should be planted.
Planted.
EDG gets set up now. Let's look at the play back in on this. Still have that dish control. Thanks to Munchkin. And now they're built back in. Can just straight. He takes the fight even further. Carpe's taking him out of the equation. Munchkin has to fall a little bit further forward here. Try and be a little bit more involved in this one. Taking the first couple of steps. And just beheads the player on the site. Now 2v2. How do they get the other 2 players out of this? The smoke is going to dissipate and they got ults to play with.
Rolling Thunder comes through, going to slow things down, but they still have the molly to maybe stop a push coming back through this smoke. Yeah, they have to land this spam.
It ain't landed just yet.
Not landed just yet.
It's halfway, switching it up. I love that little adjustment on the half. The defuse comes through just in time.
I mean, Zeta's very lucky here. Like I said, Carpe's molly can stop any push coming back through that smoke. They had to find that first kill with the spam, and unfortunately, it doesn't come through. I think even Zeta repositioning on that stick of the defuse as well, yeah.
Most of the positions they've already cleared,
exactly,
so a little
tucks
switch up.
back into that left corner.
Super nasty way to play it, but
Heads
it works.
up play. And the timing here to come through, again, catching them on the reload. Beautiful stuff. Corner. Heads up. Going to protect this financial cushion even more. And we know what he got done last time.
Side player's got support. That flash is actually a little behind him. He can avoid the stun. So Side player, playing with the finest margins here. This is a very, very precarious game. There's a whole team behind that smoke.
Showstopper and Orbital Strike, but they're pushed up deep.
How are you going to get this into effect? That smoke is all that's separating them. Carpe takes out Can. That's the tip of the spear. Now Wanted unleashes the rocket in the pocket towards Nobody. And now just down to 3. And they've pushed further. What? A little unnecessary to my eye, and now punished back to a winnable scenario.
Chi-Chi's found nothing on the other side, though. Utility still here, in place from Munchkin. And that's going to actually feed some information across the EDG. A little bit of a gap between. Ban's got a lot of ground to cover here to catch up, but expect Munchkin to just try and slow things down. Don't want to see him overcommit here. It's taken EDG a long time to clear this.
Certainly has. You can see the pace being picked up by Ban just a touch. Now Munchkin maybe want to get that timing right on the audio. Hearing those steps, can he creep a little closer? Munchkin steps away. He's seen both, and he knows the other's on the side with him. Can he close down the gap towards Foggy? Looks to the left and catches him. Munchkin holding the site in the end.
That's a bold push back onto site there. Like I said, the gap between him and Ban, no chance.
No trades there, yeah.
Through.
Wow.
But luckily isolates. In that half second where it takes him to find the first, you get a little bit worried.
Speaking of worried, this start almost over pushing here.
I mean, T1 come out, they get into a 2v2 after that, so it's, yes, it seems a little overzealous, but EDG, I think maybe if they come out of that a little cleaner. See as well that paranoia to actually finally push onto B site, just setting in for EDG. Maybe on the back of the utility still being there. They're expecting a counter swing or two people to swing off that utility. Yeah, fiery start here to Fracture.
Yeah, no one's...
Sorry, T1 actually still looking as if they want to take this early round space away from EDG when they are playing so aggressively. It is actually something that EDG now have to respect. Well, they don't have freedom in the early round.
No, they certainly don't. I mean, you're looking at the likes of kind of Sire player pushing up, being aggressive. He had support there as well, willing to challenge, especially over towards kind of A-Hall. I don't think we've seen that aggression throughout the map just yet, taking as much space away, but again, it's fine to throw it in towards one side. I'm more happy with that.
I guess in different facets we have, it's been a little more tempered towards B, obviously with the initial stack with Munchkin's utility littered across A site. There was no progress made, but they were ready to take a ball. They were ready to at least receive a ball on that B site.
But they were on the site by that point. I'm talking about progress. I'd love to see them trying to explore that option maybe throughout this map if they feel they can. But again, there's going to be that breaking point, right? You can't keep doing this, though. Surely, at some point, after this timeout, for example, EDG will have an answer. Right?
Well, I mean, it's whether or not T1 continue to set plays up like this. That's the question that sits for me. If T1 can keep winning these engagements, then in my eyes, EDG have to slow things down. Maybe that's something coming out of this timeout we will see. Again, not really looking towards an XQ heavy. It's all reliant on opening duels and finding openings on the back of kills, not necessarily map control.
But I like this. Already seeing Ban taking steps over towards Arcade, getting a little deeper towards this. Yes, to be fair, Jichu, his positioning in the round just prior or the one before that was pretty deadly. Almost did bigger work. Seekers do go in, but the smokes are still in play. Stun is going to connect, and there's the orbital strike. But again, how much do they get off the back of this? That's not bad. Zeta's gone down. Left kind of in no man's land, and now there's problems towards side. But look at this quick progress from Ban. His push through was everything, but do they continue on this path? They have full control on the other side of the map. Look at Chichu's positioning here.
Munchkin's lockdown, it doesn't really secure much towards site. Give EG a little bit of space to play with towards halls as well. Chichu, I don't think he's read Munchkin's reposition back here. He's not caught him in spawn.
Carpe caught on the cross.
He has read it.
Okay. Chichu does so well in this regard, but Ban does get there back in time. He started to drift back away from that dish position, gets back towards the side, looks for the follow-up. Smoggy's there. It's looking a little rough around the edges, but he's got it. Trade comes in. Nobody's back in the game, and now 1v3. This is a lot to ask, and look at where he's at. A mile away and still being hounded down.
Kang still keeping him in place here. We'll remove the operator. Sire.
He ain't happy with that.
Yeah, letting him know. How long though? Maybe looking to try and retrieve this operator back.
Does Sire even expect this? That's the timing on this would be filthy. Just drifting away.
Slip through though, yeah.
I wonder if these players already start toying with the crowd just yet. Sire player now going to pull the trigger, and oh, come on! How did he adjust? I hope we got that replay, Mike.
That was a ridiculous snap to find the second. Or the third, I should say.
Yeah.
Breaks.
Yeah, EDG desperate to retrieve that operator, but Sire shutting it down.
Because the timing on...
He actually saw the rifle come ahead of him. Maybe Howdong just not reading the reposition back towards stairs.
Right there.
Okay, so they keep over an operator, but that's about all they got, right? Like, there's not much else behind that.
No. There's some stingers here. The Rolling Thunder to throw into this and the orbital strike. T1 see the opportunity. Ban going exploring. Solo mission here. Howdong looking to hold down the fort as well.
Haven't been tested from the side yet, so I want to see how long he holds towards this, and they're coming back around. Timing's everything. Oh, they definitely knowed him. Ban gets away with his life. He's going back in. This man's mad. No, okay. Decides against it. But he's revealed a great deal of the intention from EDG.
Would have heard the stim beacon as well, so going to note that reposition of Howdong. T1 should have all the information they need to work off here. Saya couldn't land a headshot there, but
Munchkin! Wow! How has Munchkin disconnected 3 headshots back to back, and he wants a bit more? Saya player's going to take out Chi-Chu, so it's all down to 1. Howdong in a 1v5. Spots 1, sees plenty more, but he ain't getting nothing from it. Munchkin! Where did he find those?
That is outrageous. We're saying just the operator coming into that, but it's the sheriff that makes the difference.
Okay. Oh. Yeah, that ain't bad. Yeah, that ain't bad at all.
And this is exactly the sort of round we were just talking about a moment ago. If T1 keep winning these sorts of fights, where's the new look to EDG? Where's that second layer in the playbook?
There's so many other things that T1 are starting to do as well. We've started to see that exploration by Dish coming out from BAM. We saw over towards Arcade. They're still throwing new things in, coupled with the likes of Side Player still by A main. There's so many problems that EDG are yet to fully address. Yes, they converted one semi recently, but beyond that, they don't have that overall conclusion to come up with yet. And now with the money where it's at, this becomes, it feels near on impossible. And instantly, I like what T1 are doing, sitting super deep. They don't need to take these challenges. They don't want to risk those rifles being dropped. They don't need to take any of that. They should be able to flourish like this. If everyone just lazily swings the corner, yeah, light work for Zeta does eventually fall. Good trade, nice positioning. Saya, just aim training on this. Can the last one alive. I mean, he's been a bit of a monster, but this would be a lot.
26 HP to work with. A lot of ground to cover to retrieve one of those rifles. Carpe tucked up here. Yeah, we'll find it. Cuts it down. Love the commitment here. You've seen it from the POV of potentially an overcommitment to that opening duel, but that high-low setup on the site here is unable really for EDG to find anything coming out of halls. All the way from the Blade Storm again, still with that lockdown available for EDG, and I'm really looking towards now building and execute around that. Actually coming close to having a lot of ultimates online.
Yeah.
T1 do have 3 of their own. Zeta still sitting on that Rolling Thunder as well.
Are they going back into the slaughterhouse here, though? Side player, he's got his ult there to play with if he needs it. He's got full support. Actually going to be forced off from this. Counter going to come in. So once again, unable to springboard anywhere. Counter flash, ult gets popped, so he gets held at the door, but he's held them back too.
Really nice way to mitigate that showstopper coming through from Saya. Now EDG have an opportunity to reset.
But I like the way he's going for facts behind this as well. Chi-Chu is still here, that's one issue. Does he clear? Oh, the timing, just as he looked away. A little bit of a spray there for Saya, but it works out well in the end, and it cleared the back lines. Ban now. Ooh, the timing was just right to check, gets away with his life. Munchkin could be up to some naughtiness here. Does get pushed out of the smoke though, and overwhelmed on the side. Hold on. EDG have made something out of this.
Themselves into a 4v3 position. Advantage for them, operating now in hands of Kankang as well.
Carpe going down should unlock full sight, really. Unless Saya can find some of the paint shot. No one in the smoke. It was a bit of a shot in the dark.
26 HP as well.
30 seconds
Yeah, so low, and nobody's position is rotten to try and get past. Unless Zeta can do something, get one of these players away from this crossfire. Saya play, okay, a shot like that will help. Not going to get the follow-up, Kankang's there. Zeta investing a lot for very little.
I say the timing maybe on Saya falling there. They wanted to springboard off that first kill that actually Saya with 26 HP gets away with cleanly. Yeah, definite miss there in terms of the investment of the Rolling Thunder. Had been sat there for a while, Munchkin, like you said, just pops out the top of the smoke. You see it's as he switches to the shorty as well to try and find a kill. As someone, these two teams here, and gaps, I guess, starting to show in terms of T1's economy. to try and catch EDG off guard. Setup will slow things down though.
Okay, Munchkin, do you get away? Actually does. Only down to half HP as well, keeping his life with all of these problems. Kankan just around that corner, unleashing a couple of knives, getting a couple of tags, but no frags to follow. It's nobody swinging in towards the side, taking down T1, leaving Sire and Ban, the other two who are on the other side of the map initially, to try and clear back in towards this. Already being considered though, Kankan's not going to let Sire player get away. And Ban, this would need a lot, and he ain't going to get much more.
On the edge of seeing two very different scores in this half, but it looks like EDG might just tie things up. I don't think they can get 4 rifles across the board for T1. Yeah, Bulldog coming through. Ban obviously has the Blade Storm, so he's the one to drop one across. Maybe a stinger for him, but EDG. And looking so explosive in some of these engagements. And earlier on in the half, it was T1 winning out in some of those.
Yeah, I think explosive is such a key way to phrase it, because it is just kind of that doubling down on this confidence out of nowhere, even though when they were trailing, which is very surprising. But now, though, Ban going to have the knives. You can see those gaps in the economy very, very clearly here. That turret not ideal. As once again, Chichu just really trying to keep control. There is pressure from the other side. He is in trouble from that. Carpe, Sire player on the way. And actually, manhandle Sire player. Wanted the follow-up, doesn't quite get it. Ban with the trade, but look at where the other team are. They're already on the site. They've got it completely scot-free.
Actually, Kankan might even catch this rotate back through halls.
I like this. A little proactive, but still diligent. Very diligent from the other side too, but they've allowed the plant to come in.
How long does have the molly, so you probably want to retake some comfortable space here in halls. Have to dig a player out though. Carpe going to try and deny that. Actually, Molly invested here. Just to try and retain this control next to the box.
Okay, first kill comes in. This time Kankan goes down, and now Ban going to try and drift over. Smoggy finds Zeta. A knife in the smoke. Oh, it's so messy. Ban just gets deleted, and now down to Munchkin. Stunned up, forced out. He's got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. He's dead and gone. It's tied up all even here, Mike. This suddenly became a game.
What a crazy last round as well. Catching Smoggy with the Rolling Thunder prepped in hand, but T1 able to take that space back away. Like I said, yeah, the confidence flowed throughout this half for EDG, even when I felt like they were getting slapped in rounds that they were trying to be decisive in.
Yeah, to be able to rekindle that, to keep going back to it, feels almost wild to me, almost madness, but it's worked out well enough to get them back to a 6-6. An incredibly explosive first half. I wonder what the Death makes of that.
Well, EDG, they're having a lot of fun in the server, but they were having a lot of fun out the server as well. Take a look at this.
我不是一个二次元。
我觉得我自己不是二次元，因为我不太看这种东西。
我觉得我不是二次元嘛，因为我平时看动漫很少。
我觉得我不是就是不是。
是张昭 Smoggy， 因为平时一放假，一看到他在训练室，他就从那坐着在看动漫。
Margo 吧，我觉得我看他经常挺喜欢看这个的，我觉得他应该是个二次元，因为我看这种东西我都是以他们那个头像来分辨的。
最明显的应该是康康吧，他平常会看一些恋爱动漫。
我觉得我们队伍里目前还没有吧，康康现在是只满足了一点，经常会看动漫，但他还没有到买手办和去看漫展的那种程度，他一只脚已经踏进去了。
我是一个二次元，因为我有时候特中二，然后特别喜欢看番。我也真的是宁年亚美老舅舅，活老迪奥的，就是瓦鲁多，就是我也想拥有那个能力。
Kankan's got the anime buff.
That is so
He's got
funny.
it.
That's what I'm telling you, man. Listening, watching anime, that is the key to Kankan's success.
Yeah, when he's ripping out the JoJo lines, Kono Dioda. I mean, bro, I don't even know how to react. The man is powered up. He's firing off.
Talking about how he can be quite chuny sometimes. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I had to Google that to figure out what it meant.
Of course you did. Of course you did.
Like being like an edgy middle schooler, basically, right? I think is the idea.
Oh, wow.
They're tearing it up in the server there. The comeback from EDG was electric, and a lot of it was based on Kankan's performance.
Yeah, I mean, this could be the first game they win. I believe in them. Let's see, though, Pansy and Hypog, if they can actually close this map out.
Well, Well, isn't that the question? Can they actually close? Because it feels that this tempo, this pacing, Mike, is it sustainable for both sides to an extent?
I feel as if I feel a little more confident about T1 in the second half, just due to some, I guess, some gaps in using this composition that EDG had. With a double duelist, again, Zeta's having a quiet game, but at least on the defense, you're seeing that utility put in play to set up some of these rounds for T1. So that's what I got my eye on here, and that's what EDG can do to really absorb that and mitigate some of the value that potentially T1 can find.
Let's see how it begins. 6-6. Whoever picks up that pistol, it feels such a big victory working forward. Okay.
Wow.
That was a sheriff on one side gone. Ban, not in this round.
Again, it's almost an information probe sent out. Munchkin might even have a surprise here. You look at the minimap. It's talking about the lack of synergy with some of this utility from Smoggy, but there's a fault line set up here for the turret that's on top of the box. Munchkin, he hard clears him.
Okay, and now Smoggy's got to hold on to this pretty much by himself. He can only do so much. T1 have the site. The hard clear is obscene, by the way.
That's outrageous.
just a note, obscene. But it's still not truly secure yet. The plant didn't come in anyway, and look, and Kankan getting closer and closer. He can smell the blood in the water. Carpe's there. Zeta almost getting caught on that cross. He's doing the dance, barely standing. Okay, Munchkin's just nuts right now. Zeta takes a swing off the back of that contact on Munchkin, but the hero of this round is Munchkin in my eyes.
Absolutely. The setup was almost perfect there to catch some sort of swing back towards A site, but I'm not sure if it was just a wide swing and the turret didn't catch it until very late, but in that case, Chichu should be tucked up close to the left wall, not deep drop. Really, really bizarre. Alex said that was one of the things that potentially coming out of the first half, you want to see those sorts of setups. Find a kill or two here and there and lessen the numbers of T1. Kankan looking to get aggressive. He absolutely will find one.
This guy is out of this world the way he plays. And he got them that first pick last time around. Ban is living in the shadow of Kankan right now. Hard to break free. This weapon shouldn't seem so scary, but suddenly...
In those hands.
Yeah, and he's just apparently wild at these rounds, right? Remember before he got that ult so early on, able to turn what was the tide at the time. Now, on the other side of the map, though, away from Kankan, you're looking at the others, right? Who are kind of slowly but surely holding towards A main, trying to work towards it. This is very indicative, obviously, of that B takes. This once again puts Kankan right in the limelight, does get attacked, but no frag. Has to fall away, keeps his life, though. They haven't used so much to clear this one player. It is ridiculous. Plant going to come in. They are being kept on their toes now.
Down to 74, but still, numbers advantage for EDG on the way back through.
How do they break these crossfires? Carpe's position, tricky, but could be overwhelmed, but then the swings. Flash comes in, Kankan going to take the first couple of steps, spots the player. Oh, he's got him! Carpe's gone down, they know the other. They know where Zeta is. Can they try and maybe isolate him? No! Sion player holds him back, does the best he can. With very little HP, Sion player!
9 HP.
Heroics from him, called upon because Kankan made something out of nothing.
Terrifyingly close for T1. They bring just the Bulldog out of that. A clean opening, even here the Spectre. A lot of time had passed, but it's for EDG to really find a comfortable position to stack up. Sire's done so well to isolate two separate engagements when two players of EDG are actually huddled together on that push back from Tree.
And that was just, what, one Marshall in Classics.
Last time it was... yeah, just
armor.
Just a full shield coming in.
There it is. Now, little scary times for T1. They don't get that comfortable purchase by any means. Two Bulldogs, yes, the rifles otherwise. On the other side, a nice buy coming out. Pace from T1, making no subtle moves about this. And the timing on Ban's approach is questionable. Kankan standing, but overwhelmed. Nobody still has his back, though. Ban on the trade. Spike is left loose, but the support's on the way. Smoke's still in place.
Yeah, Spike's in an awkward position, though.
One more smoke.
Have to, make use of this with the Cloud Burst, and will retrieve it. But it's a very safe plant. Munchkin has to find this kill, and he will do. Chichu
8
will
HP.
fall. Again, it gives the numbers advantage across the T1 here.
Just bank it out with his life.
Smoggy didn't swing off that fault line.
That feels... Ban's got a second chance at life here, and he makes the most of it this time. 3 kills this round. None of it clean, it feels like, but it's all worthwhile. That smoke making difficult work here to work through. T1 then trying to slip back a little deeper, make that cross near on impossible. Yeah, I think he knows he's not really going to have much out of this. Maybe take down Ban, Blake.
Threads the needle on that one. And the time has elapsed here. Munchkin try to catch him on the way out, will do. Big round from him, shutting down Chi-Chu very early on in that flank.
Yeah.
You usually see people reset towards that, especially in a solo position. Munchkin, I should say, in a solo. Disconnected away from this, but Ban didn't take a single tick of damage on that execute onto the side, and that's crucial. Like I said, Smoggy didn't catch him on the fault line, tries to then find him with the aftershock, but allows him to reposition back into corner of sight and gives T1 a little bit of freedom to set up some crossfires.
Feels near on unforgivable to give him that chance. And he made the most of that second lease of life, obviously, able to kind of control that round. Yes, Munchkin did provide something also very pivotal, but it, you know, highlight-wise, I guess on the board-wise, it was great from Ban. Now, timeout coming in for T1 here.
Maybe just take a breather, honestly.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's been a high-tempo game.
If there's something that's been identified, I guess, from Autumn, they want to address coming into next, but EDG, maybe this is just careful if Kang buys a full shield, because he's one off the Blade Storm.
Yes. And again, looking at kind of T1 discussing their regular season, it was mostly about trying to, I guess, acclimate these new players into the roster as well. So these timeouts could be critical to it. You know, keep them in tow, make sure they don't get too ahead of themselves here. Yes, they've had that great beginning, but EDG are scary to look at. They actually terrify me because they make rounds out of nothing. So I do want to keep eyes on Kang in this round to see what he can achieve, especially after that first half performance and a similar scenario like this. But Sheriffs are joining it, so it won't be completely alone here.
A heavy stack, actually nothing out towards Dish here from T1. It's feeling all in off the rip. Stim going down, yeah, it's explosive here. I'll take all this space away.
So the second one go. That's Kang. How much can one man do? Can they tee him up? Can those Sheriffs be enough to do some damage maybe? As he gets a little closer, the plant's gonna come in, so time will be on T1's side.
You almost wanted that aggression to come through now though. Yes, the smoke was down, but T1 reset into a little more of a comfortable position, and Carpe will catch Kang before he can get anything done.
And now it falls on the rest of EDG to try and retake towards the A site. Difficult. Chi-Chu again spotted in this position. Zeta's going to connect towards nobody. No success for Chi-Chu this time either. Starting to struggle in that regard, but this round a little unfairly fought. There's Haodong and Smoggy trying to catch any pixel out of place. Any shot to land, and Ban is having none of it. He wants it all. He's going to do so much here. That's what I'm saying with Ban. I want to see this guy confident.
Yeah, I think EDG here just they missed that window of opportunity to pull off one of those explosive rounds that we saw in the first half, and maybe the scoreline started to play a factor there. Early on in the first half, we saw them build up a big cushion. They feel a little more confident about maybe throwing a rifle or two away and getting a little more aggressive. We're not seeing that same approach here on the defense. And likewise, T1, in terms of diligence, in terms of coverage, there's no stone left unturned here on some of these approaches to sites. And it reflects here, 4 rounds unanswered. EDG will be back on the purchase here. Operator in hand for Kang. Only got the Seekers in the hands of nobody.
You're right. I think that tempo change, that confidence dip from EDG is looking more and more apparent. Hard to keep that tempo where it was.
Off your feet!
There's now Chi-Chu. Gonna hear all of this. He's got support from nobody, but it's Chi-Chu to connect. Side player goes down. Actually gonna fall just around the corner. Ban called in as well, but nobody's not doing a whole lot of damage here. That's a problem. Ban snaps to attention, and the trade's coming in. This is just madness. EDG, we said that they weren't being as explosive. Now we've seen it again.
Well, actually, this is EDG getting ahead of T1 setting up. They're actually looking to deny some of these comfortable positions to invest utility. Beautifully done. I don't know if this is something that T1 have read into, that felt like they had a little bit of space towards Arcade, but it's absolutely ripped away by EDG here. Again, 0 value off the Rolling Thunder on the way in.
What does T1 do, though? Do they feel as though they've been handled enough? This is going to be Can with a whole army of players on the other side of this smoke. Munchkin very close to that ult. Now has it ready to go. This could prove problematic.
He's got a lockdown and an Odin.
Disgraceful.
There's got to be something set up for this, surely.
There's nothing to counter this. Yeah, time to back away.
Have to respect this.
Yep. Just about making it out in time. And trying to get back to business as fast as possible, but the plant's going to be coming in, so T1 get what they want from this. Side control. Now, is there a lineup? Is there something that Munchkin's been working on here? Because that Odin's got to be questioning things.
The 2 nanos down.
Yep.
Carpe does have the molly as well. It's only really Ban that looks like he's going to contest here. Yeah, Sire player as well, over towards Arcade though.
But Ban, he's stunned up here. This is actually getting a little bit worrying. EDG, wait, where's the call? Smokey walks in completely unawares of the position. The trade does come in, but by now there's problems. This could get so scary. Carpe does good damage to Talon, takes him down! Back to back! But nobody, not gonna fall just yet.
Orbital strike though. He can
you're
still
right.
stall this.
The time is everything. Nobody has to try and find the fight right now, and Carpe doesn't allow it to happen. Keeps the ult and walks away with the round.
The perfect way to play and execute off the lockdown, clear it all out, get comfortable post-plant positions. Even there, if Ban's isolated, sure, there's a chance EDG can catch the benefit of timing, but Ban still gets one.
I don't know how he
Stunned
did.
up, forced into that right corner on tower. Then Carpe, 3 kills in the blink of an eye. Flipped this right back in T1's favor.
It's massive. Takes the wind out of EDG's sails pretty much here. Now you're looking at the scrappy purchase. It's again on Can.
Oh, he still gets it!
Ban this time will suffer as the casualty. Sire player wants that trade, but he ain't sticking around. Well, actually, Can did have a second look, a little bit of a glance back towards it, and he's postured up on this, but the pack of hunting players behind him, they're slowly clearing out from Arcade. There is a time limit on this. If Can can stay alive, if he can keep them locked towards this, there's going to be trouble afoot.
So
With
much.
he has to back away.
Yeah,
they have to respect this player. He has been a nuisance, but EDG...
Sire's read it.
No way. No shot. Wait, Sire is looking this way.
Yeah.
He's looking this way so early, and he doesn't get stunned either. It's just too many people to handle. And EDG starting to do some damage. Recoverable weapons as well. This puts all the pressure on towards Munchkin, and he's dead. Even Carpe. That was almost through the door. That was ridiculous, Carpe, especially with the Seekers. His position's been noted. I doubt he's going to be able to do much about this. Not at all. EDG. Just leave Can on one side, send the other 4 out hunting, and you get around for yourself.
Solo anchor with the operators. Well, I believe just a Guardian brought in alongside that. Will deny T1 from finding the 12. And there's a moment here where Sire's ahead of the stun.
Yeah.
To be honest, it's scrappy for the first spray. And even then, the spacing isn't great from EDG. There's a chance Sire actually shuts down the first 2 or 3 potentially on that 4-man flank coming through on the north side.
They've broken the money right back, so 1 rifle for Ban, a couple of ults to be played with though, so certainly not without a little bit of danger to it, but sitting firmly in the hands of EDG. This time it's Chi-Chu on towards the site. Haldong towards CT. And it's Pacey. Yeah, just trying to close the gap as fast as they can. Chi-Chu in a little bit of trouble here. Once that molly dissipates, he's in no man's land. Tries to take one with him, turns in time, gets another. Ban's gone, that was the rifle. Now removed, and EDG making light work of T1 here. Comfortable work from Haldong.
Brings it within 2. Finding 9.
No more doubts. Ready.
Some ultimates starting to stack up now for T1 though. 1 off the Rolling Thunder, Orbital Strike, Blade Storm, and the Showstopper in play. But Chi-Chu going huge here.
Enemy down.
Shut this down.
And just taking Ban away, who had that 1 rifle to me. That's the important part. If he
as well, yeah.
How did he 180? Because that molly was just coming, dissipating, just about to kind of run out of its effective amount. But very impressive. Knives for Ban this time, so Can circle around the bite.
Get out of my way.
Operator in play for Can, though. Forced away by the early flash, and actually, there's a player hunting you down, but Can. Oh, it doesn't quite connect this time. It's madness. He's actually got it. Ban, the one to find it. And now it's all getting messy here. Side player goes down, but from the grave will take They're back through. This is ridiculous. A 4v3, and you're right. They're kind of going back in, trying to find that timing. Plot yet to go down. Nobody on the site. Still with flash to play. Takes down the player with a spike. Good trade as well from Smoggy. Great positioning. Knocks one towards tower, but it's Chichu's got his side. And now all on Ban. The 1v1. Oh! He almost got it back. He almost got the operator out with Smoggy. Just handling it.
EDG have bodies here so quickly because Kankang feels the pressure. Ban finds it with a shorty. Rolling Thunder sent towards site. And EDG swarm with this pre-take. That's beautifully done. There's a chance there.
There was a second.
Yeah.
There was a second. I got so nervous.
And desperate to try and find the reset to scope back in. What?
Gosh, just a sign. 11 to 10. Almost back in the game here. EDG.
Broken by again, though.
Yeah. What do we have this time? Couple of Guardians. Oh, yeah, not pretty. Ban at least has the rifle, but that's about it.
Meanwhile, EDG have built up a cushion. So they can play these a little more scrappy now as well.
T1, okay. Quite clean in intention. Leaning towards that A site.
So they clear him.
Smoggy, ooh, a little slow on that one. Munchkin gonna get the upgrade and get away with his life. Huge. Should be closed down on now.
It should be perfect.
And the ult's there as well for Haodong. This now is a lot of utility to be able to combo together.
Strike maybe gonna get posted behind here. Yeah, towards Paul, so it doesn't put one up. The site has found one. He's found two.
Getting two there is, it feels almost unreal. Unbelievable. Nobody in Kankan. What are you meant to do with this one? Quickly towards the side though. Kankan's there. Flash ready. Gonna post the ult.
They have so much to stall though. Molly and Orbital Strike still for T1.
They're gonna have to get through him somehow then. No one's peeking. No one's giving them anything. Just Ban trying to take a little bit of a fight here with a double swing. Sire Heroics, again, how is he pulling that off? The 2 kills he gets are everything.
Beautifully done, and this is the intention all along. EDG want to isolate somebody behind the lockdown and ahead of the orbital strike, but Sire digs his heels in with that Guardian. The Munchkin gets this, but again, it pulls Haodong, it pulls Kankang. They have to deal with Munchkin. Scrappy on the second, yes, but regardless, Haodong falls, and Sire still cleans up. T1 on 12 now.
Yeah, but breaking the trend, it was 3 back-to-back, and you noted it, they had money, EDG. Enough for a buy this round. And it looks like T1 once again back to their pacey ways. Carpe does have the ult, and Ban's already on in. He's really come alive in this half. Does Chichu manage to survive this fight? Yes, with Haodong by his side, they take down Munchkin, so they secure some safety. The plant's coming over towards the site, though. That should be down pretty soon.
Taking a while, though. Kankang's still over towards A site, conscious of a lurk coming through. Orbital Strike will force somebody forwards. Carpe will find nobody, but Smoggy shuts down Sire.
It's a 3v4. Ban, Zeta, and Carpe. If they can close it out now, they will. And then, oh dear, Kankan still standing, just a little bit of a dip away, and for the second time of asking, he gets it. Ban's gone. It's Carpe and Zeta now. Zeta does well, and so does Carpe. And now just down to 1. Haodong, how much more can you do in a 1v1? Haodong, I can't do it! Zeta gonna hold him back. And T1 scrape through this game, Mike.
This is a quiet start to this second half from EDG, but again, fighting back with some of that tenacity they showed in the first half. Willing to go toe-to-toe here. I'll be honest, Sire and Ban, that duelist duo looking fantastic on the second half.
And that's the thing, I think you highlighted it well on that half flip. We wanted to see how well that duo would look going forward, and looking at it in the composition, it was going to suit them well, and it showed up here.
Yeah, I don't think the first half, I don't want to say EDG not getting more rounds was down to not employing the breach around Kankang, but Kankang was having a fantastic half.
Oh,
without use of the utility. Absolutely. So coming into the second one, that's what I had my eye on. Again, T1 didn't even need to rely on it that much themselves.
This game from start to finish, though, categorizing it, just felt like a bloodbath, didn't it? So much pinning on these individuals, these fights, and they were up for the challenge constantly. No one fully backed away. There was a lull, it felt, from EDG for a second or two, but they picked back up on it.
T1 matching the tempo, though. We always talk about the regional differences with Chinese teams coming into the international stage. This is the sort of play style that, I mean, I'll go ahead and say it, would catch an EMEA team off guard.
Oh, they'd hate it. They'd hate
exactly. So the fact that T1 are able to match this and come out on top is really impressive to me. Talking about maybe this is a little more familiar for EDG, so they're happy to employ this, but definitely happy with T1's performance here in map 1.
Yeah, the fact that they kept up with that tempo, right? They didn't get overwhelmed by it. One time out, but it was actually after a couple of good rounds from them as well. Maybe just keep those new players on the same page, keep Ban firing the same way. But Sire play, to me, what a safe pair of hands as well. Be able to handle Can on the other side.
And this is where Zeta had a quiet map 1. Again, put it down to him being on the breach, sure, whatever, however you want to paint it. But bear in mind, Zeta, I believe overall, top 10 player from the Pacific season. Statistically, so the fact that T1 can ride this on Sire player excelling so much is a huge positive.
That was map 1. Map 2 is Haven. Do not go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'll be chasing.
It was all a dream. Of all the threats from both your past and future, you've never faced anything like this. Let them come. Transformers: Rise of the Beast.
That was a close this one, but T1, they managed to close that out and lead the series 1-0 against EDG. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm joined by Bren and Josh. Once again, they killed my hopes and dreams, but I'm kind of okay with it. It was a pretty good map.
Yeah, it was a really good map. I mean, I think Panther used the word bloodbath, and I think that summed it up really well.
Yeah, I told you they rolled the D20, by the way.
Yeah,
doing, man.
Yeah.
They're all over the place.
It was a really high-tempo game that both teams played their defense by just trying to adapt and react to what their opponents were doing instead of trying to impose their will upon the game. So it ended up being really crazy. There were huge individual moments too, just scattered throughout. Like big rounds where the economy just went in completely the opposite direction.
I mean, speaking of those big rounds and big moments, I think Saya coming into this, I know a lot of people are pretty hyped to see what he can do. And I mean, he was dragging them through the mud, Brent, to try and get them over the line.
Playing like a man possessed. I mean, the guy was locked in with some of these moments. I mean, Josh, you were highlighting, you know, those individual moments, that magic that was on our screen. A lot of it coming from Saya player. I mean,
so many times.
I believe on the first half as well, ending, I believe it was 19 kills.
Oh, right,
And at some point, you know, he's just like got over the 20 mark and it just kept going. It just kept going.
Yeah,
he was feeling it.
And he was saving them even in situations like he won he got a 4K in a round to stop them from being thriftied. He managed to help them thrifty by getting 3 with the Guardian. Like huge moments. I think this is the one where he saves them with the Bulldog, right? I mean, they've just won the pistol. And if Saya doesn't pull out a 4K here, then suddenly the economy's been swapped over again. And I think part of the reason he's playing like a demon is because the last time he was on the stage, he failed, right? The team that he was with didn't have the experience, and they went 0-2. This was the top team from Americas at the time at Masters Reykjavik, and they weren't able to perform, and now he's back with a vengeance.
Yeah, it's been that stain on his record, you know, trying to get that first international win. And I mean, there's parallels there between the team that he's also playing against. We've talked to death about China and trying to get their first win at these international events, and they came so close in terms of that map as well to try and get over that hurdle initially, but it's also Saya player who they're having to contend with. And like you said, he's playing with a vengeance. The guy is locked in. He's hitting almost impossible shots and salvaging rounds that really should be going the way of Edward Gaming.
I think you can extend that to the rest of his teammates as well. I know Munchkin, he did win one game, but that was a while ago. Same for Zeta. He won some games at Cloud9, but that was, I think, 2021?
Champs 2021.
Long time ago.
It has been a long time since this team has like savored success on the international stage, and they'll be hungry for it.
Yeah, and speaking of hungry Munchkin, let's check him out here for the Verizon High. That was a good segue.
Right.
The Verizon High City moment. Thank you, Bren. But yeah, what was this? What was this?
This was filthy. That's what it was. Filthy, disgusting.
The adjustment. Yeah, I mean the adjustment as well, the crosshair placement. Everything came together.
Okay, so round 2, Kang swaps the economy around with an insane play. Then round 8, Munchkin does the same. Later on, second half, Saya player does it. Like, there were so many moments where individuals were able to have their impact in this, and that's the style when you play this like fast, aggressive tempo. Yeah. It just creates awesome moments in the match.
I also wonder if they do prac against EDG, because obviously DRX were talking about how they prac against ASC loads of times, so maybe they're just better prepared for it than we
The potential's there as well, but I mean, like you were saying, Josh, you know, when you play against a team like Edward Gaming, it's not like they drag you down to their level, but you're almost forced to play up to the same pace as them and the same speed. And then those amazing moments do come through. There wasn't much in terms of the way of like counter-stratting as much, I would say, in this. They were pretty ready for some of the stuff that Edward Gaming is going, but Edward Gaming is the kind of team where they got a deep enough playbook.
Why do you like insist on saying Edward Gaming every single time?
Because Edward Gaming.
But instead of what about EDG?
No,
I like
throw
Edward
that
Gaming.
in.
I like the full name Edward Gaming.
What does the D stand for in EDG? Dwood.
Dwood, yeah.
Edward Gaming.
Yeah.
No.
Edward Gaming. I feel like that sounds better.
No, it doesn't sound
better than Brand Esports.
Don't insult Brand Esports.
That actually exists as well. But let's talk about the second map. Map 1, that was the choice of T1, of course. We are moving on to EDG's home ground now. They chose this. Brand, how much of a buff are we seeing here?
Well, this is an interesting pick as well, because I think T1 have fixed a lot of their mid-rounding issues on this map. Before, they used to just go all in on executes. They were very obvious as where they were trying to play on Haven. And Edward Gaming also play a bit of a nerfed comp. Like, they run Cypher instead of the Killjoy.
Yeah.
The Nanoswarms are pretty important, I would say, in terms of the executes, using the Nanoswarms inside smoke so nobody can try and flood into you and fight into you. And the Cypher, doesn't give you as many options, I would say, as well, when you're trying to play those retakes. You're really reliant on that getting value. So the comp they play is a little bit more like I said, nerfed, and they're going up against T1. And I do wonder if that's just going to be faulting them here. It is their map pick. Maybe they're cooking something up. Maybe they've been saving something. Maybe they're going to adjust something as well. But yeah,
when even Nats doesn't play Cypher on this map, you know
that's when you know.
You know it's time to play Killjoy.
I feel that's the bar, right? Yeah. That's the bar. And speaking of the second map, let's send this down to Golden Boy, who I think is with the coach of EDG, I think.
All right, so I'm here with Coach after. Obviously, tough loss on that one, but what are you guys looking to change and implement going into map number 2 to get the win?
首先感谢你 After 教练来接受这个短彩。尽管说第一局是比较遗憾没有拿下来，那请问你会觉得说，为了在第2局拿到胜利，并且就要做好更好的调整的话，你们要做出什么样的改变呢？
我觉得我们对于第2张图选的这张图，我觉得我们是挺有自信的，然后会再要求那个选手把自己的信心拿出来，因为我觉得我们并没有输对方什么，所以我觉得我们只要调整好自己的东西，把东西打出来，我觉得我们就可以很轻松应对。
So first of all, we are very confident about our map 2, our map select in game 2. So definitely, as long as we can play our own strength and just play normally, don't get panic, and then we can definitely take the victory in the game 2.
Well, if there's one thing I know about EDG, they're going to bring that strength. We're excited for that one. Back to you guys over at the desk.
I mean, confidence is something that I feel like they don't lack. But if they can believe themselves a little bit more for this map, I don't see why they wouldn't take a map over T1. I think they could have on the first one.
Absolutely. I think this is... We were talking about it being a hot take that EDG were going to get out of this group, but that doesn't mean that it's impossible for them to win a match, right? Like, actually, there you go.
You know
Edward.
what? No,
Who is Edward?
Also, I want to know where Faker is.
Yeah, but
where is Faker?
Edward's more important than Faker. No. Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Calm off it, calm off it. But let's take a look at the Prime Gaming agent select. I will let you carry on and see we get that Cypher or not.
I'm sure we will. I think so. I mean, Shishu was also such an important player. There he is.
Yeah, okay.
With the Cypher. He was such an important player for them, being in the clutch towards their, run in China, but also when they played a lock-in against 100 Thieves. So I'd like to see him activated. I just think it'll be difficult when T1 have a focus on breaking his utility, which people in China don't do as much.
Yeah, they don't really do the mid-rounding as much. The exploration towards Garage on Haven, where they're trying to break, any Cypher trips or whatever, the Killjoy turret. And T1 are really firing off. I mean, both of these teams are heavy hitters currently. It feels like you're getting the best out of a lot of the individuals. And if it does come down to that again, it could be close. Edward Gaming, they must have picked this map for a reason. I would like to see that evolution of their play on this comp as well, because they could honestly just steal stuff from Liquid's playbook. Liquid used to play the Cypher comp all the time.
Wait,
long time ago.
So Liquid is not Team Liquid, but EDG is Edward Gaming. I see.
Where are you taking issues with?
Yeah, I mean, if Liquid were called Edward Liquid, we would call them Edward Liquid. Okay?
I want them to rebrand.
We just like the name.
There are things that they can change with their way that they play this comp as well that can be the next evolution to make it even better as well.
Trap plays,
trap plays with the cam or using the cages for the retake, exactly.
The thing that I'm interested to look for in this map, though, I'm just going to take it very simple, Zug Zug, Valorant. I am looking at the Jet head-to-head. And part of the reason is because both of these guys had like 20 kills at the half on Fracture.
Yep.
So Saya is going to get his chance to pick up where Ban left off, go over to Jet, and face up against Kankan. We know that Haven is about using double initiator utility to empower your Jets.
Yeah.
I keep it simple. I'm a simple bloke. I just want to watch Jets click heads.
Yeah?
Just
sometimes it comes down to that. Listen, sometimes...
Helicopter player? You know the origin of that?
I have no idea what you're
Fire player's nickname is Helicopter Player because when he's playing Jet, he updrafts and spins.
Incredible.
Yes, there we go. But let's see, though.
Awesome.
Let's see if we're going to get some Helicopter Player Pansy and Hypok. I'm excited for this one.
I guess I'm learning new things as well about helicopter players. But you know what, that aside, maybe a little bit more towards this is the composition. It's definitely caught my eye, Mike. How are we feeling about the Cypher in play? Has that kind of changed your perspective? Or are you taking faith in results?
I always ride on the Cypher as the good counter to the Jet. For me, it shifts the emphasis towards potentially a Raze or a Sova. So in this regard, it's Data really to be the one to allow freedom for the Jet, honestly. They have to deal with this utility, especially if T1 are going to try and, what I expect to do, match the pace that they did from map 1, because in terms of the map record over EDG, this is terrifying for T1 to come in against. Again, EDG's wins, majority of them are like +7, +8 round differential. So this is a very comfortable map for EDG to come into, and I think they will adopt that same pace. T1 can't let this slip away early on in the half and find themselves in a round deficit.
No, I think you've kind of summarized it well. I mean, the coach reiterated that too in that lovely little interview we had down there with GB, and the coach kind of discussing that they are comfortable in map 2. Obviously, the standard, we're going to play our own game. I don't love it when players and teams say that. It's like, well, we're going to play the opponent's game.
I hope you're going to play your own game on a map that you're 6-0 on.
Yes, and it does look good for them. So we're going to find out if they can truly rekindle some of that kind of spark from map 1. They haven't taken it too heavily, because that would have been a souring loss as well. Close enough to make it feel competitive, but the loss at the end there. Now, T1 will be trying to hold back EDG, who get to set the pace on that attacking side.
And really, my eyes go towards Smoggy once again on this breach. And not massively concerning, but EDG can pivot back towards finding a little more value from that utility, or giving Kang something else, not that he needs it, to build upon.
I like this lean back towards B, though. Oh, the timing. That could have been devastating, but Kang now the timing's great. Gets to dip away as well, unable to be traded there. Zeta left in the dust of that. Beautiful. And still, shoulders for more. This guy, the timing is so good, corralling them to the back of Garage. But you're right, Ban does find 2. So suddenly this round becomes a little bit more competitive than it was. Sire player still alive. Chichu, the range on his frenzy apparently is wild. Sire player needs him clean, and they ain't. EDG, good start here. Talk me through that start, though, that beginning of the round.
Well, this feels crazy. The T1, without the investment of the Killjoy utility towards Garage, they obviously note the Dark coming in. There's nothing in there to kind of confirm presence from EDG, but T1 kind of just turned their backs to it. As soon as this pressure comes through onto B side, Kang in a position to find so much freedom. And really bizarre if you're going to make that sort of adjustment in what you'd expect to see from a Killjoy setup here, particularly on the pistol.
Yeah, there was a mistake made, and you can see what can happen. You leave that gap open for just a second, gets exploited quick. This time Sire player looking to challenge Kang. This guy doesn't stop. Again, going to take down Sire player.
Just smiling and nodding on the player cam as well.
And T1, you've got Sheriff on ban. Beyond that, it is just classic. So, did he just tag him as well?
Yeah.
Right. Right, fair enough. No, that's perfectly reasonable, Kang. Yeah, fall away. He's looking for another. The way this guy plays, it's just ridiculous to watch, isn't it?
Oh, he's letting him off. Look at the spacing on the minimap. It's just him. It's only him.
He's charging him down with a Marshall. We're at Masters. Kang, you can't be doing this. This is Masters Tokyo. What are you doing?
It's another situation where he's got a Blade Storm within the first 3 rounds. Well, within the first 2 rounds, I should say.
I'm sorry, he just went hunting with a Marshall.
So the moment you look at the minimap there, there's nobody with him. He's just, I mean, as soon as like, yeah, all right, mate, yeah, we'll head on to C-site.
Gonna get the plant.
Yeah, gonna get it. Yeah.
Just hold B.
Anything happening over there? Nah, not much, no. Got a Blade Storm, mate.
Oh, wow. Well, they get a little bit of fun out of this, don't they? So, Blade Storm's there. For T1, a little bit of a welcome to map 2, isn't it? He's still lurking around, isn't he?
I think has he actually popped it? Now he has, okay. So a little bit of paranoia just off the sound cue here, surely for T1. That fracture round going to be stuck in the back of their minds.
I'm not sure if they've noted Kang's progress yet, because the dart, I think, connected to one behind.
Stunned up.
Okay, does get held back for now. It's going to be a little bit of a window of timing to maybe clear here. Let's see. Okay, nobody's done very well to find Munchkin. Gets to keep himself safe from the reveal there. Now, looks for more. It's Smoggy to find it, though. It's not just him. He's taken the space, yes, but the rest of his teammates are thriving in this. Sire player, the only one to really answer back here, cycling those weapons even further away, making it very difficult and giving them something to work with, too. Now, a 3v3 with Chichu going down, this opens up an opportunity. This is when Kang does need to come alive. Does get the tag, not the frag, gets to fall away. How long going to find Sire player? Good trade. No one to come back in on that either.
I was going to say, does he find Smoggy? Just how long left?
His position. Oh, it's bizarre. He's in no man's land, but the HP is incredibly low. Ban.
No way.
There's no way. There is no
Surely
way.
not.
How long are you going to check that, right? You're going to check that? No way! Does Ban get away with daylight robbery?
25 HP, balls of steel to sit inside the smoke.
Yeah. Of course you do that. Of course you do.
Unthinkable. He sticks this through.
Come on!
That is wild.
Oh man, we've just had some obscene rounds in this, haven't we already? This is round 4 coming up, by the way. We've just seen some madness to begin with. Okay, let's kind of bring this back in. Guardian out for Zeta, Bulldog with Munchkin. 3 rifles beyond that. Sire player has a limited lifespan but can get away. Dash gonna save him in this. Gonna slip back into a little bit of a dirty angle here.
Deal with the camera, and T1 look to repeat this same sort of setup with Munchkin set up towards A. Oh, well, turret towards B, but it tasks Sire player to hold down Garage and basically second mid with...
Wow.
A lot of pressure behind it, but Chichu actually caught here on the retreat back towards window.
How far up this can get? About there. The timing's really nice for the trade. Smoggy keeps them competitive in this, and Munchkin has to dip away. A good attempt from Carpe to swing from the back of the side there to try and maybe alleviate the pressure on Munchkin, but he's back clearing this quite quickly. Does he get a chance to have a little look down long, or does he even dare to go that far? They're worried about the back line.
I was going to say, Smoggy's very tagged up, so he needs a second player here. It's going to be a third, actually, swinging through. EDG going to stack up as 3.
This could be another big round for Ban here, if he gets away with it, if he gets unseen. It's actually all Munchkin, 2 big kills, and Ban wanted to try and help out there. Gets out of danger immediately and just falls away. Buys a couple of seconds to allow for Sire player to get towards the site. The plant will come in, and I'm pretty sure no one's going to double check this hit. Nobody. Trying to maybe find out where Sire player is. Noted earlier towards Garage, but that's about all he knows.
Nobody slipped away, though.
He's got himself towards Hell here. There's an opportunity. As said, knowing where Ban is one thing. The second being Sire player is another! And it's a jump scare, but he seems unfazed. Another 1v1. He knows Ban's on the side, he's close by, and nobody has... Oh, Ban! Yeah, that confidence starting to brim with this player. Spins around and deals with him. Diffuse on the way. This time, no problems on the other side.
Back-to-back as well from Ban to close out rounds here and find the defuse. This one a little different.
On the other side.
Clock to try and buy time for that smoke, or one smoke to come back online, and Sire feels a little desperate with that drop into Hell. And nobody plays this timing perfectly to reposition. Yeah, definitely a chance for that one to go amiss.
We'll see how proactive Sire player gets in this. Yeah, straight down to C-Long. Paranoia was sent everything to invest into this. They're trying to close that map down hard. There's been so much pressure once again on Munchkin, though, soloing out this side. Smokes are in. I think he needs to fall back at this point. Yeah, it's just a little overwhelming here. Can going to clear through. No, it's nothing. There should be time for that plant to be on the way.
Fine time for this flank to come through as well. 2 players of T1. The backline. Zeta actually going to throw the Hunter's Fury through to buy even further time.
Yeah, lovely. Didn't catch that cross there. I thought maybe could have tagged that Pow Dong on that, but not to be. But the flank is in quick. The map is feeling small here. Down to a quarter of it. The Sire player the first to take those couple of pressure steps forward. Joined by Carpe, going to try and pressure towards Long. He's got a challenger though on the other side. Vulnerable. Nobody had the bow to hand. And Howdong actually a little too close for this. Swings in, doesn't find Munchkin. Munchkin finds him, and now down to Chichu and Smoggy. How much can you achieve? Not enough here. Chichu already tagged up, already spotted. Diffuse started, and Sire player perfect on the way back in.
T1 looking very decisive here. They've got their footing in terms of ultimates coming online. A couple of rifles bought into this, yes, but a broken purchase. Still, the game plan visible from the get-go. Conceding the space. Munchkin doesn't necessarily buy a lot of time or value with his utility, but even so, Sire and Carpe on the flank, making things a little easier for T1 on the way back through. Chichu, by the way, forced into a corner all the way on long. Never tries to shut down this flank towards sewers. Actually, you can see there the recon comes through. I think nobody's expecting him to be way back in lobby. Chichu's not shouldering that after the camera's removed.
A little bit of an error maybe occurring. Now, looking at the buy they've got coming out here, there's not much to it. You've got that one rifle with Smoggy. The rest of EDG scraping together what they can. A couple of light armors here and there, but this is good for T1, though, to kind of temper some of this early progress that was being made mostly by Kanka.
I'm looking for the moment where they try and overwhelm Sire here in Garage, because there's definitely an opportunity. How long find the plant? back out. Doesn't actually get tagged up. Well, does now with the spam, but we'll be able to reset. The lockdown comes through, and it's a full 5v5 here. EDG have to try and make a move.
They do. Chichu going to find Ban. That does unlock the chance to get through from Garage, but it's going to be Smoggy still holding the back of this. Carpe going to be holding this down, though. The lockdown comes in. He gets taken off it, though. Diffuse held away for now, and Chichu's position does get noted, but at least he gets the farm. No, Munchkin gets back to business. Diffuse going to come through, and it's perfect work at the end from T1, but they lost so much on the way to that.
Absolutely, comes down to just Munchkin left standing. And Chichu forced all the way onto C site, by the way, to avoid the lockdown.
All the way around, didn't he?
I think even there, just missed. Yeah, Chichu gets a kill in the mix. Smoggy caught by the lockdown, detained. Nonetheless, T1 close out. A fourth defuse, by the way.
Yeah.
So EDG taking this, every single round. Right down to the wire. But need to start converting some of these positions. T1 holding the lead right now. Only 2 rounds, yes, but 4 defusals. Got to feel a little rough for EDG.
Maybe a pace change here. Rifles are out. We've got a couple of ults to play with as well for EDG. Good amount of utility as well. So they've got what they need. They've been getting themselves towards the site, as I said. They've been getting the plants, as you noted. But it's that next step of holding in those post plants. Those retakes have been delightful to witness from T1. Yeah, a little messy in the last, but prior to that, we've been just converting them. Still high tempo of its own variety, but Munchkin going for a little bit of a look here. What happened to the cat with all that curiosity, but he's got Carpe by his side. Is the timing right? Does the contact come in? Munchkin takes a look and he wins it. He gets to fall away, and that's devastating. Hound down. Where are your smokes? Where's your chance towards that side now?
Swing on that. There's 3 players stacked towards long, and Chichu all the way back in lobby.
That's a question we'll talk about after this round concludes. Is Kankan going to get towards the side? He gets a free kill towards Munchkin, essentially. No follow-up, though. Zeta there to fill the void, but do they know nobody on the site already? No, not at all. Nobody gets away with it. And Smoggy's got the follow-up, too, this time. Favorable numbers. Maybe this time they can win that post-plant conversion. Taking their time, though, here.
Lots to work with. Neurotheft going to come through, but a Paranoia, a dash, 2 Cloud Bursts for Sire to work on the way back through. Does he dash straight onto this?
Yeah, he is. The Paranoia landed as well, but he's going to come out of it about now. Smoggy does take down Ban. Sire player falls. Smoggy with a critical round there for EDG.
And once they get this clean first blood, Munchkin resets back into a position that Smoggy's fault-lined a couple of times now. I mean, at that point, you want to see Munchkin playing back towards site, even towards Hell, or completely off. They have numbers advantage, and it's Howdong that falls, so that execute feels a little weaker. You basically just want to wait out Kankan. He's the only one that can create space with no smokes here.
And it's such a telltale sign of how close this has been, considering that now, even after those 4 in a row, 1 loss, and they're back down to very little money here for T1. Just the Marshall and Sheriffs with, I think, a classic thrown in for Zeta, and that's about it. So, it's going to be hard to deal with. Zaya play with an opportunity early on, but couldn't quite convert towards the kill. They all need a hobby. But maybe let's focus on the game. And it's going to be a free C site, but we're looking at the back line, the impression there. Chichu, does he get overwhelmed? Yes, that's a rifle now available. So who can that go into the hands of? Plants in. Smoggy brought back towards long. And T1 looking for those next steps.
I was going to say, yeah, you don't want to see Carpe actually get a kill here, because Rolling Thunder could be the catalyst for T1 to actually throw everything at this retake.
But when do they get it started?
Scanning ahead.
Dark goes in, finds nothing.
Toying with the idea now, Lauren.
Yep. Can. Paranoia sent, they got to make something of this, and they have. Carpe does have a kill and no instantaneous trade. Can is going wild right now, and Carpe's just answering him in kind. But a 1v2, what are you meant to do about these last couple of players? Absolutely nothing.
Yeah. Maybe feels like there might be a tech coming after that.
Yeah.
Dare I say it? Will it into existence, but definitely looking a little frustrated with what was going on there on the player cam.
Yeah, I don't know what happened with that.
And it's only really that Kankan and nobody find kills here that I guess removes the possibility to invest that Rolling Thunder.
Nothing? No timeout?
I'll say nothing.
Yeah, you kind of willed it into
Nope.
existence.
No, I
Well.
Get out of my way.
Okay. Back to business though. 4-4. EDG close the gap once again. Instant intention towards that C site. Going to put the likes of Ban on red alert. He's just going to evacuate the site, and probably the right choice at this point.
EDG starting to explore elsewhere on the map here, and T1 will be tested in different ways now. Early paranoia comes through.
To what
No
end?
swing on the back of it.
Yeah, there was nothing to make of it. That was a little lackluster, and Can goes walking. This time he's going to be found. Backline tested, this time flank is held. Chichu succeeds, that side player gone. Now look towards Smoggy, and actually Munchkin, the turret's going to do enough to take down Smoggy, so we are into a 3v3. Calling back the likes of Chichu towards the side because they're getting flooded. Munchkin's here, How Long goes down, nobody, the position not ideal, handled, and now Chichu with it all to do, he's in trouble. 3 players on the other side, but time is on his. And time is everything here. Diffuse going to get to at least halfway. He's going to find one. He needed more. And I don't think he's going to be able to deny it. He cannot. T1. Diffuse going to come through.
Chichu a million miles away from this, by the way. So the fact that he actually shuts down the flank, is able to get back in a position, but I think that's actually a big indicator for T1 to pile on the pressure onto site. They then know the numbers. But yeah, a little strange in terms of the paranoia investment here, especially if you have the Rolling Thunder. You can clear so much space there with just those 2 investments.
Let's go.
Nonetheless, T1, a 5th defuse on the board. A 5th round on the board.
He knows his lines. Reads them perfectly. Can going to take down Sire player who's been basically in the pocket of this man the whole time. There are bodies behind this, but removing Sire player is huge. You're going to see T1 having to respect this. Slipping a little deeper towards A. EDG can take their time. Feels almost incorrect to say that about them. They never want to take their time, but they can. Still over a minute to play with, and they got that first pick so quick.
Yeah, no re-engage here from the side of T1.
Right there.
Carpe drifting back behind default. Look, he might get caught with that fault line this time around. Has to deal with the dart as well. Doesn't actually get caught.
Okay, he's got a little bit of life to him yet, but Can's on the site. Down so low, 5 HP, and now this is just manic again. Carpe with a swing. And a 2v2, this just seems ridiculous. I don't know how we're here. Sate's still alive. Where's the next layer to this? Chichu finally swings through from sewer. There's Ban in a 1v2. Paranoia, 2 smokes, and TP.
Spike planted.
Chichu sat just tucked in towards the corner. Howdong vulnerable on the site. The barrel shows! He didn't switch in time.
Yeah, no, I don't even think he's about to clear that corner.
No.
Expecting both of them to be stacked up here. EDG convert here, tie things up. And the fun's starting to dwindle here for T1. Lockdown to play with, Ban has his ultimate, but what they do settle on in terms of investment here. Zeta, a frantic scramble to try and find another weapon, but it's awkward when the swing finally comes through from Suez here. Just the Guardian in the hands of Saya. Operator in hand for Can once again.
Sire player is having such a problematic day at the office. Howdong going to fill the gap that he left, unable to explore. Going to leave Carpe to it, and it's going to be Carpe to be the first victim of this. Still going to continue that progress towards A-Long as well in the meantime too. Munchkin getting caught drifting. Chichu doing well once again. But Sire player, that's not bad. Hold on. Bait him out a little here. Howdong, he's going to be tagged up down to 51. Lucky to be stabbed. He goes again. That's audacious! And nobody over-delivering with the second there. Zeta gonna fall, unable to trade that kill that could have been critical, but now down to just Ban. 1v3 with just a Sheriff is a lot to ask of anyone. If he could do some more damage though, that would be fantastic, but...
Clutched up a few times for him, but this is a tall order.
I mean, he gets a little play on this, right? Like, not much, but a little. They're both sitting towards sewer. They've got a lot of utility. He can get
Time to play with as well.
Yeah, he can get a little closer here. Cover going on. Pops up the smoke, and he's dead. Okay, nobody in unison with Smoggy. Not going to let any real threat build of that.
6-5 now. We're into round 12. Ultimates in favor of T1 here. 3 off the Hunter's Fury, 4 off the Rolling Thunder, so probably won't see them, but Blade Storm and Lockdown to work with here. Haldong does have his TP. EDG looking as if they might explore to C once again, or at least Kang's over there with the operator. Maybe just going to swing on to this.
I mean, they have been having some backline pressure coming in, maybe not a bad idea. We haven't seen him drift this way, but now he's got support. He's not alone by actually any means. He's brought 2 players with him as well, so wait and see if someone does come walking through. Yeah, definitely expecting pressure towards C-Long. But with no attention drawn towards A, I doubt they're going to kind of pull the trigger on this. So look and see if nobody can draw that interest. Absolutely not now.
Clean open up. Problem being EDG look to pressure towards Ban. Ban's got the timing right on the smoking, but they're ahead of the smoke.
Massive. And yeah, pick found, Ban's gone down, and the site's now pretty much available. Should note at least a little pressure from CT, so they know there's still players around, but they're going to have a plant on this.
Not a full util. The Blade Storm still to work with. Munchkin does have the lockdown. So an opportunity here for T1.
Oh!
Munchkin's fallen.
Well, there
What?
goes a huge piece of the kit they could have brought into this. And you can tell how frustrated he was with that. A mistake made. And Chichu going to hold on to it with both hands. It's on Sire Player now. It's on Zeta. It's on Carpe. Zeta's done his work. Oh, there's another vulnerable target with a flash. Just going to catch Sire Player. And now T1 want to try and close that gap, but Titan is running. Oh, Sire Player delivering well. Smoggy answers right back, though. Defuse going to be started and ain't going to be stopping. He's got to do it, and he can't! Sire Player! Perfect work!
What an absolute fumble to not get the lockdown there, re-swinging onto that angle, but Sire bails them out. A 6-6 half. The first time we've seen a 6-6 half on EDG's attack since March. Beautiful stuff.
Wow. What an incredible first half, Mike. Kind of let's go bigger picture on this a little bit. This has been something I've been looking forward to. Another close game just like map 1. I can't wait to see where this goes.
We love a close game, don't we? And you know what we love more? Kang, I feel like, at this point. Yeah.
I mean, I'm enjoying all of it. Smoggy has been able to have a large performance too and keep EDG in it, but I agree. I feel like that should have been their round towards the end. We should probably be looking at a 7-5 half, and there was some miraculous stuff that happened earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, so back and forth between them, but the numbers don't lie, do they? I mean, it's just been the Jet players running away with it. Smoggy supported him, like you said as well, on top of that fact. But Ban also being that player to watch for in terms of the amount of clutches he's been able to pull through.
I just cannot believe the Giga Chat that he is to stick this.
Yeah.
He just stuck it.
This was the beginning of them winning 4 retakes in a row, 2 of which were done by Ban in a situation where it's not really like a, you know, an obliterating retake. It's not like T1's retakes are fantastic. It's Ban just pulling them through in the clutch 1v1s.
Yeah, this was a back-to-back as well, Brent, that he did this.
Yeah, I mean, really just carrying him through, and again, speaks volumes in terms of him just chopping and changing his role all the time. He's playing Jet on the last map, now he's playing the Omen for them as well. But this has been, so far, the first half, 2 heavy hitters just taking shots at each other, man. I mean, just opening up. I feel like there hasn't been as much in terms of the nuance. There's been mistakes here and there, but it's just been that raw firepower that's been showcased.
I am interested to see, though, like, okay, as Hypok was saying, this is actually pretty unusual to see a 6-6 half where EDG have been kept in check. There were a couple of 1v1s that we just demonstrated where EDG could have made this an 8-4 half or something maybe even more dominant. So I feel like they're the team that's in the driving seat. It's theirs to throw away.
Yeah, I mean, how do they come back from this?
How do they come back from this? I mean, it's pretty even so far. They could still theoretically win it. I want to see some more layers in terms of what they can do, though, throwing out with a Cypher comp.
Well, let's see if we're going to get those layers. Pansy and Hypok, back to you.
I think there's a quote that I think came from Shrek at one point about onions and layers. Are you a fan of Shrek?
Yeah, I had no idea where you were going there.
Good. Just like to carry
Absolutely
on as
none.
Yeah, no worries, but we can go back to the topic of 6-6, right? It's a very close half. Now, map 1 was also 6-6. We had an explosive second half on map 1, so it kind of kept true to trend. But I think you highlighted it well, kind of the expectations have changed knowing previous results here.
Yeah, for sure. And you look at the timeline there in terms of the nature in which T1 were closing out rounds was very impressive. I come back towards the composition discussion here with Chichu and ultimately Zeta on the other side of things. His ability to shut down and mitigate damage or value from that utility. Again, I guess the second layer to that being Carpe. How well can he set up Sire once that utility is removed?
And look at this trap.
This is, yeah, a stark contrast to how T1 approached the defense to Garage.
And the smoke's gone in, so they know they've lost that C site. He can check the camera if he wants. He already knows it. Now, does Munchkin get the timing right himself? It's devastating. As soon as he looks away, EDG flood through of Garage. Now they want back towards the site. The spike is down, though, so T1 have got what they wanted from that.
They don't opt to reset deep on this either. They're happy to take these engagements on site.
Willing to brawl EDG is a dangerous game to play, and Sire player could be caught in a bit of no man's timing here, forced to give away his position. And hold himself up, but actually got to go further. The timing is gorgeous, and so is the shot. A great trade from Kankan, though. And they're just back and forth in the whole way until Smoggy got there. Kankan up towards long, closed the gap. Good retake this time.
This is heartbreaking timing as well. Soon as it hits the 60-second mark, EDG go exploring. Munchkin just can't react quick enough to the turret. EDG will find the pistol here. I said I'm curious actually of how they do approach this defense towards Garage. And where actually Chichu's going to prioritize the utility. See, lots of opportunities with the Cypher here to spread very thin, right? Have the spike arm on one side, have some traps just to kind of secure the entrance to some sites. Looks like actually here might just be one towards Garage and allow a much deeper hold here, but wait for a full buy round to come through. Sire, let's throw a scope in here. Light shield as well. We'll spot nobody on the other side of things. T1 stacked up here. Munchkin does actually bring a Sheriff into this.
Okay. I mean, Sire player, the bar was set quite high by what Kankan did on that first half with the Marshal. Now, you might have a fair fight on one, but the second...
Yeah, how do you dig nobody out of there?
Yeah. Well, maybe... Like that!
Like that!
That's absolutely how you do it! Land the shot, and now Smoggy called upon, and Smoggy's been really nasty already! Almost had them all. Not in this round, though. Leaving a small chance here for T1 to do a little bit more. Weapon just switched over. No plant yet until now. So plant gonna go down. They do the best they can. Zeta, nah, not gonna happen. And Munchkin overwhelmed. Good damage, couple of threats, and a plant. So not the end of the one or the worst thing for T1 to walk away with, but EDG happy with the round.
Yeah, Kankan just gets a freebie here. Wrapping into heaven.
Yep.
Luckily, the cleanup comes through, but I mean, ticking the box, right? Some damage done. They get the spike planted as well. An extra 300 in the bank for them. A beautiful opener from Sire. I think they're expecting this to just be a solo anchor towards 8. They have no awareness that Smoggy's going to swing on from a very close position on default. Again, traditionally, you see that dash onto the right side to clear that area, but Sire actually paths back towards the left side.
Michael, I'm seeing Kankan, and I'm seeing a whole lot of bodies on the other side.
And a big gap between him and Chichu.
There's the first. Sire player goes down. He falls away with almost no threat, and the 3 players on his team already start flooding through towards A-Long. Another. The readjust gorgeous 50 HP, and he still wants more. The cage in place, so he gets a second of respite here as they close the gap. Another for Kankan. This guy is playing it perfectly. One by one they face him, and one by one they fell. There's no way you get away with that.
This guy don't miss. 4 kills on the round here. A chance to find the ace, but snatched away from him. EDG stamping some authority here on the second half. Again, a huge gap between him and Chichu, but the faith to leave Kankan on this island, again, slightest of margins in terms of the timings on the swings here from T1. Usually in that situation, it's like he stacked up, yeah, an operator might get one, but you know, we all swing onto him, get the trade. It just doesn't come through for T1.
I just love how well he was able to isolate them as well, just kind of divide and conquer, just gorgeous work. And it's kept T1 basically back down to very little. Sheriffs, Spectres, Marshals, trying to bring what they can in, and EDG get to start, start really enjoying that little bit of pocket money they're building up here. Oh, better purchase. Couldn't ask for a better start in the second half now. As in nobody's turn here. He does have Smoggy not too far behind him, and Smoggy's been very good for it. They have to commit, and this time it ain't working. Ban does eventually take down nobody, but that does not mean you get past Smoggy here. Yeah, EDG very much in control. Even just Zeta. He does get held on, but the trade's there. So EDG comfortable in that round. A little bit threatening, but really, he weren't going to get past the last 3.
A 4-round gap. T1 need to answer back now. The finance is starting to swell for EDG. Even here, I'd say 3 off the Hunter's Fury, yes, but Bladestorm and Rolling Thunder available, and Kang comfortably holding on to that operator. T1 will walk away. Again, a chance for a light shield purchase behind this, and very close to a lot of playmakers in terms of this ult cycle, but...
Look at this 4-play stack from EDG, though. 4 players over towards the A side, leaving full faith in Chichu to control, and the pace from this man. The amount of control off this is huge.
The Spycam holding down B as well. The smoke goes up now after they've cleared all this space outside A lobby, but T1 are going to miss the timing unless they're decisive here.
Hard to be decisive when you're walking into the unknown as well. They have
well, now, yeah, after the first 45 seconds have passed, this there's a lot of question marks across the map here. EDG have forced T1 into almost making a very desperate decision, sorry.
Maybe we start considering there's a flank in play, but again, they just have so few answers. Pressure first noted towards Garage, really. They start to look towards C, and C very little. Chichu finally gives away a little bit of that presence, expects someone to swing from Garage, and he was right to feel as such, but keeps his life here. Zeta's got to be careful, looking to maybe hunt him back. This is all on the flank here, and the plant's yet to go down.
30 seconds left.
Got the Rolling Thunder available here. Zeta will find one, but Chichu will equalize. Munchkin has to back up Carpe, but he dips back in.
Okay, here come those ridiculous trades, but there's nobody to double down. Munchkin holds it back from Garage, tries to find one towards CT and does, leaving it all down to Sale player. Find it very weak and nobody trying to work their way through. T1 not out of it yet, but down to just 1 player.
Again, this was the game plan all along from EDG. The utility basically covering C long, Garage, and any lurk onto B site. As 4, EDG look to clear on through 8. They find all the space, but convert it to nothing.
The amount of ults T1 is.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, with that round, T1 get everything online. They throw nothing into that, even as it comes online. They still got to chip away at the bank now. The bankroll of EDG, sorry.
Good. Kang's got room to work here, and once again, rinse and repeat, run it on back. He's going to find Sire player. He avoids all the utility, but he can't avoid Ban. Yes, he can! Dips away, and he's still standing! He's still doing damage! Ban's in the middle of CT, he's trying to find something further. Chichu's got him dead, and Kang, how is he? How is he doing that? How is he doing that? I've never seen
that is outrageous! It's actually ridiculous. How does he still flip that back in EDG's favor?
Watch this again. Cool, that's nice. Already the fact that he's gone here after Ban was up towards, you know, up in heaven there. And then this. I'm quitting.
T1, I think, hitting the panic button here. A little bit of a tilt timeout called because...
That was the round with all the ults. They burnt 3 of them.
Yeah, 3 get in. You got to argue even there, if Munchkin had got down into sewers, he's probably looking to put the lockdown as well because things spinning or spiraling out of control so early on there. Like I said, it's another situation where the timing on the flash, then the swing through from Sire. I got to say, I just feel like that they're still not kind of respecting Kang's ability to post up very deep and land shot after shot.
Well, I think they will now.
Again, just reset back towards the vanilla Valorant, right? Zeta clear through with a drone, spot out the operator. It's T1 aren't really, catching their breath in the early round to really get a grip on identifying where Kang is. And I've got to say it, when a Jet is playing like this, you have to slow things down. The other thing as well, you're not seeing in the early round, the other big objective versus the Cypher being remove some of the utility, right? Force an adjustment on the defense of EDG.
I think you're right, actually, in phrasing that. I feel like I've just seen T1 being forced to play EDG's game rather than trying to maybe change the tune a little bit to something that suits them.
Look at the minimap.
Much better.
Like EDG can rotate so early here.
And they go and walkabouts again. They have full control on this. It's so one-dimensional, the T1 are trying to pull off here. The lockdown, yes, goes in, but they're already going to go hunting on it, and that's it gone. Can anyone defend it? No, it's instantly taken out of equation. Zeta gets away with a chance on this, and yeah, EDG, they have everyone there. That's 12, and T1 look lost here, Mike.
Yeah, that felt a little desperate. Munchkin, no support to reinforce the lockdown to make sure that it actually does clear out sight. And EDG with the perfect read. Like I said, Chichu, even here, 15 seconds into the round, nothing's spotted on the spy cam, there's no pressure towards utility. He's already rotating through. I think EDG's intention there is to deny the lockdown from the get-go.
Yeah, a call for fundamentals for T1, and it's been absent here. Maybe taken out of their comfort by what we're seeing from EDG, but... And now, Can with another opportunity. On the other side is Ban, Sheriff. Not much more. Munchkin just walking in, drifting into garage. Feels sloppy.
Yeah, feels like lacking a little bit of composure here. Can will find Ban, a 5v3 now. EDG with their sights set on closing Haven out. Like I said, I think EDG only losing 17 rounds on the defense so far this year on Haven. We're looking to try and maintain that sort of record here.
Well, this one looks all but over, and it is 13-7 EDG. Fantastic form here from them. Gotta say, Can to me, obvious standout here, but Mike, they shattered the mental of T1.
Yeah, I feel like T1 just never really, and again, you talk about sometimes when a team pulls out a quirky pick, right, an off-meta pick, there's almost like that lack of respect towards what you have to go back towards. The early round protocols need to change. We just didn't see that in the second half of T1. It was so difficult for them to really set up because Can was the one to disrupt the early round time and time again. EDG had total freedom across the map.
It became so apparent towards the end of it, especially. I feel like there was a moment there where T1 were out of it mentally, if I'm honest. Looking maybe towards map 3, who knows, but certainly feeling the weight of what was done to them. And keep in mind, this was, what, round 2? And we're already seeing this. He has had one of the most individually impactful games I've seen in a while. Like, a headlining sort of performance there in this map. And again, that's also with Smoggy doing serious work too. And I'm not even just talking about his assisting work, his ability to set up Can, but firepower alone.
Yeah, it was super clutch for EDG here.
Yeah.
I think as well, I mean, Zeta stepped up to the plate considering that map 1 performance being very quiet. Obviously T1 still delivering in that regard, but yeah, maybe establishing a little more comfort here, getting into the groove of things.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah. Now, we've got Pearl on the horizon, which... where do you put that sitting? Actually, if you don't mind me asking for you.
I mean, it's hard to call here. This one, I think, lent towards... T1 needed to take map 1. I think Haven would comfortably sit with EDG. I guess maybe that's a little bit of bias towards a clean record, but Pearl for me is a big question mark.
Oh, how exciting. Map 3, truly something that we get to find out together here. Do we get another Can performance? Do we get to see Sire player popping off, Ban having those clutch moments? What a beautiful matchup so far. Such a bloodbath in map 1. Map 2 has been electric, and who knows what map 3 holds.
that you are home, sealing it with a kiss, sending. It was all a dream.
Of all the threats, from both your past and future, you've never faced anything like this. Let them come. Transformers: Rise of the Beast.
We are going the distance in this series. All right, EDG, you came to play. I didn't think that they were going to pull out rounds like that, Bren and Sideshow, but I'm really, really glad we saw it.
I believe. I mean, Kang.
Wait, now you believe?
No, I mean, Kang has literally pulled out rounds like that every time he's been at a global event. Like, the level of that guy has never been under doubt, I feel, right? You always know that Kang is going to be able to perform, and that to me is making it so good that you see the rest of the team also level that up. I know that Kang dominated, but to me, when I'm looking at the MVP graphic, it's actually Smoggy that jumps out. Because Smoggy was also their highest rated player by VLR on the run that they had through China too. And that to me is like a major win condition for this team, because I know that you're always getting that out of Kang. And performances like that require a bit of team setup.
Yeah, and at a certain point in this series, in this map at least for Haven, it just took a turn for the worse for T1. I mean, Pansy mentioned it during the cast, but the confidence just got knocked at a certain point as well. They took the timeout immediately afterwards, but it was partly because Kang was just knocking them around. He was ragdolling them in the server with some of the plays he was pulling off, man. He is outlandish as a player.
He is hip.
You know, I was talking about, the Cypher comp, it can be a bit nerfed, and in theory, comparative. It didn't even matter, man, about the Cypher comp. There were no adjustments that were being made. Yeah, there was some new stuff they were doing, but Kang was taking over the server. Rounds were single-handedly being won for him over and over again just by pure dominance. And you could tell T1 were left to reeling. Like, there was no slowing it down, there was no mid-rounding, they were just jumping in to the beginning of every round and just getting absolutely ruined.
He was just getting away with some of the craziest stuff I think we've ever seen. And look at this as well, the passion and the venue. They were cheering for him as well. They were behind him.
Yeah, of course they are. Yeah, I mean, the Japanese crowd is fantastic because if somebody shows like a crazy play, they're just going to root for them. And why wouldn't you be rooting for Kang too? He's a great player and he's a great character.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't see it there, but he was BMing a little bit. He was giving it
See, we can't understand it.
Yeah, it was a lot of don't come to my site, and then eventually there was one come to my site, oh, you learned your lesson, you come into my site again. It was great, but the fact that, Bren, this could be the time that EDG actually finally win a match.
Yeah, I mean, it really could, couldn't it? I mean, this is all prime for the taking here as we look towards that map 3.
Yeah, I mean, the international stage first win for them is not the only thing that they are after. Let's hear from the team about their goals in this tournament.
先为 CN 无畏契约拿下第一场胜利吧，
代表中国无畏契约队伍拿到世界赛首个8强。
这次的目标，首先是取得国际赛事上面的首胜吧，然后其次看能不能闯进8强。
这次目标是8强。
这次我们要创造一个中国无畏契约电竞的历史。
还是跟前几个世界赛可能会有点艰难，但是我希望可以在这次的大赛里面拿到中国赛区的第一个首胜。
had hair back then.
That's your big takeaway
yeah,
from that, was
yeah.
it?
He had loads of hair back then.
I like that the team had aligned on a goal beforehand. Like they already know that they need that big first victory. But even for looking even further, their stretch goal is we need to make top 8, we need to make playoffs, that kind of thing. But they've kept it reasonable too. They're not out here like we're going to be the best team in the world. They've already been, I think, humbled a little bit and had to adjust their play style. And you see them pick up more regular comps. I think we're going into Pearl. They play the default meta comp on Pearl, where Kankan's again going to have an opportunity to pop off and have them win that first match ever for China.
Yeah, it speaks volumes, I think, as well, their attitudes coming into it, and we'll look ahead to Pearl as that map, and it will be most likely that mirror composition, you know, the kind of meta that's taking the world by storm, unfortunately. America's really paving the way with this one on Pearl, but you see
we can all blame Loud. We'll all blame
Loud for this one, honestly.
I mean, my concern is they've been in this position before. They could have secured that win against 100 Thieves. I'm hoping they learn from it. It's the same roster.
It's the same map.
It's the same map, yes. So surely they don't want to...
I think circumstances are a little bit different this time because they're coming off the back of a ton of momentum. They lost the first map, they didn't falter, they brought it back again, and they just left T1 reeling, left to react, and they were making all the wrong adjustments. All the confidence is on the side of Edward Gaming right now. They can move forwards. I know Yinsu's looking at me every time I say Edward Gaming. Like
Edward Gaming.
I just can't help it. I don't know. I just keep saying Edward Gaming.
I'll tell you what another great part about Edward Gaming is. That this map is also fantastic for Jets to pop off. I mean, in terms of how T1 were approaching their attack side, their utility, it was staggered. They had
There's a MacBook. Yeah, carry on.
They had a few early round plays to try and push and gain map control, and then in the breaks between them sending the second cycle of utility, Kankan was peeking and finding those picks. And T1 could not figure out how to stop him doing that. And if he's doing that on Haven, he's gonna do it on Pearl.
Well, let's take a look at the Prime Gaming agent select. Are T1 boomed, though? Surely they can come back, right?
I hope not. I mean, they've showcased such an incredible form, I think, as well, running into the playoffs, running into Tokyo, even ahead of time. But you've got to be able to pick yourself up as well, because they took the timeout. They weren't making the necessary adjustments. They didn't slow stuff down. They were running their head against the brick wall in the form of just running into Kankang, and they couldn't get a handle on him.
They never got a clue. They didn't even look close.
And so that's going to be the big thing to look forward to, right? Is like, is it still going to be the tail of Kankang running away with it in this Jet head-to-head? Big focus probably going to be on Sire player, right? You're going to be thinking of the Jet players as well in terms of keeping a handle on him. Also, the composition itself, really good at trying to shut down.
It should be, if they run it properly.
If they run it properly.
Yeah, so I'm actually looking more towards Ban, like how they're using the high tides and the cascades to stop Kankan from getting value. But yeah, you're right. I mean, Sire's a good person to look at on the other side because he's also hunting for his first match win at a global event.
Did I miss that, or did they do a Zeta Ban kind of swap on the Harbor Viper?
That's what they do.
Oh,
that is the classic. They swap things over in this map for unknown reasons.
Yeah, we don't know.
I mean, still the same comp though. Still no comp change from T1, and this is it, guys. The third map. One of these teams will be coming out victorious. Pansy and Hyde Park. I can't wait to see who it's going to be.
A tricky predicament for both sides now. You look at that first map, it felt great for T1, looking like they got everything sorted that they needed, but EDG in map 2, led by Kankang, were out of this world, Mike. So what does that mean now for map 3? Because you kind of alluded to the fact that this is the unknown, right? This isn't something you're quite close to.
Again, I don't want to look at the regional records here because I definitely think there's a bit of disparity. The one thing here, EDG potentially have the opportunity to right their wrongs on the international stage from that deciding map versus 100 Thieves. Like I said, that came down to just one stuck defuse that altered the course of that entire series. So kind of poetic in that regard here for EDG to potentially get the first win on the board here.
But in my head, I ask, what if it happens again? What if it goes...
I'm going to cry. I might cry.
I don't know why, but that's why I start thinking that way. But who knows? We'll find out in a couple of seconds, in a couple of rounds. One of these two teams will be absolutely devastated at this one because this has been a hard-fought-for game. T1 going to be starting out on the defending side. EDG to set the pace on the attack. It's map 3, and it deserves to go the distance.
Really looking towards EDG to make something happen here on the attack as well. Set themselves up comfortably because it's the weaker side of their Pearl. In terms of the stats here, a big gap towards B. G2 send a snake bite over the top here. But T1 starting to explore elsewhere. Sire player's got some space to work with. I think maybe just waiting on some contact here because he's got a very deep position. Doesn't have to overstep the mark just yet.
I like seeing this, though, that he isn't overdoing it. But now with the pressure towards that B site, he's going to start moving forward. Now, there is still that presence towards middle between, Munchkin. Oh, Lord, Munchkin's got dinked down. There's so much trouble. That turret seems to be napping right here. But you're absolutely right. Sire removed. This is now a problem. They are surrounded here. It's down towards Ban, Munchkin, and Carpe. And he's actually got the first, but the trade is there. Nobody's got him. This is Manic again. Ban the next one into the blender as nobody greets him with a smile and sends him back home. It's down to Munchkin, who just got dinked instantly the second they stepped through those double doors. How much more can one man do? Not that much.
It's a beautiful setup in mid here. Two people posted up on double doors and just a solo swing out. Like you said, massive amount of damage done onto Munchkin, but Kankang's just posted up, anticipating this flank coming through. Beautiful stuff. Again, not really complementary positions here between Carpe and Ban either. To try and secure some sort of control over towards back halls on B. EDG will get a pistol on the board.
Okay. Sheriff out for Saya. And EDG making no subtleties with their initial look towards A. Yeah, Saya player trying to shift through here. That turret will be a nuisance. Keep in mind how close Smoggy is. I was hoping to see if he could catch Smoggy on a swing, but Smoggy not really having any of it. Let's finally get contact, but while this all happens, look towards the A side. They're actually pushing straight through towards R. Munchkin does well to even get one there.
Getting punished, but Zeta now finds himself in a 1v3. Only a classic as well. I think there's going to be a chance for him to rotate and even find a pistol or upgrade to the SMG. Smoggy the first one and will find it. EDG 2 up here. Curious how T1 are going to approach this round. EDG feel a little more tempered here in approach. They haven't got that same explosiveness we've seen employed on the other maps. Kankang just bringing a frenzy into the previous here. We'll actually throw a rifle in here. Actually, yeah, no, just swapping out last second to the Stinger. So maybe looking towards getting that operator online nice and early.
And for T1, for like the mental reset more than anything, I need them to have a clean round.
Yeah, for sure. EDG ride the momentum in that second half performance on map 2.
Pick up the pistol here.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like if they don't stop that trend early, kind of stem the bleed a little bit, my worry starts that T1 just don't feel the game. And they still have a couple of, you know, those younger-ish players, less experienced players they're trying to integrate as well in. And again, that can weigh very heavily. So EDG almost kind of taking pause for thought here, kind of working through the utility that's in front of them. Taking a little bit of contact over towards double door. Ban is there. They're just shifting in through towards R.
Remove the alarm bot here. Still some molly set up towards main. Munchkin looking to post up on it. He's now looking the wrong way. Should note the nano coming through though. Ban's found one elsewhere. Howdong removed.
Okay. Keep them a little further away here. Let's look at that sight crunch coming in. How much room do they get here? Zeta doesn't get affected by the flash, but nobody does well. Takes down one. Has to hold for a second here. Spike just about crossing on through unorthodox plant, but it will go down. Munchkin overwhelmed. Now I'm worried. Now they're in a post plant. They can't really recover too many of these weapons. That's one bonus for T1, but they still got to figure this one out. There's still problems. Nobody still has that Bulldog.
It'll take Sire a while to close this gap as well. But look at Chichu. He's gone exploring. He's looking to wrap back through spawn.
Oh, the timing. Nobody's gone down, but Kankang does find Ban. Here we go. They're trying to make this one work. They're taking away so much of that economy, but already it's starting to be a bigger problem here because Kankang's just got down Carpe, and that's just Sire player. Big shot on one, but can he find the second? Chichu still standing, closing the gap. Oh, he got the defuse. Barely scraping by. T1 do post it on the board, but EDG do everything else.
Sire with the Red Bull clutch to get T1 their first round here on Pearl, but by the finest of margins. Alex said the point at which Chichu's wrapping into spawn there, Kankang actually regroups with the dash. But they relinquish a little bit of control. They lose line of sight on the spike, and that first half defuse just makes it so awkward for Chichu to make a decision. Even their side having the second cloud burst as well.
Yeah.
Crucial sequence of events.
Well, certainly wasn't clean. Certainly wasn't what the doctor ordered. You're seeing it now. Spectres, Guardians, Bulldogs. T1 trying to stitch together a buy that can be fashioned into something.
I've got your
EDG showing all this intent towards A. Seeker's going to come through, reveal two of the players quite clearly. Smoggy going to be actually threading the needle nicely, but he's going to be noted. That should be the swing from Munchkin, and he gets overwhelmed. Smoggy gets to live, and now that's a big success towards the site.
Double flank coming through though. Carpe and Saya. So really hoping that Zeta can survive this.
Oh, there's a pocket to play in. Safe's the wrong word, but he's still alive.
5 HP.
Oh, ridiculous, but another plant. And last time we saw a Coyote was Kangan getting caught off there. Saya player way closer than he expected, and he had support. And now Ban isolating the fight towards nobody. The only one to answer back so far was Chichu with a quick trade. Saya player going to keep things back into hand. It's all on Smoggy. A 1v2. He makes it to the 1v1, but Ban standing alive, staying alive.
Thank God Zeta survives. Buys time for this flank to come back through. Because actually, when they finally find a kill on the flank, that's when EDG start panicking a little bit. They don't have any comfortable positions then. Once main is compromised, Kankang, you can see, completely caught off guard here. I'm not even sure, actually, didn't know the placement of the utility here. Of Smoggy. It really should be him disconnected here. T1 keep looking to find value.
Anime battle. Knives on both sides.
Okay.
That's all I think they're going towards long. You ready?
Yeah.
It's going to be so underwhelming. Here we go. This is the fight we want to be seeing.
Maybe not.
It actually could be nuts. The flash goes in. Kankan gets a couple of steps in. Close to the gap. He's absolutely nuts. There it is. The true protagonist. Going to take towards the site, take the space. Just trailblazing the way for his side.
Not much of a fight, to be honest with you.
Just not an enviable position, is it? Kangan once more. This guy's just hopping around. He just wants a fight. He's begging for someone to try and take him up on the challenge. Zeta slowly trying to creep away. He's going to find the first. Howdong does go down, so maybe there's a little bit of room for, a little bit of something. Another fight. Okay, he's going to keep his life, but down to 5 HP. That's it. Surely that's got to be wraps. Yeah, okay, they're going to back away. So the anime battle has been won out. Not too bad.
Yeah, another round on the board, a third here for EDG. Again, a crazy exchange here to start this off. Even the Reckoning coming through as well. Beautiful stuff from Kankang.
It's just the fact that he sees those three players there. So
he's had so many rounds today.
Yeah.
So many. I mean, that's...
Make a frag movie of just this game. Screw the rest of the tournament. Just this. I don't know how much of a tournament they'll get to play. Who knows? But literally this game is enough for most people's lifetimes of clips. That's obscene. It's obscene. 2 to 3. T1 going to have to pick themselves up off the floor. Rebuild into this.
Early space garnered here, though. A broken purchase. Sire on the rifle. Zeta. She's donning the judge here. Lockdown will come through and clear majority of B side. A little pocket to play in, yes. It's already pinged out here. The awareness is there from EDG. They're going to have to clear this corner. It's going to be the Trailblazer to potentially do it. Zeta's just outside of it. To give it a chance.
And he takes it. He does quite well. Kankang's gone down as well. This is good. They're making a bit of a fight out of this one. Keep themselves standing. Sire player going to take down nobody. They don't get the plant. The spike left deep at the back. Tricky now. There's Smoggy and Chichu trying to navigate this new conundrum in front of them. Can they get that spike back? For now, yes. Wall in the way. They get a little bit of a moment. Armbot goes in. But finding a safe plant here, Mike, isn't going to be easy.
Definitely not. Chichu does have 2 snake bites. Work with here, but Seeker's employed and looking to try and pre-take here, but EDG ready for it. Chichu found 2. Smoggy another.
Oh, they found them all!
Ridiculous from EDG. Baiting out with the tap of the spike. Seeker's invested. T1 look to try and make their numbers advantage work, but they play right into the hands of EDG.
Show me this again. Okay, yeah, Chi-Chu, beautiful work. And the fact that Smoggy's able to just swing around in time to catch those final two is that Seeker connected. Oh, wow. And okay, let's kind of hit the brakes here, because I don't know if they're going to hit the timeout here for the likes of T1. They might have to. I again, don't know this team as well. They've still got to buy here. That's got to be devastating, right? Like, that's a heartbreaking round. Absolutely. You're losing that, a 2v, what is it, 4? Especially after the Can-Can round, you've had so many big mental rounds put against you.
Especially when they did the hard work. Mitigating the lockdown, they find the difficult kills, deny the plant as well. Force EDG into what feels like a very difficult to recover position. Some adjustment here of the utility.
Good look. Okay, Munchkin.
Freebie.
That's not bad.
Well.
Chaos on the side going to continue till now. Okay. So we have a whole lot of ults in play. Munchkin's still got his. We just saw the Chi-Chu's invested theirs. Lockdown going to come in. Cause a couple of issues.
I was going to say, yeah, denies the Viper's pit, but only really forces them to the front side of Pillar. So it gives them a very comfortable position to set up here.
Okay, lockdown, but Chi-Chu
this is disgusting. Sire, full clear this?
Sire, you're going to check, you're going to check. Yes, you do, Sire. Great heads-up work there. Now we're looking at the back three. Who's still alive? Not too many. Nobody might be enough, though. Can they deny the defuse is still be going? And Sire pulled away from it. Walks on in. Nobody backhands him. They can't stop the defuse. T1 holding it down.
You say there's an open sideline here. The lockdown doesn't force them all the way behind Pillar. But EDG can't hold on to this. T1, again, that timeline looking pretty similar to what they were trying to pull off on Haven. Only round wins coming through from defusals here. A huge kill here for Munchkin to find a freebie and reset off it. He's the one to come through in the back end of this round as well to seal the deal for T1's third.
It's a brawl, Mike. Right back to business. Can up against Sire, and Sire to win out. Nobody, though, did well last round, wants to do well this round. 7 more bullets and 1 more victim. Can't get it, though. Ban stays alive. He wins out the battle and leaves him with the player advantage in a 3v2.
Just catching the edge of that wall. Blocks LOS for Ban to find the kill. Chi-Chu will reveal his position here. Snakebite. A little bit of a gap. I'm not sure why Zeta's not picking up the slack on either side of this. Finally going to pick up the angle towards Art.
I'm worried about Smoggy.
If he's given a chance.
Okay.
Zeta shuts it down.
Oof. Okay, so should be not a problem. Right, we're good.
Should be not a problem.
Should be not a problem. Look how decisive I am in my verbiage.
Munchkin surely finds this one.
45 HP, though.
Yeah, it's not doable.
It's not doable. 40 seconds.
He's going to give it up. Wow.
Huh? Even Chi-Chu's I went.
Yeah.
Is that... Huh? Well, they
paying
really
a lot of
respect.
Yeah, a lot of respect.
It says a lot about T1 right now, if anything. Making, yeah. No mistakes in this. And Chi-Chu's just...
This is twice now that the stars aligned, that T1 and EDG both focus one of these extremities in the same round. So only really seen those to be rounds where there's any sort of, I guess, commitment to the opening engagement on both sides. Like I said, both teams finding it in the right rounds.
I want to see Zeta at least get the upgrade. And sat there with a bulldog the entire time. There we go. Treats himself. But Chi-Chu, well, I mean, in a 1v2 there at the end, he at least drawed out the ult, which you'll take. You'll absolutely take that.
Yeah, you pull the pit away in a round where it's already concluded. Obviously, T1, like I said, paying a lot of respect to Chi-Chu still being alive, but... So I'm curious of whether or not anything else is going to come through for EDG. 2 Stingers, Phantom in the hands of Chi-Chu. 2 Sheriffs to round things out. Nobody does have the Seekers, but not really close enough to any other ultimates to get anything going here for EDG.
No, I mean, if you get like an opportunity, if there's something you can springboard off, yeah, maybe you throw it in if you get a couple of big starters.
Right, he looked towards Smoggy potentially. He's 3 away though, and Kang
changed his crosshair. I think he has. It feels just like the normal black cross earlier. Who knows? He does do the wiggly mouse moves. He's got the Kiebi aim, so it just keeps my attention. This time, no opportunity to bring it into bet. Bad Goody holding well. Seemingly very aware of their wants in this. Sire player greeting nobody, so the split really doesn't find too much, and now trying to cross through from this position would be a death funnel coming out of there.
And we'll find one. Chi-Chu does respond. 4v2 now. Carpe though. Wow, because they should find the second, but Smoggy responds to find another one.
Wait, hold on. Oh, okay. It's all good.
I was just about to say T1 feel as if they're stabilizing a little bit in this half, but luckily closing that one out. Find their 5th. 1 ahead now of EDG as we enter round 10. This is a crucial one for EDG, yeah. No surprise to see the timeout coming through here.
What have they got in the kit?
Lockdown available, Seekers available as well, but like I said, a couple more ultimates just to miss.
I just feel it very hard to categorize EDG because it's like sometimes they're gonna have they just seem to have rounds where it's like it feels hard to characterize what works for them in a weird way. It's like they have so many rounds. Yeah, exactly. It's one of those teams where it's very hard to like sit back and look and go, okay, well, can they replicate that? And then the weird thing is, yes, because apparently Kang is the best player that we've ever seen.
Actually, here on the attack, I don't want to say he's having a bad half, but certainly a quieter performance than we've seen across the first 2 maps. Yeah. Smoggy stepping up to the plate once again on this Killjoy. Haldong down at 1 and 9, but you can't even really blame him for some of these rounds and how they're going out, especially on that Harbor. It's almost similar to Sage duty. Sometimes you're the one that does bear the brunt of a lot of utility. Yes. Soulcast duty. I just call that
Soulcast duty. Yeah. He's here at this event though, so it's fine. You know, he's.
I've had this chat with him.
You've gone through
it.
Yeah,
he's alright with it. Yeah.
I mean, after lock-in, he probably wasn't alright with it then.
I left it a month or so. And
got it. Yeah, you let it cool down. Like the knifing on Haven. There's so many.
I think.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. Yeah, that was alright. Well, our focus aside, it is 5-4. Still, it feels inseparable with these teams, but there has been a string of rounds now from T1. So, on to back for EDG. They have some options to work with. Let's see what they go for.
And the reason I say starting to stabilize is because they're not conceding plants now. We're talking about heavily relying on, or being forced into a position to find diffusers to win out rounds. In 2 rounds now where time and elimination has decided it.
I want to see what the purpose in this round is going to be of Chi-Chu here. I assume he's just holding space for them to go for this late rotate, but...
Yeah, but where's the pressure come through?
Yeah.
T1 haven't set our fact finder, but after the Trailblazer being spotted and no follow-up coming through, Ban's already preemptively rotating.
Yeah,
and like I said, this Killjoy setup is to minimize the, I guess, freedom inside the cove to find this plant. So, well, it should buy time, but already T1 making their way this direction, Lauren.
Yeah, the flash that went out after the rotation of Ban is going to confirm the suspicions. They know it. Yeah, it's going to be a bursty piece. They use the Seekers to try and get through. You can see him isolating a little bit. No denial of the plant just yet, though, and Can gets handled. Sire player sends him back to the menu this round. Aldong trying to close the gap, a big opportunity. Puts his life on the line and succeeds. Chi-Chu doing incredibly well. And that is a round flipped on its head from what I expected.
Absolutely, it's a late round hit that just looks so comfortable for EDG. T1 left scratching their heads, honestly. Haldon completely unnoted.
And if you look at, again, protocol list of things that are meant to work out, well, you get the early read, you get the early rotation, you get the bodies ready on the side. But again, that play coming out from Haldong just kind of willing to tank the damage.
They pivot so quickly out of committing to this farm, by the way. Cove goes down, a little bit of pressure felt on the other side. Nano Swarms don't really achieve anything. Lockdown goes in, and it's Haldong with the spike to swing through back halls and find a 2-piece.
I didn't even notice that.
It just, again, the audible there for EDG in that chaos. And like I said, it looks so comfortable.
These two teams so close, 5 apiece now. Side player needs a big round here, though. The rest of the 5 very shoddy, and Chi-Chu deals with them instantaneously. That's your heavy hitter now gone. Down on the others, try and do something with very little. That's not bad. Munchkin, remember those 3 he got before? He tried it again. Massive work from the boy, but now down to Ban and Zeta. Yes, he does have the Bulldog on Ban, but any opportunity to use it yet to be seen.
Zeta forced back by the first snake bite. Second one going to come through as well. She does have the Viper Spit if he wants to throw in here. It's a 3v2. Advantage EDG. Late flank coming through from Ban. You said Bulldog in hand, but there's a lot of ground to cover here.
Yeah.
Right there. Blocking fire.
Expecting some utility here. Tries to block it off with the cove, but there's nothing there. I'm not even sure actually can they spot the edge of that cove. Doesn't even matter. Chi-Chi will find it. There's a Zeta and a Frenzy.
I've heard the Frenzies are quite good, but I don't think they're this good. Michael, I see in the eyebrow raise.
I'm not making any faces. It's doable.
Yeah?
Yep.
Believer? Cool. Yeah, this is now just going to dwindle down on the time. This round wasn't going to be particularly much for T1. Looking to see if maybe there was something that could have happened with Sire Player, but with him being found so early on, and I mean, Munchkin made a great go of it. Can't say he didn't, but freestanding, Zade's going to go down to the spike. And EDG will hold the round now. If it's true to what we've seen so far, first two maps, 6 apiece, both times on the half here. I wonder, can we see the same again here?
Like I said, really, you're looking for EDG to make this as best they can on the first half, because that's where it sits a little weaker. I think overall this year, 68% round win rate on the defense, which is terrifying. So if they find a lead here in the first, T1, the odds are stacked against them.
Okay, Kang unnoted by that flash early on. Sire Player playing anti-flash of this. Has to turn
Brave, actually. Very brave.
Yeah, that's ridiculous that he went for that. I mean, it wasn't necessarily a bad call, but he has forced them away into the eyes of Munchkin. Catching Smoggy on the other side is big. That's going to take away a little bit of that mid-pressure.
And this has been missing from the last few rounds, a free opener from T1. And a 10-second gap or so behind it before any possibility of contact to come through from EDG.
But there's no one on the A side. That does make...
And Kang's not found the space. He's got the operator, so he's slowly clearing through. And actually burn his dash up very early on. So got to wait for his teammates to back him up.
Do they have anything to play off side? Okay, so they've got Munchkin's ult here as well.
Say, yeah, they're sitting deep now for the lockdown.
Yeah, they're going to have the Seeker go through, which does reveal that one player towards middle as well. That's going to be quite indicative of Chi-Chu's position.
I was going to say, Chi-Chu is spotted out with the Seeker, but does the pinch come through? Because I think Munchkin wants to get this as deep as possible.
It looks like they're trying to isolate so they can't be counter-swung. And there it is. Okay, big pickup.
That's the lockdown he wants.
Okay, it's going to force a little bit more of a presence towards CT from EDG, but with Howdong going down, that's a problem. It's not an easy fight. Sire Player, great connection. It's all on one. How much can Kang do a 1v5? This needs a lot of work. It ain't going to happen this round. It feels fated to once again see that 6-6 scoreline. These two teams are going the distance, Mike.
And that's the one, really. EDG were in a position to give themselves an advantage. Unable to do so here. He said T1, unable to, like I said, they stabilized a little bit. Got a grip for how EDG were approaching this half, but even so, EDG strike back.
Well, good way to close out. Let's come back after the break.
We don't take breaks here, Lauren. You know better than that. But Bren, another 6-6 half.
Yep, another 6-6 half between both of these teams. Edward Gaming, I think, living up to kind of the hype and hopes of a lot of people, right? Yourself included. Yinsu, you had really high hopes for Edward Gaming. But the fact that they are going toe-to-toe with T1, it's quite awesome to see, to be honest, because this really does feel like the time, the essence is there for them to potentially get that first win for China over the initial hurdle.
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, I think it'll be interesting to see whether they can keep it up in the second half.
We'll see. But first, let's take a look at the Verizon high-speed moment from that half. This was from round 5. Would you believe it? It's Kong Kong.
Yeah.
What are the chances?
Exactly. This one was the one that Pansy called an anime battle, and I think for good reason. Both jets are there with knives in hand. And look at how good the utility is, and look how faster paced it is for Kangkang and the rest of EDG, whereas they're going for the reckoning push on the other side and just getting caught out. And that I feel has been the way with T1. Even when they try to do something proactive, they get tripped up because their timing's just a bit too slow.
Yeah, but I will say, I have been quite impressed that they managed to rally back as well, because it looked like early on, Edward Gaming again were just beating the ever-loving, not going to say it, but out of them.
Yeah.
I mean, and it was just brutal, but they did manage to turn it around quite a bit. Usually the first thing to go is the discipline. When you're trying to, have the protocols intact, you're trying to play to tonight, it's really important that you're playing together here and you have really good ideas of how to disrupt this post-plant setup, but it didn't go amiss. And it was one of the things that was really the strength for T1, I think, that carried them to that 6-6.
Yeah, look at these protocols. So they have a player in front of the knows what their job is. One to stick, one to body block, one to push. It works really well, and that's one of the reasons why T1 have improved so much. The problem is, they're going into their attack half now, and they couldn't stop Kankang's jet up on Haven. I don't know if they can now.
I mean, they have to if they want to go through the upper bracket route of qualifying for playoffs. Pansy and Hypok, this is it. One of them is going to be taking the win, and I cannot tell you. EDG.
You gotta get the last word.
EDG win. I mean,
I think she's
getting
mentioned that
game.
a couple of times.
Yeah, just subtly. Very subtle, though. Okay. Let's kind of take a step back here, because I think a lot of our expectations have changed since the start of this game after seeing the pacing coming out from EDG, the capability of T1 to match that, and then kind of even going further than that for T1, right? Kind of, trying to deal with Kankang, and him still succeed. It's been a ridiculous affair between these two. Do you think this is the cracking point for T1? Is this just out of their reach? Is this time that EDG finally push through for that first win?
I think they need to confidently set the tempo here early on in the second half for me to feel confident about them pulling this back. Again, EDG actually conceding a lot of space here, but look at the mini-map. Look at what Munchkin's got to deal with here. Lots coming through. He is hard cleared. He gets the first, he gets the second as well.
He's so clean with it, Munchkin. 2 big shots. And yes, Kankang still stands, but that's massive. That's poor time, it's poor presence. All that attention now turning.
And full side control as well, so Chichu going to have his work cut out for him. The solo player here to try and crack back through from spawn.
But the time is running so low now. For them to just close the gap here, they can just start playing with that clock, right? Buy a couple more seconds. You can hear it starting to get faster and faster. Kankang wants to get down towards it. Smoggy, big pick. Kankang's found Carpe, but they got to make a move on this runabout now. They are running so low on the time. Smoggy has to defend. Kankang forced off it. He can't do any more here. Drags them to their grave with him. But it will be T1 to get the first.
Goes out in style nonetheless. And actually, 5 orbs towards the Blade Storm. Sorry, 4. It falls to the spike.
Yeah.
Again, good progress for him nonetheless. Yeah, if he gets cleared there, definitely doable for EDG to make something happen here. T1, I think EDG at least feels like EDG have definitely dominated the pistols in this series. So T1, an opportunity here to get something done here on the back of it. Much deeper investment of the Trailblazer here to clear out this close space. T1 maybe wanted to set the precedent of some B pressure here early on in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, that wall's going to make it tricky. They might have to respect that until the Cove. That will at least maybe give them a little bit of room to work. You can see Chichu looking into it. Hold on! This is getting messy until then. Zeta as well controls the madness and the mayhem. Cools it down a bit. Kankang can do no more. It'll be fine in the end. Got a little bit dangerous, a little bit, boisterous, but they relaxed.
Actually, a cleaner conversion here. I feel like actually...
Pretty clean as we've seen so far.
Yeah, a lot of times EDG pack a punch in these sort of rounds where they don't bring an awful lot in. 2 rounds to start things off for T1. I'm curious, like I said, if that is to kind of plant the seeds and draw maybe this defensive setup towards B site early on, and T1 looked at... We're different here though, Saya disconnected.
He's got a lot of space though.
Yeah, identified a gap actually.
I wonder if we see that appear later on in this. Now,
the pings come through from EDG though. They're aware of exactly where he's drifting.
Great guesswork from them. Just feeling maybe no pressure towards B long, but now with the hit towards B, they might turn attention. Howdong so ready for it though. Saya player, as you highlighted, was so expected. Chichu and the support as well. Not allowing Smoggy to fight alone. Yes, taken low, but still. Plant gonna come in. What can these 3 do here? Ban not so much, but Zeta gonna be thriving in this.
It's got a pit.
Massive.
That's huge to get this online.
That's gonna cover through well. Zeta trying to slip away a little bit there. Make them work for their dinner. The 3 players remaining still got the flash, still got the dog as well for nobody. A lot to be played with there for them. See him start trying to clear through. Won't find Zeta just yet, though. We're still going to need a lot of work coming out from Carpe as well to try and support this. Only got that Spectre, but he does really well. T1. Beautiful work there, and Zeta heroics.
That is massive to convert this. 9-6 ahead now. Kang, one off the Blade Storm. Not going to have that off the rip here. We're not T1. The awareness is there to try and deny the orbs here, considering what has happened throughout this series.
I feel like, especially after the last map when like EDG kind of really started to tear away with it a bit, starting to look more confident. Seeing T1 with an opportunity to go up on the second half is huge for them, right? It's like 9-6, gives a little bit of buffer.
I feel like they've been forced into recovery mode time and time again in this series.
That's incredibly hard for them to do. Obviously, when you've got Kang in your face, just doing like
even on Fracture in a 13-10 win, it felt like that.
Absolutely. Let's see how they fare with a little bit of an upper hand here. 2 players stacked towards the back of the site. Carpe going to isolate Howdong quite quickly here. EDG very close by though. Flash going to go in. Kang ready to try and pounce on this, but they're not going to find much success just yet. It's Smoggy trying to find a couple of players here. Kang, what can you do? That's not bad anymore, would have been better, but that's all he can achieve this time. As Smoggy with a Sheriff and a Dream, and it's going to be crushed. Nothing more out of that one.
EDG have to answer back now. They have the benefit of the round loss bonus here to potentially ride through a light shield purchase, but they invest everything, including an operator, a glass cannon nonetheless. So EDG will call the timeout here because this is crucial for them here on the deciding map.
The sad thing is the real consideration of that heartbreak again on Pearl, right?
Yeah, different affair this time around because, a little bit of a gap developed here. I believe EDG in that second half got to 12 very quickly, and 100 Thieves clawed their way back in.
Yeah. Does EDG even have that in them yet? They haven't really got a grip much onto this half yet at all. Again, converting, as we've seen T1 do, converting the bonus here, it's instantly put them in that bad position, right? It's very tough to come back from the scenario. That was a weird noise. I caught you off guard as well, I heard it, all right? I saw your face. I would say though, yeah, it's just gonna put them instantly under that pressure situation. It happens. We've seen teams lose that bonus conversion. They haven't been able to kind of do what was done by the likes of T1. That's incredible for them. Set them up to succeed instantly on double digits. You couldn't ask for a better start to a second half. However, it's not over yet, right? Now we're just into the bye rounds.
Sure, but I feel like it very much could be. This is potentially T1 finding 11, breaking the bank, and actually if EDG invests these 2 ultimates now, that could be a game changer.
I have faith.
Okay, like I said, EDG have to answer back now. The time is now to have a say in this second half of Pearl. Bladestorm and Seekers available for T1 as well.
And it looks quite quick from T1, at least initially. Making no subtlety of that early presence towards A.
The conditioning's worked. It's forced the adjustment of Kang over towards B. There's a gap created towards A here. Can T1 catch the timing?
Howdong has to sit so deep on this. They've cleared so much space here as well. T1 swiftly making this work. Now the post plant should be quite comfortable as well. 3 players kind of sitting very actively here.
Difference being Munchkin has the utility in place to address this flank, yet already noted.
Yeah, but how are they going to try and clear through these players? That's what I'm looking for. Munchkin does really well towards nobody. They want to go even further. Yeah, they're chasing him down. State's found Smoggy, making it hurt. This is gorgeous from T1. A pace change in a moment like this. It's going to need something from this man. But it feels like the time's almost gone already. By the time they get here, I don't think they can do any more. I think they have to back away, especially with that operator in play.
Beautifully done. Like I said, T1 swing out of this timeout. And you got to admit, EDG probably feeling like they have to address the B-long hold. They can't concede that amount of space because T1 were running away with those rounds in terms of freedom. Like I said here, it's not a slow push towards A. Immediately identifying that window. Find the plant and it's comfortable. It's an aggressive post plant as well. On the back of the flank being identified, they actually pressure all the way in towards connector. Not trying to find that flank. I think maybe anticipating. Yeah, they might have cleared through all the way through B. That might be 2 or 3 people coming through on the flank. Beautiful stuff from T1. Really, really well constructed.
Now you start to panic if you're EDG.
Absolutely. It's off kilter now in terms of the purchase as well. I mean, Kang
Lost down those Seekers too.
Yeah, Kang down to 550. No blades.
Oh, this is all a fake as well. There's no intention behind this just yet. They were trying to work towards middle. Once again, exploring through art here. Not going to be watched here, though. Kang, well aware of this until then. Loses his sight lines on this. Takes the next look, though. Finds Munchkin. This is the damage he needs to achieve, and he has to still do more. One is not enough. The rest of his team, keep in mind, are on sheriffs, excluding Haodong. That's it. Kang trying to catch the cross on the way out. Spots nothing because Carpe tucks in towards that right side corner. Lockdown going to come through as well, trying to clear through that side. Chichu's found Zeta.
Surely
Hold on. Okay, they ain't done yet. That lockdown will have to be respected. It's forced them slightly further away. Carpe now next on the chopping block. Does go down, and now down to 2. Sire and Ban, are you got anything to say about this one? No! Kang again, still doing damage. Ban, the last one alive, is overwhelmed, and EDG hold on for another round here.
That's the round they put up. Ridiculous. We've got to say it's another one where there's just half a second either way. Somebody swings onto a dry angle that Kang swings back out into. And Munchkin the one to ultimately be punished here.
One enemy remaining.
I feel like I've said that a number of times in this series. Again, beautiful utility to obviously seal off behind that lockdown, but it just needs to be a little bit more shallow. Just focus on the side control.
Okay.
EDG cling to life though, Lauren.
Just about. Operators in play for both sides. Kang, does he suspect that Zeta's already crossed through? A little bit of utility could have facilitated that, but they've been conditioned, right? They've been told to believe that it could be presence behind this, but they're going to the one man. The one man who's truly been able to stop them. 4 players waiting towards long. He feels the pressure. The wall comes in. How much can he do? He's got an army on the other side. He's already taken one away. Does get closed down on though. Great works from Sire, who springs into action and takes a step further, but they didn't clear backside. Hold on. They ain't out of the woods just yet. Nobody's done massive work. And don't forget about the likes of Smoggy still lingering around here. How long going to fight Sire player? They are not done yet. Yes, Kang fell, but the rest still held their own here. Carpe's gone down, and now it's just Munchkin, and that spike is out of hand. He is not able to play any around this. He's got to back away here. Tries to reset a little and hope for the best, but right now, EDG, they're digging in their heels. They are not going to go quietly out of this game. And Munchkin, a chance, and the tag. But 3 players, that ain't gonna be easy. Feels like he's reading it right. But can he get that first kill? 13 seconds. Been a little unlucky. Not a chance in hell. EDG, 3 standing, operator back. They're back in the game, Mike.
It's just a little overzealous from Sire. Again, I think reading into, yes, they've put Kang in this hard anchor position. There's gonna be a huge gap. And when he finds his second here, I think he's just thinking, yeah, it's free, guys. Follow me up. But then Ban swings ahead of the Cove coming down, and things start to spiral out of control. This one slips through T1's fingers.
That's the hope they need, though, for EDG. This kind of just reignites what they had. Probably weren't happy at the end of that.
Yeah, and that clips from
that might have been the
earlier on in the round.
Yeah. Timeout here for T1 if you are wondering. And rightly so, this is the first 2 that EDG have posted in a while. That momentum switch has truly come into effect, right? We're starting to see that little change up here. So a little bit of a different look in that. Now, Kang still playing such a pivotal role. Solo anchor almost on that. Still finding a bit of value, still playing out very well. Buying enough time for those rotations. But again, do you think T1 can navigate around him? Do they need to? What can they go back to here? What option-wise left for T1 now? They're at 11 rounds, Mike. They only
they still have a lead to work with here, and again, you don't really want this one to come down to the wire, but at least the benefit to maybe reset. Even if they lose here, they can get a little bit more progress back towards a comfortable ult cycle. But we're back in a position where we're asking them really to slow things down, or go back to basics.
Yes.
We're talking about, obviously, identifying where Kang is with this operator and making a decision based on the back of it.
How do you navigate around him? So they're kind of leaving him to explore over towards B long now. Kang does have a challenger in the form of Zeta. Last time around, oh, the challenge is gone. It ain't even a challenge. And as soon as they clear that, look at the rotation as well. Chichu is instantly over towards A.
I know, because he's shouldering that pillar. There's not going to be any second layer to it. Side player trying to creep out, but spacing's not there. Carpe will fall too.
EDG coming alive now. Starting to look way better off. Starting to get a little bit of fire back in him. Ban noted. Only player unconsidered was Munchkin. The flash going a little too deep, so won't be revealed just yet, but how do you cross that path?
I mean, stuck behind this alarm bot as well. You can see Chichu, Smoggy, just waiting to play contact off it.
This is terrifying, right? Because like you think of the mental game in these, it's just like swings and roundabouts. T1 getting to 11, having that perfect start in the second half, converting the bonus round, everything's looking golden. You kind of figured it out. You conditioned EDG early. You're getting everything you want, and then suddenly little switch flicks. EDG start getting a little bit, back into this. You're getting Kang a little bit more presence, and even if you just have to solo anchor that B side, that might be enough.
Yeah, but solo anchor, but he's back in a position to dictate the tempo of these rounds, and that's where EDG really shine. T1, unfortunately, like I said, lots of positives in the early rounds. Now don't have the benefit of that financial cushion. Here's Zeta down to 2100. Sire didn't note the progress on the Blade Storm, but we'll see it very shortly. It'll be a broken purchase, if any.
Yep.
Yeah, Sire's nowhere near it. Curious, really, of what investment we will see from T1. Bulldog coming in.
Okay.
A stinger in the hands of Carpe. Actually going to swap over, going to try and put Sire in a position to do some work here. The other side of things, a Viper's Pit and a Blade Storm for EDG to work with.
Okay. It looks like T1 to re-explore that B option. Now, we have seen the switch up here. They have put the likes of Kang over towards middle by double door. Maybe just knowing that Chichu has this to invest if needed.
Deep investment of it, actually.
Now, that cross feeling treacherous towards the side, isn't it? Meant to get through that. But again, no adjustment from Kang yet. Still holding towards those double doors, maybe expecting them to fall away from this on the contact of that Viper's Pit. Could get the punish if he holds patient enough, but they could take that deeper route here.
The other thing as well, on the other side of the map, Smoggy does have an anti-plant setup here to buy time for the rotation, but it's coming through very early on, actually.
Maybe just
nobody head that way. Maybe to send a flash out, maybe to send the Trailblazer through, and it's actually a flash over the top. So we'll confirm presence here. A little bit of a red herring, though, Lauren.
Yes, it is. Absolutely. Munchkin is the only one here. 4 other players still waiting. Now they know that this is all but a ruse. What can Chichu do about this one? He's going to be pushed out of position by just a second or two. The Viper's Pit is about to drop.
He loses the pit.
That's gone down now. Grand reveal, hello. They still have, hold on. They're going to check this, right? They do check this diligently. You can see them all trying to get the attention, and Kang still going to be doing damage. Howdong gets away with it, takes down Sire player. He's still taking him down. Carpe falls. They had no idea that Howdong could be here in this corner. Spike left loose. They are backing the hell away. These two players need the rifles because EDG just held them back again.
T1 do so much right here. EDG as well, like I said, that flash catching over towards A. Pulls the rotation, but at the last moment, it's Howdong to cling onto that B-side control and Kang to come back through with it.
But also the fact that the likes of Chichu are fighting so desperately for their attention, right? They're trying to play in Howdong so badly to make it such an issue to clear the other two players that no one's considering him at that point.
Even the Reckoning comes through here and, like I said, mitigates the pit perfectly. But somehow, it's 11-10 now, EDG. 4 rounds unanswered. It's another situation where asking T1 to stabilize, but they've been unable to do so. 5 rounds now.
Kang's here. Haven't seen him on this site for a minute now. We've seen these 3-play splits. This guy seems always good for 1. Haven't seen him falter just yet. 3 on the other side, he's still good for it! Oh, and even the backup, the support system, so good for EDG! He's reading him like a book! This guy doesn't know how not to, it finally falls, hold on! Ban Tell me you got something for me here in a 1v2.
In the clutch again.
Can
he deliver?
He was good for him, Mike. This is so much on him, though. 58 seconds to play with and 2 to find. Chi-Chu, Stanley, and Smoggy. He's navigated past one quietly. But the second, Chi-Chu could be an issue if he turns around. He hasn't yet. He's not quite checking. But does Ban look back? He does. He's going to find him. Okay, now the 1v1. The steps are going to be heard. Chi-Chu knows it, but does he get around the corner in time? Ban! Oh, he's got around the corner just in time. Chi-Chu's not been running the entire time either. He's creeping up on him slowly. Ban has no idea how close Chi-Chu is. This is a disaster in the making. There's no way out of it. And Chi-Chu's got him dead. And we are tied all even.
What a ridiculous round. It finally comes down to a 1v1. It's 11-11 here. I hate to say it again, Kang rotating once again, but there's no Trailblazer to open up this site. It's a dry swing from Sire with the dash popped. And Kang punishes once again.
I'm looking where he is this round, Mike.
Yeah, now it's T1 are going to try and find some aggression over towards B Long.
They can't get away from him.
Kang set up here once again.
He's waiting patiently. T1 could be walking in to their absolute demise. It's 3 players this time. And he's going to hear all of this relayed by nobody. He's still going to be standing. It's Chi-Chu this time to get them too. Kang still waiting on the back lines, has to fall away. Big damage coming in, that's not bad. Taking down those first 2, but look at the casualties they've suffered. Strewn across long. Sire player down, Carpe down, Munchkin down. This could be the lead for EDG. What can Zeta and Ban do?
A chance here to get both ultimates, the Pit and the Reckoning.
Yeah, but get past this guy.
Yeah, exactly.
That's your first and pretty much last challenge, it feels like. Jump spot for Haodong. Don't know if you know the player, they're pausing. They're trying to wait for that rotation. But you can already see the back line being cleared by Smoggy. They're not going to fall for any of this. Kang just wait, stand, and deliver. Zeta now down, it's all on Ban in a 1v3. So much on this man's shoulders here. Being held at 11. A tap on the spike, just draws in the Hunter. Trying to toy with him. And Ban just not getting any opportunity. The shorty is out. And it's damn good. 12 rounds for EDG. T1 held on 11.
Talk about EDG righting their wrongs on the international stage at the start of this map. And an opportunity to do it. To close out Pearl as the decider. Ridiculous stuff here. And the support system in place. Chi-Chu actually delivers the openers here. T1 ripped to shreds here on the second half.
23rd round, they take that lead. Bloody hell. Don't get to see this sort of performance every day, and for T1, this is about to be devastating. They've got ults, so Mike, they've got a lot to play with here, right? They've got, you know, money should be there. Well, maybe not for everyone. Money may not be there, I might have told a lie to you, but the ults are at least there. But they haven't been able to convert those even when they've had the full buys, the ults. Yeah, they're...
Like I said, there's a number of times where T1 just, when they flip towards the other side, there's just a lack of awareness of throwing the Trailblazer out, making sure that Kang's not posted up on an aggressive angle. Even on that previous, they've left the Trailblazer all the way up towards, basically the top of ramp. Like, again, it can be removed so quickly. The value from that utility has really been lacking, at least here in, I guess, from round 17 onwards. But 6 rounds unanswered here. EDG on the brink of closing out the third.
Okay, operator down for Kang. Actually just going to be sitting on the rifle this time. I expected that to carry on through, but feeling that pressure.
He's left that somewhere.
Yeah, it feels like he has, because he had it. Kills already. Superhuman performance from him. He feels all that pressure coming in now. The Seek's going to be countering it already. You're going to note the couple of players here. Dipped away from the fight. Munchkin almost had the best of him. But it's Howdong to succeed against Sire player. Big trade comes out though. Munchkin still standing and can't removed. It's just chaos on the site already. But look at where the spike is. They haven't fully committed yet. How is he alive? How is he alive? How is this? What? He got nobody! How is this happening? Smoggy now tries to navigate the depths and he's found Zeta. The spike now creeping towards the site. Ban's got Smoggy. It's all on Chichu. This could be 12, and it is! 12 apiece, finally! T1 wake up.
Another overtime for EDG on Pearl.
Oh, good lord.
How will this one pan out? There's one where Kang here isolated, the raid boss removed. What is that kill, by the way? Zeta is left on 1 HP from the wallbang as well.
Oh, come on.
Slips back into the pit, finds a heal from Carpe. What a way to turn things around and force overtime.
Didn't expect us to be here, if I'm honest. I didn't expect that T1 would be brought up to this many rounds. I thought they'd close out. They were held on 11, but I was like, cool, they'll be fine. No, EDG running it back. The last hurdle, the last opportunity, T1.
You doubted the Valorant scripting.
Yeah, my bad.
For the Pearl Decider.
I guess that's on me, isn't it?
Of course we went here. Of course, yeah,
it is us. Everyone else having 2 zeros.
Six rounds unanswered. Yeah, the 7th eludes them. Of course.
Yeah, if anyone's seen the script, please forward it on over. Plan my evening around it, but I just looking at these string of rounds just blows my mind, right? Just, what are you meant to do with that? Coaches, players,
yeah, because the tempo's all over the place, and that's where you can maybe give a little bit of leeway to T1 being off their game in terms of protocols and stuff. This has been so hard for either team to really, you know, grasp some of these rounds. So difficult to read. Like I said, in the first half, really, the stars aligning on 2 rounds where both teams focus the same part of the map, but it's about all there's been in terms of similarities.
OT now. T1 on the defending side. Obviously, EDG on that attack. Zaya player sitting anti-flash once again, but it's Munchkin with the straight-up spam. Gonna catch Howdong, making this site take a little trickier here. Side player, that's bold, and it works! Takes down Kang and sits a little deeper on the site here. So much damage done so early.
And no chance of a trade coming back through on either of those. So an early 5v3. That player won't be noted here, or at least spotted just yet. Finds another Chichu, will fall.
Oh, he wants more.
Yeah, he's hanging around.
Yeah. I mean, he's been bullied the whole game here, it feels like. Kang. Oh, belting shot! Go on! Oh, what? Wait, hold on. No, Smuggy's 70 HP.
Lockdown
right?
off the plant, though.
No, Michael, I need you to relax. There's no way. There's no way, right? He's a little worried about the T. He's paranoid about the flank. No one's there. So they can just overwhelm, deal with the lockdown. And Smoggy's going to get another hold on. It's a 1v2 and he's got an isolated fight. Smoggy! Oh!
Not even close.
This is a day 1 game, Mike. I can't be seeing this.
What the hell was that?
Switching sides.
Have you ever seen the stars align like that? It looked like it was about to happen, the most unthinkable. What an absolutely cracking attempt from Smoggy. Yeah, Zeta's grinning.
Zeta's just like, yeah. Come on, guys. Yeah, so good. All good.
I'm not all good, Michael. I need a break.
After that second half, T1 put themselves back in the driving seat. A chance to close things out here.
Operator, right side, right man, 5 players against him. Would it be anyone else? Kang's here. Can T1 handle him this time? Forced away further. Much better protocols this time.
Absolutely, utility much better from T1 here, but Kang looking to slip back in.
It's still him. The flash connects. Oh, he gets body blocked. No escape. T1. This might be enough. The 3 other players are still so far. They've secured the site. The last 3 are on the flank. This is so much work for them. And EDG might have let it slip too far away. Smoggy on the trade, but they've got so many players to get through. 4 players in front of them. T1 turning the tides just as is needed. The trade wasn't clean enough. They needed that even smoother. Smoggy tried so desperately in that last round. But the time is running away from him, slipping through his fingertips as T1. It took OT, it took all the rounds, but they get across the line.
History repeats itself for EDG.
I think T1
14-12 loss here on Pearl. T1 able to close out, but what a series that was. What a crazy decider that was.
Welcome to Masters Tokyo, I guess, right? This is the quality of game we're getting from the very first day? Come on, wow. Again, my heart breaks for EDG in this scenario.
Absolutely, yeah.
You can't say they didn't try their hearts out. They came into this doubted a lot, you know, questioned regionally. But they showed a fantastic game here up against T1, who dealt with a lot of issues throughout that game though, Mike, and the main one was Kang.
Absolutely, like I said, you could see in some of these rounds that T1 are feeling the pressure.
Yes.
They're thrown off in terms of their game plan, in terms of some pretty basic fundamentals of how to approach a jet op.